Arena Sabalenka and Carlos Alcaraz, both on Rod Laver Arena. Sabalenka, twice champion here, is first up against American teenager and 29th seed Eva Jovic. She's just 18. That match followed by number 3 and last year's finalist Alexander Zverev against the 25th seed Tien, who's just been practicing in front of myself, Candy Reid, and Alan Stone sitting alongside me. Tien has now 6 top 10 victories, including one against Zverev. Tien appearing in his first ever major quarterfinal. That's the night session. Number 3 seed Coco Gauff plays Alina Svitolina, the 12th seed from Ukraine, followed by Alcaraz and Australian number 6 Alex de Minaur. Alan, we've got a lot to talk about today. We are going to start on Margaret Court Arena because there is a mixed doubles going on. But first, your assessment of this year's major tournament.
Look, I think it's been pretty good. I am a bit surprised that we haven't seen a few more upsets, that the seeds are getting through to the quarterfinals, but that just shows that they're all in pretty good form, and the rankings are quite accurate at the moment. And looking forward to Tien against
Alexander Zverev.
Yes, Zverev, rather.
Because he's beaten Daniil Medvedev.
He did.
3 sets as well.
Yeah, after a long one last year, then he hammered him this year. And he also played at Kooyong Lerner in a little warm-up tournament there, which I was at, and I was just blown away by how good I think this guy can be, you know, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he beats Zverev.
I think he might well. I think he might well. I think he's got a game that really sort of annoys and is unpleasant for the other guys, other than maybe Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner. What do you think Tien does so well?
Well, he's just not a huge power player. I mean, he's got a bit of courtcraft about him and that, and he's a lefty, and he can really clean hit, accelerates through the ball, and he can do a lot of different things. And
he's incredible, isn't he? He can open up angles that don't seem to be there. Takes the ball so early. Coached now by Michael Chang, and it seems to be a really good relationship because Michael Chang travels with sometimes his wife, often his 3 children, and Lerner, I think, feels very at home. And it's important, as you know, to feel really comfortable off the court.
Yes, you've got to have a good relationship with your coach, and he's got one of the best there. So, you know, I think everybody's looking to see where he can go with his tennis, but we all have to be careful about putting a word that's the expectation is a word that comes to mind when good young players, and we've seen it happen so often, they come on the scene, and for a year or so they just they're free and easy and playing great. Then everybody says they're the next so and so and so and so. And then you know it's difficult to handle if you don't immediately become a superstar like everybody says you're going to, and a lot of people actually have some issues with it mentally and all those sort of things. So let's hope that doesn't happen with him. Having
met him a few times, he's so down to earth. He's so calm. He doesn't get up at all. Came back to beat Cameron Norrie in the final of Metz last year at 250 level. That was his first title, and then won the Next Gen, which is essentially the under-20 World Championships. He lost to João Fonseca the year before and then came back. Said there was never a doubt in his mind he was going to come back because he wanted to win it, and he did.
Oh, now, I must ask you about this, the Alcaraz de Minaur match being on second tonight. I'm a bit surprised at the schedule. I would have it's a terrific match between Svitolina and Coco Gauff that's on first.
Yes.
But I would have thought the feature match tonight that all Australia wants to see is that one with de Minaur and Alcaraz. And I just got this feeling that de Minaur is going to play the match of his life tonight.
I think he might too.
He is playing so well. I haven't seen him play as well as this. So it puzzles me why they're the second match. I mean, half of Australia will have gone to bed by 11 o'clock.
Oh, it's so tricky, isn't it? The problem is, I think, Craig Tiley and the tournament director and the people that put the schedule together know most likely that de Minaur Alcaraz match is going to be long. It's not going to be straight sets. It's not going to be straightforward, whoever comes through it. So then do you keep the women 5 hour? It could be a 5 hour match. It starts at 7 o'clock. 5 hours is probably a little too much, but I could easily see it going 3.5.
Yes.
So then the women don't start till 11 p.m. local time. They don't even start.
Yeah.
And you can imagine there's going to be 5 people and their dogs. For a women's match, probably. I think it's a great match. I would stay. But how many regular tennis fans would stay for 11:30 start?
That's the factor. But for me, I know what the host broadcaster would have wanted here in Australia out of those two matches, and they'd say, well, let's worry about it a bit later on in the evening if it gets to be a late match. Let's not predict that might happen, and therefore put the what they think is the marquee match on second. Yeah. But anyway,
difficult one, isn't it? And how do you make that decision? Because we've got two great champions, and I really think that Alex de Minaur, and it's easy to say this, maybe a bit lazy, but I think this is his best chance of winning a major. Well, I think he's playing superbly.
He is, and I've never seen him so confident.
Yes.
And I think the main thing is he's got to believe he can win. I think most of these guys, when they play the top couple of players and when they play Djokovic, they're hoping that they're going to win, whereas those three names believe they're going to win. So if you believe you're going to win and you're in a winning position, you do. If you hope you're going to win and you're getting close to a win and you're hoping you can just see it out, you often don't do it.
Well, that's so true. And how do you earn that belief? It's just putting the work in, isn't it, on the tennis court? Alcaraz, by the way, bringing a 5-0 head-to-head record against de Minaur, who's only won 2 sets.
Yeah.
This is their first meeting in a major. They did meet 3 times last year, and Alcaraz, the Spaniard, won in Rotterdam in the final in 3 sets, Barcelona in the quarterfinals, and in the round robin at the ATP finals in Turin, which of course features the top 8 in the world. And Alcaraz, he's got the experience here appearing in his 3rd straight AO quarterfinal. However, he's never reached the semi.
No, well, he's desperate to get this on his record to win the Australian Open. He's got the other 3. I've got a feeling he might do it. Having said that, I think de Minaur's got a great chance of beating him.
We're hedging our bets, Alan, here.
Yeah, well, he's got a good chance of beating him, but he hasn't done it yet. So hopefully, if he does it, that's fantastic for him. But I just think Alcaraz has got that little bit special, something that even Sinner doesn't have.
He definitely has a special something, many.
And I think that's, if you're looking to see who you think is going to win the overall event, I mean, I picked him at the start of the year, so
you went for Alcaraz?
Yeah, so I'm not going to hop off now.
No, you can't. And he would complete the Grand Slam, wouldn't he? As would Iga Swiatek on the women's side, who was a comprehensive victory over the qualifier, Maddie Inglis, who put in a good effort, particularly in that second set. Had chances. Iga's form dropped a little in that second.
Yeah, she might have got a little nervous because she was winning.
You think so?
Yeah, I was watching it and I thought, and I thought Inglis was playing quite well, and I quite liked her game. I haven't seen a lot of her play.
Yes.
But I thought she had a good serve. The groundies were pretty good. So I think she can improve up the ranking a little bit, get inside the top 100 at least.
That's the holy grail, isn't it? We were looking at her paychecks with Mark Halawati, Maddie Inglis, and the last 4 have been $800, $1,000, 800, and then 400 and something thousand. So they've got some good wedding money there, because Jason Kubler's doing well in the men's doubles as well here. Her fiancé, always a lovely story. Right, let's head to Margaret Court Arena. We've got a mixed doubles match here. I love a mixed doubles, I have to say, Alan. I think we should do more and promote this sport more because, of course, mixed doubles only played in the majors at the top level. Taylor Townsend, one of the best doubles players in the world from the United States, is partnering up with Nikola Mektic of Croatia. They're the 4 seats. They're playing Irina Komicheva and Christian Harrison. Christian Harrison also of the USA. It's Komicheva serving 1-1 and facing 3 break points. Nikola Mektic with a lovely backhand return cross court. And so the 4 seeds, Townsend and Mektic, have just broken for a 2-1 head start.
Well, the prize money's improved in mixed as well. So quite a lot of all the good women and men's doubles players now enter the mixed because I think we're nearly, haven't got in front of it, must be nearly close to $100,000 each.
Each, that's right. It's almost 200,000, and we're talking Australian dollars. So yes, 100,000 Australian dollars each. Not bad money.
It's not bad for the mixed, is it? And we see some pretty good matches in it as well. And because the old days, the mixed, it used to be serve it hard at the women and hit it to them at the net, and they couldn't cope with it.
But now
they can give it back with interest. They've all got much better serves over the last 10, 15 years, and they're all improved volleyers. Particularly when they're at the net, the problem they have is transitioning from the baseline to the net. They struggle a little bit in that area, but that's getting better as well. And So the women, it's just not an easy kill these days.
No, the women are saying, come on, bring it on.
Yeah,
I'll have you.
Yeah,
no worries. I did see a match, I think it was involving Ellen Perez at Wimbledon a couple of years ago, and she was by far the best player on the court, including the men. She was better. Unfortunately, Ellen Perez didn't have a great Australian Open this time around, but always hope.
Yes,
she is your best Aussie
she's
player.
Now being coached by Paul McNamee.
Yes.
Who's one of our part of the Super Max that won a couple of Wimbledon
Return
doubles.
of the Max.
Yep, and Davis Cup winner and everything, and a very astute coach. He coached Sue Wei to I don't know how many titles, doubles titles.
Sue Wei Shea,
yeah.
what a player she is.
So I think he'll be able to help her. Their goal is to win a Grand Slam.
Come on, she can do it.
She hasn't got there yet. I don't think she's been in the final yet either. So, I mean, if she's got any hope of doing it, and I think she has, it'll come with Macca.
Good. All right, that sounds good, because she is a former University of Georgia player, isn't she? And part of the SEC college tennis, so always keen to promote that. Here on Margaret Court Arena, and we will be going to Rod Laver Arena momentarily, where Aryna Sabalenka is up against Iva Jovic. I'm so excited about that match. Iva Jovic has been a revelation over the last 18 months. She's got a British coach in Tom Gutteridge. Sabalenka, twice champion, felt a bit aggrieved, I think, that she didn't win last year, got to the final. Sabalenka has such a good record here at the Australian Open, but she's going to have to be very wary against this 18-year-old phenom in Iva Jovic, who's a little like Lerna Tien, Alan, for my mind. When she steps on court, she just plays tennis. It's not a big deal. She's not intimidated. She's not up and down. She's an 18-year-old going on 28. It's incredible.
Yes, well, she was asked about her form recently, because here at the tournament, because she's done well in the lead-up.
Yes.
Are you really pleased at how well you're playing now? And she says, well, I've been playing like this for a long time.
She has.
She wasn't like the journalist didn't quite get that all of a sudden she's improved 100%. She says, this is how I play.
She's come from nowhere. It's amazing.
This is how I play.
Yeah, she didn't win the 500 level Guadalajara tournaments last year, and she didn't get to the semi-finals and finals of the lead-up tournaments already. I believe she's got the best record on tour this year. She has played more than most.
3 tournaments. I've never seen her play, and so I'm looking forward to it.
I think you're going to be very, very impressed. She can do it all. She's been working a lot on the kind of cat and mouse, the extra bits, but from off the ground, she's excellent. Hasn't got the biggest serve, but places it well. Really high IQ.
Well, she's up against a pretty powerful opponent today, so there'll be a bit of a contrast there, you would think.
Yeah, absolutely. But she's, again, like the Lerna Tien, in that she can just dissolve and absorb that heat coming from Sabalenka. I think she might drive Sabalenka up the wall. I think that might happen. I'm not sure she's going to win, but I think it's going to be really, really close.
Well, that was fairly easy to do a few years ago.
Yes, but not quite so much now.
Well, she's fixed the 2 things in a game that was stopping her from dominating, and that was her mental side of things, where she used to get a bit aggro and things would bother her, and she'd lose some matches. And her ball toss on her serve used to be a problem, and she would serve quite a few doubles, and that would drive her crazy. But she's fixed those 2 things up, and her record now shows it.
She's the world number 1. And facing Iva Jovic for the first time. That will be at the past. So we will be heading there in about 5 minutes or so. Rod Laver Arena starting to fill up. That's where Alan Stone and me, Candy Reid, are sitting and waiting for the big match. Meantime, we're following the action on Margaret Court Arena, the second court, where it is 3-2 to Townsend and Mektic against Kromacheva and Harrison. It is a break for the 4th seeds there out in the sun. It's going to be hot, very, very hot. How do you cope with this heat?
Well, the first thing you must have done is to hydrate sufficiently before you come out here, because you're just not going to know how much you're going to perspire and how much you're going to lose. So that'll be the first thing. They've practiced and played in a lot of heat. It's not too bad at the moment. So for this terrific match that's coming up, I don't think it'll be too much of a factor there. 11:30. Australian time when it'll be starting, and the temperature's probably in the high. We'll
33 Celsius right now.
33. Okay, well that's starting to warm up a bit.
We've had lots of messages, haven't we, on our Get in Touch, Ask the Booth form, which you can send messages to. Why wouldn't you want to message the great Alan Stone, ask him about the history of tennis, what he thinks about the current crop of tennis players? That's at ozopen.com. Email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. We would love to to hear from you. So please send in your messages, and we will be continuing to coverage day 10 of the Australian Open. What an exciting day it is. Alex de Minaur on court later today facing Carlos Alcaraz. Can Alex de Minaur get through to the semi-finals and stop Carlos Alcaraz possibly completing the Grand Slam? We shall see. Here on Margaret Court Arena as Alan Stone continues the coverage while I fix the computer. We will do this mixed doubles match, and it is Nikola Mektic serving with Taylor Townsend up a break.
Yes, I think I looked at it and something happened to it because it
We're talking about the computer, not Margaret Court Arena.
No, we're talking about the computer because it knows I'm not very good with it.
I think it's computer literate.
That's the word, yes.
And I am not, but I'm trying my best. We'll get there in the end. So talk us through this match, Alan. Well,
we're going to see some good mixed from now on. We get to this quarter-final stage. They're all good doubles players, and see they often start on the defensive situation, returning serve. They don't want the net player to be able to dominate, and so if you have one up and one back when you're returning and the net player's pretty handy, it's easy to be able to hit a volley in between them. So the way to fix that is to stay back. But Taylor Townsend there just angles the volley anyway, so she likes the I formation, which is prevalent in all forms of doubles these days.
She's a very competent doubles player, isn't she? Playing women's doubles with Katerina Siniakova, and they are the top seeds in the women's, still going. Anyone who essentially teams up with Siniakova wins titles. Coco Gauff found that out to her gain at last year's Roland Garros, because she is now a double singles major champion, Coco Gauff, but she's also got one in the doubles as well. So I like to say that she's won 3 major titles, and we will see Coco later today. She will start the night session on Rod Laver Arena against Alina Svitolina. First up on Rod Laver, we've got Aryna Sabalenka against Iva Jovic. They are preparing to enter Rod Laver. We'll be switching our attention very, very soon to that first meeting between the two. Then comes Alexander Zverev, the 3rd seed from Germany, in a not before 1:30 p.m. local match against Lerner Tien. Lerner Tien looking for a 7th top 10 victory already, the 20-year-old from the United States. Then comes Coco against Alina Svitolina, and finally the one that you've all been waiting for if you're Australian. It's Carlos Alcaraz versus Alex de Minaur.
Do you give Svitolina a chance of beating Coco
yes.
in that opening match? She's a rugged competitor, isn't she?
She's a rugged competitor. She's a very good counterpuncher. After the birth of her child, she came back to tennis about 2.5 years ago now, and she started playing a lot more aggressive tennis, Svitolina. But for me, she's slightly pulled back in order of winning matches, which she does a lot. She's just outside the world's top 10, Svitolina, a player who was inside before the baby. But her game was being found out, I think, before she went on maternity leave, just because it was so defensive. Yeah. So now she's added a little more attacking element to her game. Coco, for me, I don't know if you agree, has been up and down. She was very up and down against Karolina Mukova in the previous match.
Yes, 6-1, 1-6. So those first 2 sets rather strange, aren't they?
And then it was 6-1 in the last?
Yeah, so fairly strange that.
She is working with the former biomechanic coach of Aryna Sabalenka, the man that fixed the sort of wobbles. Do you remember when Sabalenka had those serving wobbles? Yep. And she hired Gavin McMillan, who I think has a degree in economics, but he's become a guy that sorts out people's technique, and he is now working closely with Coco Gauff. It started at last year's US Open. Coco Gauff also with Jean-Christophe Farrell as her main tennis coach.
Well, Svitolina will need to be a bit more aggressive and earn more money because her husband is retiring this year. Gael Monfils, this was his last Australian Open, and what a player and entertainer he's been. But now that he's going to retire at the end of the year,
I think he might reconsider. I think he loves it too much, and the crowd love him too much.
They do.
Every time he walks onto the court, win or lose. How entertaining has Gael Monfils been. I will tell you, I'm just looking up Alina Svitolina's career prize money, and she, every 3 months, I know this for a fact, she goes off to Ukraine and does a lot for the war effort. She has a massive foundation, Alina Svitolina. She herself has won 27 US million. So, and let's see Gael Monfils. So 26 million, that's before obviously expenses and taxes, but also before endorsements, of which I believe she's doing all right there. So Gael Monfils, probably he's managed more, would you say, in endorsements than he has in prize money?
He's been around a bit longer.
He has, and he's just such a popular character. Let's have a look at...
The men's tour offers more prize money than the women's anyway,
Yes.
except in the Grand Slams,
Correct.
where it's equal.
Yeah, often it's about 3 times as
Yeah.
much. When you look at the 250s, it is considerably different. Let's have a look. So, yeah, Gael Monfils has made almost as much as his wife. He's $1 million behind her in career prize money.
That'll only increase then if he retires.
So
But,
together they're all right.
yeah.
They're going to be all right, I think, Alan. They're not going to be on the breadline.
What do you think about the player asking for a greater percentage of the prize money in the Grand Slams? Do you think it's a legitimate thing? They only get, what, is it 10% or less than the prize money?
That's the thing, isn't it? I think in percentage terms, they're not making that much. And in other sports, if you look at it, the total earnings of the tournament goes more to the players. So you can totally understand it, even though on the surface it appears, oh, they're quite greedy, aren't they? They're already making X, Y, and Z. But if you look at the total prize money that the tournament in tennis as a whole is getting, and the players only getting 10%, is that right?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It's your thoughts.
It's a hard one, isn't it? That's difficult for them not to see what percentage the basketballers and the hockey players and footballers get in America, which is quite staggering.
NFL is huge, but then the careers of an NFL player are, on average, I believe, 3 years, no more.
Yeah.
That's an average because they essentially are going into a fight, a boxing fight every day and getting hit
the injuries
all the time.
and that.
Whereas now tennis can be a 20-year career, can't it, the professionals?
Well, it is now because of the prize money. So we're seeing so many players play into their mid and late 30s. They stay in shape. They're well coached. They're on the ball. So they got to keep playing as long as they can with this sort of prize money. And you wouldn't begrudge them. It just makes it a little harder, or the players coming up to break through, because in my day everybody retired by the time those at 30 was the magic number. Oh, you're
out.
You're too old now. You've got to give it away when you're 30.
That's funny.
So then it moved to about 32, 33.
Ooh.
Now there's no ceiling on it now.
Well, we think Serena Williams is coming back to action because she has entered the anti-doping agency list, and you have to be on that list for 6 months because you have to be eligible to be dope tested 6 months. So she's put her name back on that list, which indicates she thinks she's making a comeback, and maybe she'll be back in time for the US Open.
You think she'd be successful?
I do. I do think. I don't think
She's got the power and the strength.
She's got the power. I don't think maybe she'll win majors, but I think she'll certainly win a few matches in the major tournaments.
I don't know if she'd be satisfied with that.
I'm not sure either. Why would you come back? But
why would you come back and if you weren't certain you could win the US Open or something? You know?
No, it's a good point. I'm not sure is the answer, but maybe she just loves tennis.
Yeah.
We are now waiting the Arena Sabalenka-Iva Jovic match, and Arena Sabalenka is making her way down the hallway of champions, of which she is won twice. She was very disappointed not to win last year, losing out to Madison Keys in the final. But before that, she was a champion here in Australia and wants to reclaim her crown. What have you made, Rowley, of her performance so far here at the Australian Open?
Well, she had one hiccup where she went to 2 tie breaks. I think it was against Potapova,
yes,
was it?
That's right. It was a very close one, that.
And she was down some set points in the second set, so I was a bit surprised at that because, still hasn't lost a set though. So when you gauge that, you say she's cruising along, and she's timing her run. The top players don't want to be in their absolute best at the early round. She's got to win 7 matches to win a Grand Slam, and they like to judge their performance so that by the time they get to the second week, they're starting to hit their peak, and hopefully if they can continue and get through to the final, they're going to have their best game in the final. So you
want to kind of peak as you go through the tournament, don't you? Not too early.
So I think she follows that rule, and I think she'd be happy with the way things are going.
Yep. Well, she's still here. We've got Iva Jovic about to jump onto court. What a big moment for the 18-year-old Iva Jovic, who just said, shall I come on in? I'm not quite sure. We've got dual tunnels this time, so they both come in different areas of the court, which is rather nice, a little bit like a boxing match. And there's some music on. I think that would be a nice addition, perhaps just to have their favourite song, just a couple of beats from their favourite song as they enter the court.
I don't know if I like it that much, but... well, I like one coming out and it gets a nice ovation, which they deserve, and then the other one comes out, which they get. Now they almost come out at the same time, so it runs into each other. So you'd like a little bit more anticipation. Yes. With them both coming out and maybe standing next to each other, which is always a bit awkward. They talk about that in the locker room, don't they? Because players
maybe not these two because they're different rankings, different seedings, but certainly the top 10, top 20 players will share a locker room.
Yeah.
And then when you're in the final, there's only 2 left and you and your opponent are sitting there, that can be a bit creepy, a bit weird.
Well, particularly if you don't like the guy or girl and they say, I'm going to clean your clock today or something like that. Or, you know.
And there is some of that. But a lot of the time the players get on quite well now and they're trying to be polite, but also a bit like Pegula and Keys playing yesterday, who do the podcast together, really good friends, and treat them like an enemy for a few hours is rather difficult.
You're going to take the white one. You're wearing a white
John Blom, our chair umpire, he is conducting the coin toss, bathed half in sunshine and half not.
Arena, would you like to call? We have AO or player? AO, all right.
AO has been called by Arena Sabalenka.
Do it one more time.
Not Mark Edmondson. The coin flip landed in the net, hence we're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, that's his fault.
That's a fault.
Well
First fault of the day.
Your call.
Oh, it's a good flip.
Stay there. All right, and we'll just make a photo. We'll face this way.
We're going to make a photo.
Yeah.
We're not going to take one. We're going to make one. I like that. Tom Blom, I've just imagined that his middle name is Tom, just for my own amusements. It's John Blom and Arina Sabalenka, Iva Jovic. I believe that Sabalenka won the toss and has chosen to receive. So Rod Laver Arena, it's, well, on the Iva Jovic side, which I believe is the Yarra River side, the furthest side from our commentary box, she is completely 100% in sun. And Arina Sabalenka, who's got her back to us, much closer to the commentary box here, is completely in shade, Alan. How is that going to affect things?
I'm wondering if it's going to stay like that. I would think, trying to look up or trying to see if the shadow's moving, because I would have thought that by the time they start the match, the shade should be the same at each end.
We shall see.
And we'll have a look at that. But,
Sabalenka trying to keep cool on a day in which we expect the thermometer to reach 44 degrees Celsius. It's coming up for 35 now. It is 11:39 a.m. local. A warm welcome to AO Radio. We're live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. Alan Stone is in the hot seat and willing and very happy to take your questions. So please send them in. It's on ozopen.com. Email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. There's an Ask the Booth form. You can also enter our AO Radio competition. It's week 2. There's a $50 Australian voucher. And we want you to know, or tell us, which is your favourite Australian Open match. Which one would you like to go and watch again? You can't change the outcome of the match. So you can enter Ask the Booth, ozopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. We absolutely love hearing from you and hearing what you think about this year's tournament, which I think has been an absolute triumph.
So, shade is disappearing.
It's completely disappeared because the roof is open now.
Yeah, so we're all set.
We had the roof completely closed. Now it is open. It opens really fast.
Well, they also don't open it all the way. These hot or rain possible days, so that they can close it quicker, because they're not supposed to close the roof until it actually starts raining.
Correct.
It's an outdoor tournament.
Yes.
So they'll have it half closed. The court obviously not in shade, and then when the call comes to close it, it can be closed in about 8 minutes from where it is.
Isn't that incredible? Modern technology, and there are 3 roofs here at the Australian Open. It has to be, doesn't it? So even though you can pretty much predict we're going to get hot weather at the Australian Open, you don't want to have any delays if possible. And it's been the heat rather than the rain which has caused just a few problems. Also had that slightly smoky kind of overcast day, didn't we, a couple of days ago due to the wildfires, which I believe are about 166 kilometres away.
Yes, west comes in from the northwest. We have this hot northerly which fuels the fires, and unfortunately it's doing quite a bit of damage with loss of houses, etc., of people living in the areas. And I mean, they know it's a problem when they live there, that they're in perhaps a dangerous area as far as bushfires. They love the forests and that sort of stuff in the bush. So
it's worth the risk.
Yep.
Okay.
And they come about every 10 years, though, we get them, and they're pretty bad when they come.
It's awful to hear, and we are expecting a scorching match here on Rod Laver Arena. Arina Sabalenka beginning with a 9-match winning streak. Can Iva Jovic end that streak? Sabalenka is a winner in Brisbane. She beat Kristina Buxa, Sorana Castella, Madison Keys, Karolina Mukova, Marta Kostyuk. And here at the Australian Open, she has come through her matches, as Alan Stone said, without losing a set. It was a close one to Anastasia Potapova in the round of 32, 6-6. Potapova really should have won that second set. Potapova now representing Austria. Sabalenka versus Vicky Mboko was one-sided in the first set, and then more what we were expecting, a 7-6 second set. But it was 7-1 to Sabalenka. She just zoomed through that second set breaker.
It was a good second set, that, from the halfway point. And she's a player coming ahead for sure. Although you say she's promising, she was seeded 17, so she's top 20, so she's more than promising.
They're already here, aren't they?
She is here.
We've got Iva Jovic at 18, Vicky Mboko 20 from Canada. Lovely people as well, very well educated, very humble, very good with the media, able to look you in the eye. Hasn't always been the case, but these young people just seem wise beyond their years. And let's have a look at Jovic's results coming in. Beat Katie Volinets in the first round on an outside court, then Priscilla Hon, the wild card from Australia. Took out Jasmine Paolini, who was suffering a little bit with stomach problems, was the Italian. Won that match 2-6. Jovic playing a blinder in the second set breaker, and then lost just one game to Yulia Putintseva, the woman that calls herself an angel off the court, but a gangster on the court. You've got to love that about Putintseva. Won and love against her. Right, we are ready to get started. We're on Rod Laver Arena. It is day 10 of the Australian Open 2026. A warm welcome to our coverage here on AO Radio. Don't forget to get in touch with us. Keep your questions and comments coming. We love to hear from you. Aryna Sabalenka versus Iva Jovic. And it will be Sabalenka to get us underway. Throws the ball up. First serve is landed out wide to the Jovic forehand, who just misses long on her return. Alan, having been in this position before, what are the nerves like for both players?
Oh, I don't think they'd be too bad for Sabalenka. This is like a walk in the park for her. Another match on Rod Laver Arena, but not the case for Jovic. I mean, assuming it's the first time she's played out here, she would have had a practice out here this morning.
Yes.
And earlier on in the tournament, if she could have got out here. But it's a big thing. You're never used to playing on a stadium this big.
Quite incredible for Iva Jovic. We'll talk about all her firsts as we get the second point underway. Good backhand from Jovic, who just does look so comfortable in any arena. Put her anywhere. She's just hit a massive backhand winner.
Well, that answers what I was about to say, and whether she's nervous or not. Now, you can't time the ball as beautifully as that on the second point if you're a bit nervous and a bit apprehensive, because if that's the case, your feet don't move that well for a while, you know, a bit leaden-footed, and boy, she wasn't there. So this is impressive from her.
I think you're going to be very impressed, Alan. I'm very interested in what you think. She hit that backhand winner, Jovic, with one knee almost touching the ground. She's got her coach, Tom Gutteridge, here in black and white. She's got her mum here watching on proudly. And Iva Jovic has won her one and only WTA Tour title, in fact, with her father, Bojan, on the bag, because Tom took Guadalajara off at the end of last year. And so Eva's dad went, who's not particularly a tennis player, and she won the tournament. So there was laughter about Tom maybe losing his job, but he's done a phenomenal job with Eva. They're now into a cross-court rally. Jovic changes direction, puts the ball on the backhand of Sabalenka, who pulls wide, 15-30.
15-30.
Sabalenka wouldn't be nervous, I don't think, but I think she'd be a little apprehensive about the raps are that high on this young girl, that she won't be taking anything lightly.
Oh, no.
And a little bit of a shaky start from her at 15-30 on her opening service game. She likes to dominate right from the start.
Rod Laver Arena now bathed in complete sunshine. Anton Dubrov is the coach of Aryna Sabalenka. She's got Jason Stacey, her all-round fitness guru, performance coach there with her as well. A boyfriend in the back. She keeps on hinting about an engagement ring.
Yeah.
Maybe that's coming. He is a very wealthy man and successful man in his own right, is Georgios. She's got her hitting partner who can replicate anybody's play in the background. That's Andrei Vasilevsky. She's also got her data analyst, Shane Leonard, a whole crew back there, a 7-person team. And for Iva Jovic, 4 in her box. Now, Sabalenka's outfit, Rolly, would you like to describe it?
No. Well, I'm not a fashionista.
Well, but you can describe it.
It's orange and red with a gap in the back.
Yep.
and black in the front. Black stripes in the
How
front.
to make Alan Stone really uncomfortable. Ask him about a female's clothing. This is brilliant stuff. I would say that's pink, not red, but that's just me.
Yeah.
But pinky red. Shall we go with that?
Anything you say.
It's got some black on it. It's the Nike dress that the players have been wearing. And she's got white socks and white shoes. Sabalenka recovering from a 15:30 start to hold to 30. Job done for her.
What I'll say is it isn't my favourite outfit, though.
Okay, you don't like it.
Not much.
Not much.
It's too busy. It's doing too much. I like them a bit plainer.
So you didn't like Naomi Osaka's outfit about 5 days ago now?
I thought she was getting married and going down the aisle. And it had been raining outside.
I will never forget Antonia Rusic, her opponent's face.
Yeah.
Rusic was just standing in the Corridor of Champions in blue shorts, a white T-shirt, looking sort of very like a normal player about to play just her second main draw major match. And in comes Naomi Osaka in this huge white-brimmed hat with a wedding veil on, a skirt, the whole caboodle. And just the eyes, the look of Rusic thinking, where am I and what is happening here? And then Naomi Osaka proceeded to wear a lot of that, apart from the hat at the coin toss, gradually taking everything off. But that was fun. That was fun. I mean, it made some headlines.
She beats to a different drum, doesn't she? So that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So if someone else had done it, you would have thought, oh, gee, that's shocking, you know. But when she did it, you said, oh, well, that's what she does.
You just have to win, don't you? If you're wearing outfits like that, you've got to win.
Yeah, or you do.
Unfortunate that Osaka pulled out with injury, didn't play Maddie Inglis, and therefore outed after a couple of matches. Naomi Osaka, the twice champion here. Iva Jovic is in a much more serene outfit. She's in the Adidas orange, which I think is like the Taylor Swift orange. If you're a fan of Taylor Swift, as am I, you probably know that by now, and I'm sorry to bore you with that information. Taylor Swift went through an orange door on the last concert of her incredible Eras tour. She went through an orange door. That is the orange that Iva Jovic is wearing. It's also the orange of the University of Tennessee, which, as you probably know, that's my alma mater. A very popular university amongst tennis players. JP Smith, your Australian doubles player. Chris Marnie, the coach of Maya Joints, went there as well, as did countless others. Iva Jovic in orange then with a white visor, white shoes, white socks. She is serving at 15-love, second game, and Aryna Sabalenka comes up with a huge forehand winner.
He's opened up the court nicely with her hooking forehand there, Aryna, and then when she can get it onto that forehand, if she can get the first strike, that's what she is. She's a first strike player, serve and then forehand. But Jovic looks pretty quick, though. She's got to run a lot of them down.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't know when she's beaten Iva Jovic. Sabalenka reaching the Australian Open final for the last 3 outings here, of course, won the title in 23. She defeated Elena Rybakina as Iva Jovic has just thrown in a really nice first serve. Forehand, though, off forehand has just missed wide.
Well, she's not sure it's missed. She's looking around at her camp and the umpire. I must say, from where I'm sitting, a long way away, but surprised. But
you're right on that sideline, though, aren't you? It was the far sideline for you.
So, call stands, obviously.
You can't argue these days. Jovic making just a second appearance here at the Australian Open. On her first appearance last year, reached the second round as a wild card, lost to Elena Rybakina. I remember watching that match and speaking with Coach Tom about that match. Rybakina just overpowered Iva Jovic. It was a pretty straightforward result. I think it was 11-3. Iva Jovic, now a titleist on the WTA Tour, seeded at a major for the first time as well, has just earned herself an error off the Sabalenka backhand, 30 all.
She hates to miss a shot, Sabalenka. She's annoyed with herself. She's a perfectionist. And number one, she has high standards.
The little heart dampener in her racket does Sabalenka. She's got long earrings today, her hair up in a bun, no headwear, surprisingly, given the sun. We may see that happen on a very, very warm day 10 here at the Australian Open. It is Tuesday, the 27th of January, and a big day here at the Australian Open on Rod Laver Arena. Sabalenka versus Iva Jovic. Can Jovic come up with a surprise here? Another second serve for the 18-year-old from the USA who's got a Serbian dad and a Croatian mum. They won the lottery to get to the USA. Jovic overpowered there, hit a forehand in the net, and so Sabalenka has a break point.
Yes, just too strong in that rally, and that's the worry for Jovic, whether she can... she shouldn't try to match it, though, power with power. She's got to try to work out a way to maybe play a few angles, maybe the odd drop shot, some looping shots, take Sabalenka out of her comfort zone, because she's not going to beat her at the power game.
It's hard, though, when you've got the ball coming that fast, isn't it? Is to change up the speeds and the spins. It's something that Lorenzo Musetti did brilliantly on this court against Taylor Fritz yesterday. Musetti through to the quarterfinals in the men's. Jovic has just hit a forehand long and now down love 2. So this is a really good start for the world number 1.
Yes, we see it so often. She just comes out firing so heavy with the serve and the ground strokes. And as you said, you might have the right tactics, but it's hard to bring them into play if you're struggling to get the ball back. It has you on the defensive very early in most of the points.
Now, Jovic has received some advice at this Australian Open from one Novak Djokovic. She said it was pretty incredible. Not someone who gets overawed or intimidated by anybody, I don't think, Iva Jovic, but she certainly enjoyed that. As I said a little earlier, her father is from Serbia, and Novak, of course, Serbia's finest. She said, he gave me some very attentive tips for my game, something I can try to incorporate into this match that I just played. That was one of the things in the forefront of my mind, because I think when Novak gives you advice, you follow it. Like your wife, Alan.
Yeah, well, I've only been doing that for 55 years.
What percentage do you own the business of marriage in your relationship, given that Alex de Minaur said it was 49% to Katie Boulter's 51% the other day?
Well, we're 50-50, but her 50's more important than mine.
Well, her 50's 90.
Yes, it is, yeah.
She has 100% of your 50 and most of her 50 as well. I love that. That sounds like my marriage as well. Very much the other way, though, of course. I'm completely subservient to my husband, as you could probably tell by my personality.
Yes, I would say so.
Moving on slowly. I hope he's not listening. I think he's sleeping right now. Aryna Sabalenka to serve 15 love. She's 2 love up, but Iva Jovic is just, well, you described that, Alan.
Well, very quick footwork to get into position to take that on the forehand and get it out in front. That's a thing she should look for, because I noticed that was only 126 Ks, that serve.
Yes.
And her second serve hasn't been as strong as it could be. So she'll be looking to try to do something against the second serve if Sabalenka's first service percentage drops.
Let's have a look at the Sabalenka. It's 38% for first serve. She has landed one here. 15-all, third game, first set. Sabalenka versus Iva Jovic. Oh, that's so good from the world number 1.
You just can't match it with her if she's got control of the rally. She's either going to hit a winner or she misses it, but it's on her terms. It's very hard to get the points on your terms, so that's why Jovic has got to look at the second serve, trying to do something off that when she gets the opportunity.
Do you think she has to be a bit more risky, take a few more risks?
I do,
Jovic?
yes. I think she's got to try to play a couple of drop shots. She's got to try to do something different, because if you just do the same as all the players do against Sabalenka, she's too strong, too powerful for you, too confident.
And it's 40-15. That first game, Sabalenka served. She was under a little pressure, but now looking really good here. 2 points to take a 3-1, 3-love, lead. Watch as that ball just slide slightly wide. Through to a 10th career Grand Slam quarterfinal today. Sabalenka, third consecutive Australian Open quarterfinal. Well, 4th, isn't it? Because, of course, she's won this title, got to the final last year, and now has made the quarterfinals at the last 13 major events she's contested. The last person to do that was the aforementioned Serena Williams, who made 16 consecutive major quarterfinals between 2000 and 2005. She is consistent at this level.
Mentioning a second serve, and there was a double fault from Sabalenka.
It's always when you start mentioning consistency, they do that. Commentators curse. 40-30, still with 1 game point here before it gets a little bit more difficult. And her first serve earns the error from Jovic off the forehand wing. She's been going into the 18-year-old's forehand a lot with the serve, and it pays off. 2 holds and 1 break for Sabalenka, who leads 3 games to love.
Well, we'll forgive her for the double fault, because serving into the sun from that end, and so it's always a bit tricky. And her opponent's got a visor, and as you said, Sabalenka doesn't. I've never seen her play in a cap or a hat, and some players just can't do it. You should learn to be able to do it because it's a help. Although there's plenty of times when you're wearing your cap, throw the ball up to hit it to serve, and it goes past your visor line and the peak of the cap, so you lose sight of it anyway.
Right.
So
that's the trouble. I think that's why very few players, Alan, let me know if you disagree, wear glasses.
Yeah, that's right. It goes above the top level of your glasses, if you
Yes.
like.
It's very difficult. My joint is probably the one that wears glasses the most.
Yeah.
Out of Detroit, Michigan, my joint, but represents Australia very, very proudly.
Time.
Well, in the mixed
Glasses are a problem with perspiration as well. You often have to take them off and wipe them, although maybe they've got some lenses now that are better.
It was something Martina Navratilova talked about, wasn't it? 'Cause she obviously needed glasses to play in, and they got a little bit misty.
Yes, Arthur Ashe used them, had to wear glasses at times.
Yeah,
too.
but nowadays probably you get LASIK and not have to worry about it. Times have changed. Max Miany in the box for Aryna Sabalenka. She added him as an additional coach last year. A player's always looking to improve. And Sabalenka has done that, hasn't she? She's got rid of the serving yips that she suffered a few years ago, and she's just hit an almighty backhand. Great shot.
Well, unfortunately for Jovic at the moment, she just can't live with the power, the pace.
She certainly has the power.
I'd be already starting to lob up a few high sort of semi-lob type balls. Just can't keep going like this, otherwise the scoreline, which is already 3-0, will start to get away from her.
When does Iva Jovic start to panic? That is the question. Bouncing the ball a few times here. Love 15, love 3. First serve is an ace. Beautifully down the tee, 165 kilometres an hour. The team looking on a little bit anxiously at this point. A little bit like Maddie Inglis versus Iga Swiatek. Against these top players, Alan, you just have to stay with them in the early stages. Once they get a little bit of breathing room, they get freer and freer and start hitting the ball harder and better.
Yes, and it's always an issue that they haven't played out here before, so it's a huge advantage for the star players. They play out here all the time on this huge stadium.
They're completely normal for Sabalenka, not so for Jovic. She hits a nice backhand. They're into a backhand rally. Jovic forced to change direction with her backhand, couldn't do anything else. Now they're into a forehand cross-court rally, and Jovic does throw a higher ball, ballooning up, and it gets the error. Alan Stone, rather than listening to Novak Djokovic, let's listen to you.
No, well, she pretty much had to there because she had to defend, but it was good that she did work out to defend, because I see a lot of the players these days, when they're pulled wide, it's so power dominant, the game, and that's how they're coached, that they still go for a big shot and make a wild error when they needed to loop it back high, which gives them time to recover back into court. The word's called defence.
Defence, attack and neutral, and you've got to learn to play from each part of it. So here we go, Jovic serving at 30-15. She's hit an ace and then got that error, beating in just her 6th major main draw. Before this year's Australian Open, she'd never surpassed the second round at a major. So this is completely new territory. She's playing a world #1 on Rod Laver Arena, one of the finest courts in the world of tennis. Is the youngest player to reach the Aussie Open quarterfinals since Nicole Vajdasova. Do you remember their talented Czech?
I do.
In 2007.
Tall, elegant player.
Very much so, but her career finished very, very early. I don't think Vajdasova loved tennis very much, but boy, was she good. Aryna Sabalenka has netted a ball from the forehand. That was under pressure. It'd be a forced error because of the depth of the Jovic shot. So Jovic, now the 29th seed out of the USA, has game points.
Yes, and hit it straight down the centre, which is not a bad idea either. I mean, these top players love to run onto the ball in each corner and produce these flashing shots.
Sabalenka works so hard, doesn't she, in that department? Her fitness is incredible. Jason Stacey, her main guy. A few people in the crowd here, Rod Laver Arena, thought that was an ace, but it has clipped the net. John Tom Blom is calling the net cords, the umpires, even though they're considerably higher than the net, but there is no net machine. It's all up to the human in the very, very cool umpire's chair. First serve is netted from Jovic, 40-15, love 3. First quarterfinal of the day began about 18 minutes ago here on Rod Laver Arena after the warm-up. And the announcement onto court. Jovic's second serve is high into the Sabalenka forehand. He's ripping forehand cross court. Sabalenka goes there again into the Jovic forehand, draws the error. Jovic into the net.
She's obviously giving Jovic's backhand a lot of respect, because she really is pinpointing the forehand. And she just smothers the ball a little bit at times off that forehand. She needs to give it a bit more height, more spin, which would get it a bit of depth as well, which she needs.
Tom Gutteridge, British coach working for the USTA, is just giving his player some words of advice, words of encouragement, and it will be to get a bit more height on that forehand. Jovic serving at 40-30, one more game point, but misses the first serve. Her first serve percentage, 45. That's unusual for Jovic, and that shows what she is feeling out here, because usually that number is in the high 60s, even low 70s, but right now she's made just 5 first serves. Second serve is deep to the Sabalenka forehand. Forehand whipped cross court from Jovic, who's now got a slice, short slice, Sabalenka into the net. What will Jovic do? She will pass, but it misses wide. Had options there. I thought the lob was a better option.
Yes, and also the little chip shot she played was the wrong shot. She had the opportunity. She had her opponent stretched out wide. She needed to chip that into the corner.
Agreed.
And assume net position and make her pass you instead of bringing her forward. So it's just...
Totally agree with you. I think it was more of a, oh no, I've got to hit the shot. It was a bit of a panic, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. She really was in a winning position in the rally.
So Deuce from 40-15 holds an 11-2 match record so far. Iva Jovic this season reached the quarterfinals, semi-finals in Auckland, I should say. Lost to the eventual champion Elina Svitolina in the win there in Auckland. Also reached the Hobart final. She was beaten by Elisabetta Cocciuretto. So second serve goes in. Too many second serve. Jovic and Sabalenka's just hammered a winning forehand. Break point.
Well, a lot of the first serves are going into the net, which usually tells you you're throwing it either low or a bit forward. She's looking into the sun, so it's a little bit tricky down from that end, but she's got to fix up that serve, because she's going to have trouble. She has to rely on the second ball against the power of Sabalenka's ground strokes.
It was the same way in Auckland. One side of the court, the players just could not see between about 11:30 and 1:30, which is the hours we're in right now. Jovic on the march forward, hits a beautiful backhand up the line. That backhand up the line is one of her best shots.
Well, benefiting from getting the first serve in there, which she needed. As you mentioned, when would she start to panic? It would have been if she lost that point. Go down 4-love.
You'd have to think about Sabalenka, that is irretrievable. I believe that when Iga Świątek wins the set 6-love, she wins the match 100% of the time. Her record now is 97-0 when she wins a set 6-love, which she did against Maddie Inglis on this court last night. Backhand from Iva Jovic's cross court. Backhand is a good recovery shot from Sabalenka, who just hits the ball as hard as ever, regardless of the situation she's in. Now Sabalenka on the move forward, hits a beautiful drop shot. Oh, just undercooked, just. It was the right shot, I think.
Yeah, so it would have won the point. She hit it exactly how she wanted to, but she was a bit unlucky and caught the tape. But she could have won it with the forehand just as well, with a huge forehand into that backhand corner. But she plays more drop shots now than she used to, so that's good that she's got a little bit more touch in her game. She doesn't have to rely on the big hitting all the time.
Yeah, she is constantly adding to her game, Sabalenka. We know about the power, but it's that little cat and mouse stuff, the transition play, the volleys. She is a major champion in the doubles court. Before she started specialising in singles, she's just hit a return off the backhand side. And Iva Jovic gets a rapturous round of applause on Rod Laver Arena because she's up and running. I don't know if you saw the Inglis-Swiatek match, but when Inglis won the first game of the second set, she celebrated like she'd won the Football World Cup.
Well, that's a huge experience for her to play in front of that crowd here in Australia. She's from Perth, but I thought she played quite well, actually, and I think she's got some chance. But Jesus, Swiatek's ruthless, isn't she? I've never seen anybody who's so driven on a tennis court as her.
Maddie Inglis's eyes were hilarious when Iga Świątek at the coin toss was doing her customary footwork around, and Inglis was trying not to laugh. She had this kind of wry smile on her face as Sabalenka's just annihilated another forehand. That is 6 winners, 4 have come on that forehand wing. But just to see Swiatek doing her little sort of quick feet and she's so intense, isn't she, once she steps on the tennis court?
Never seen anything like it, really.
I wonder if she's that way cooking.
Oh, I don't know if she cooks at all.
Things flying all over the place.
I think she'd have someone else to do the cooking for her.
She said at Wimbledon she was cooking and she was working on that. No, I don't know if this is cooking, but she was doing overnight oats, which hadn't worked very well. It's sort of cooking. Because I think you have to boil.
Or is that just heating it up or something?
Well, you have to sort of, there's a bit of the bit that goes into overnight oats. I've been trying it a while. She said it wasn't great. But I think she has a lot of spare time because, of course, tennis players, after they're finished, and the day is long, admittedly, but she's only playing singles, she's not doing mixed or doubles, so they have a day off in between, and you're going to practice, you're going to come to the gym, but other than that, you're kind of on your own, aren't you? And you're not going to be patrolling the city and having a look at the sights.
Probably on the screen all the time.
And maybe overnight oats. 40 love to Aryna Sabalenka. I love the fact that people at tournaments always ask the players, you're in Melbourne, what have you been doing? And the player's not been doing anything because they're professional tennis players.
Well, they've done it before when they've come here. They do all the sightseeing when you're not quite as good and you're out early. You've got a bit of spare time. I mean, I was very good at sightseeing when they got to Europe the first time.
You saw everything. Sabalenka's just hit a beautiful serve down the tee. She continually goes after the Jovic forehand and leads 4-1. Carry on with your...
Oh, no, well, I was like a kid in the lolly shop when I first went to Europe and playing on clay, which we don't have in Australia. It's typical European clay, which is a lovely surface to play on. And so when I got to Rome and Paris and London and all these places, I mean, I was losing early, so I just did sightseeing tours everywhere. And then as I got a little better and stayed in the tournaments a little longer, then the sightseeing I'd completed it all. So
you didn't need to do that anymore. No. You've been there, done that, essentially, and you're ready now to win tournaments. How many tournaments did you win?
Well, a few doubles, but not too many in the singles. Won a few before it became open tennis in 1968. I'd started playing overseas in 1965 when it was an amateur stroke program game. And the tournaments, they weren't as strong in those days because the standard wasn't as high. The top players had turned pro and the amateurs stopped playing at about 28, 29 because you couldn't earn enough money off, so they went back to university or to work. You had to get a job. And so mainly won doubles tournaments, which has kept me alive, really.
Yeah, you're a good doubles guy. We're doing doubles in the commentary box right here. Alan Stone, Candy Reid. Watching Iva Jovic versus Aryna Sabalenka, and Jovic has just tapped her head with her racket strings, down 1-4. It is only one break, so not the worst thing in the world, but the score, when you see this, 1-4, it always looks worse than it actually is.
Well, she did well to win a serve into the sun that last game. She picked up the serving towards the end of the game, and she gave the first serve a bit more elevation and cleared the net with it.
Got to pick up the serving, hasn't she? And Aryna Sabalenka's just let go on that forehand return. Beautiful stuff by Sabalenka. And this is where Iva Jovic is getting caught out here. Just not a massive power player. She's sort of average size for a woman, isn't she, in general terms? And just completely height and everything, strength is going the way of Sabalenka right now. Love 15. 1-4, first sets, quarterfinal on Rod Laver Arena.
Yes, I agree with you about the serve. She's got to get a bit more pace on it and a little bit more spin when she serves wide to the forehand. The motion's good, it's a nice looking serve, so it should be able to get a bit more strength in it.
And Ash Barty was a similar size, wasn't she, to Iva Jovic? Had one of the best serves ever in the women's game, so it is possible. Jovic moving out to her right for a forehand. Aryna Sabalenka's just hit a beautiful slice, and that brings the error from Jovic, who's looking a little bit annoyed, I have to say. She's right near our commentary box, going to the towel.
Well, totally wrong-footed there. So Sabalenka, she controls the points well with her power, and it's evident when they're standing, crossing the net past each other, the change of ends, the difference in the strength of the two players physically.
Yeah, it's completely different, isn't it? Sabalenka, an established veteran really now, and Iva Jovic just making her way out on the WTA Tour. First serve is into the backhand of Sabalenka, who slices and misses.
15-30.
Stands at 5'8", Jovic, 1.73 m.
That was a better serve as well. That was placement one at the point then. 169 is reasonable speed. It's not up there. I mean, Sabalenka's 189 or 190 occasionally, you know, so it's a fair bit of difference.
Jovic here at 15.30, bouncing the ball multiple times in orange with her white visor, throws the ball up, red rackets. It's down the tee to the Sabalenka forehand. Good serve, Sabalenka throwing in a backhand slice. Jovic going back into the backhand of Sabalenka. It's a beautiful cross-court from Sabalenka. Now she's on the advance.
Too strong.
And wins. She just turned that rally round in 2 shots, didn't she?
Yeah, because she was playing all right and she was well in the point. She was getting some depth on it and one just a little bit short that Sabalenka could hammer with a forehand, which draws an even shorter ball, and then she just puts it away. So she's so confident, she doesn't believe she's going to miss any shots, I don't think, and she missed too many. Just
extraordinary here from the world #1, who has won 20 consecutive tiebreakers at Grand Slam events. Won 3 here, the Australian Open, 2 against Potapova. Oh, she just missed a backhand return long, but she won't mind. That's a good miss. An acceptable miss, let's just say that. Top half of the women's draw, of course, because Sabalenka is the world #1. And the winner of this will face the winner of our match, which begins night play at 7 p.m. local time. Coco Gauff up against Alina Svitolina. Who will win that? You can put your suggestions on the AO Radio Ask the Booth form. We're into a long rally here. Deep shot from Sabalenka on the backhand. He just leans into it. You can probably hear Sabalenka, but she's netted a forehand. And Jovic will take some confidence from that. Saves the break points.
Well, it was a shot down the middle of the court, which caused her to miss it.
You like that down the middle, don't you?
Yeah. Well, it cuts out any angle that they can come up with. And, you know, when those good players run into the corner, forehand or backhand, they've got the ability. They're such good players that they can make these fantastic shots, which they can't do from the middle of the court. The options just aren't there.
So it's deuce. We're in the 6th game. Jovic lands a first serve. Oh, and she's just found the line with a net cord forehand. That was a tricky shot, handled it well.
It's difficult, and she got a bit lucky. She caught the tape with it and also the line, just on the line. So
we've got some messages coming in that we will get to very, very shortly.
A chance to get her second game on the board.
This should be put away by Sabalenka. Oh, she goes for the drop shot. Jovic gets there. She knew what was coming, and Sabalenka puts it away. That's our most fun point so far.
Sabalenka like that, but she's actually quite athletic. She got to that. I didn't think she'd reached it, but she moves well for a tall player. And played just a delicate little shot. That was the only shot she could play because the ball was bouncing so low. Just over the net, she couldn't do anything else but just pop it over, but she handled it beautifully.
Yeah, how good is that? Working with Jason Stacey, who's got written on his face, no pain, no gain. Sabalenka likes to write things, sometimes on his head, sometimes on his face. Jovic draws the error from her serve this time. Little fist clenched towards her team. She's got a point here for 2-4.
As long as he doesn't get tattoos written on him.
Well, do you mind if I write on your face? We could do that in the commentary box. So
could.
Give me motivation. What could I write, though?
Oh, you could say smarten up.
Smarten up. What are you trying to say about me, Alan? Is this about my math skills?
No, I'm talking about if you write about me.
Oh, right, I see what you're doing. We're both self-deprecating. This is good. Deuce, really good backhand return from Arina Sabalenka. And we do have some messages. I apologise, we haven't been coming to them because we've been so excited about this. A women's singles quarter-final match between Sabalenka and Iva Jovic, a first ever meeting between these two. Jovic serving back at deuce. She's been really tested here, has been broken once already, cannot afford to be broken again. She's the youngest player to reach the Aussie Open quarterfinals, as we said, since 2007. The youngest to do so without dropping a set as well, since Venus Williams in 1998. That is absolutely phenomenal. Venus Williams did participate in this year's Australian Open at the age of 45, newly married. I don't know if Venus has had her honeymoon yet, but maybe she's doing that right now. Serve from Jovic is into the body of Sabalenka. Sabalenka blasts a forehand up the line. That forehand has been sensational.
Sabalenka.
This is what happens if you go to the forehand and your shot isn't heavy enough, and Sabalenka just hammers it down the line for another winner.
We have the good fortune to be able to see where the players are serving to, and Jovic from the ad court, which is where she is now, facing a break point, has 9 times gone out wide, 5 times down the tee, and just once into the body. She's been most successful serving wide. Let's see what she does here. This is going to be crucial. First serve was going wide, but it doesn't go over the net. And that has been a big problem for Jovic. First serve has not been good enough yet. Second serve incoming. Sabalenka ready to hit it. And it's a backhand slice. And that's great work from Jovic. If she can get Sabalenka to take one hand off the backhand, she's in play. Now from the juice court, Alan Stone. Let's see where she's been most successful. She's gone out wide twice. Iva Jovic has no wins from that side.
She doesn't have enough slice on that ball, so it just goes straight to the forehand. So she's just got to improve that serve. And then all the good players have it on this surface because it accepts the spin nicely. A slice serve to the juice court.
So will she go tee? She does go tee into the backhand as Sabalenka's backhand return hits the net cord. We're into a rally, forehand cross court. Jovic changes direction. Beautiful forehand up the line winner from Jovic.
Well, that's one of the few times she's been able to play the rally on her terms, and when she does get in that position, she's got the ability to finish it off, but by and large she's been pushed around by the power of Sabalenka. Net cord helped her there though. It popped the return up and gave her the opportunity to attack. She'll take any opportunity she can get at this stage.
Now has 6 winners, Jovic, to Sabalenka's 12. 4 of those winners have come off the forehand, just 1 off the backhand. First serve is long from Jovic at 171 kilometers an hour. Jovic with 5 unforced errors to Sabalenka's 7, but Sabalenka would double the winners. That's just the way Sabalenka plays, isn't it? She's a big game player. She's not going to sit back and rally and be careful. Jovic throws in a second serve deep. It's a wonderful return from Sabalenka, who's on the move, but mishits a forehand. She's annoyed at herself. Sabalenka, Jovic holds just about the 29th seed, 2-4.
The crowd appreciating her fighting tennis. She's hanging in there and won the last 2 service games. So we've got Susan from Boston.
Hello, Susan.
I should have weighed in a week ago. I think she might win tonight. I certainly expected her to get here. All the best. Thanks for your coverage from snowy Boston.
And that is from, she's an Iva Jovic fan, I think.
I think so, yes.
Susan. Hello, Susan. And, well, Iva is fighting out hard here, very hard indeed. She's having to serve a lot. She needs to break. And chances are running out in this first set. Sabalenka serving at 4-2 in her orange, black and pinky red colour dress with her black racket, which has got a little bit of red on it. The shoes are predominantly white with a little bit of the pink ready from the dress on them. They are the laces. Iva Jovic in orange with the white visor, orange predominant on the Adidas side. And Nike have gone for multi-coloured outfits here at the Australian Open. Sabalenka has won the first point of the 7th game. Keep your emails coming. ausopen.com, email aoradio@tennis.com.au. We will fly through the emails. First serve is long from Sabalenka. She's not pleased by that call.
No, she thought that was the ace, shrugged her shoulders.
Half of the women's singles draw. Sabalenka versus Jovic to face either Kokokov or Elina Svitolina. It's coming to a conclusion now. Great return up high from Jovic on her backhand side. She stays down very low, does Iva Jovic, who's racing to hit a forehand, goes up the line. That was her only option. Slice backhand from Sabalenka, and the two-hander from Jovic is netted.
Well, she needed to play a one-handed backhand there. It was too low, and trying to hit that two-hander over the high part of the net from that low bounce was just... shows maybe that she's not confident in playing a slice, which is a one hand, and you have to have an open racket face.
something that the female players rarely do now, isn't it? It's that low, short backhand. They go with two hands.
All the time.
Swiatek, she hit a drive volley from close to the net, and the ball was below net height.
Yeah.
She hit over the ball with topspin. It was incredible how you're able to get your knees and wrists that low. You could just hit a slice. Just seems much easier to me. Then I was never the world's best, not by a long way. Great backhand cross court from Iva Jovic, hits the net tape, and it's put away by Sabalenka. That net tape working in favour of the world number one.
Yes, he didn't want to see that one pop up like that, Jovic.
Sometimes they work in your favour and other times they do not.
But she's getting away back into the match here. She's won the last 2 service games, which is good.
She's certainly made it competitive, hasn't she? Making Sabalenka sweat a little bit here. Sabalenka, an Australian Open doubles title winner with Elisa Mertens back in 21 before she stopped playing doubles, which I always thought was a shame, but that is the way it is, competing in the singles. And of course, that takes 7 matches to do so, so players preferring just to concentrate on one discipline. Serves a second serve here, Sabalenka with that high ball toss, and the serve is just a little long. So that's double fault number 2 to go with her 2 aces. Do we have another email? Just heard from Susan about her love for Sabalenka.
Yes, we do, which I'll read out shortly.
Is this in our competition?
Yes.
It's an AO radio competition. Probably been hearing about it by now. $50 Australian Open gift cards. And we want to know about your favourite Australian Open match, essentially. Which one would you want to have a front row seat to watch? Again, the result stays the same, but it's just for the excitement, the entertainment. Would it be a final or a first round match as Jovic has just slapped a forehand winner down the line?
Well, that was impressive. She might have been a slight mishit, but she took the ball early. She was inside the baseline. She does the split step and then moves forward. She's well inside the baseline to get that at the top of the bounce.
Now, Sabalenka has very rarely been going wide here on the ad court. Most of her serves are going tee or body. She does go wide, goes to Jovic backhand. It gets up on Jovic, who's now racing for a forehand cross court. Jovic back into this point. Oh, but she's missed a forehand down the line. Annoyed with herself. Give it more height, she says to herself with pointing of the finger. And Sabalenka holds to 30 this time around. 5 games to 2. First set in this women's singles quarterfinal on Rod Laver Arena. Rowley.
Well, that's the issue, I think, with the forehand. She gets over it too quickly, puts too much spin on it. She's got to raise the sights, add a bit more spin, which will cut out the net errors, and these extra spin, hopefully, keep the ball inside the court. But that's she's just going for a bit too much there, trying to do too well in those extended rallies. And we've got another one about favourite match. Hi, folks, listening to you from cold Philadelphia.
Oh, that was your brrr. It wasn't the place.
No, that was the brrr for the cold. Men's match, Roddick versus Alanawi. That ended some wild hour past midnight.
We've had that a couple of times, that one. Yeah, that's a goodie.
That was a good one. And a women's match, 2-3 women's final. One of the best finals I can remember.
That was Sabalenka versus Rybakina. First time Sabalenka won here.
Thanks for the commentary, Arvind.
Oh, thanks, Arvind.
Yeah.
And he's in cold Philadelphia. I think it's really cold there. Just a temperature update here in Melbourne. Expected to get up to 44 degrees Celsius. Ouch, it's 35 degrees Celsius. We just looked at the heat scale because a couple of days ago it went up to 5 and the play on the outside courts had to be suspended and the roofs closed on the 3 covered courts here. It's up to a 3. The maximum is 5. So the tournament organisers just keeping an eye on the heat index scale. And if it gets up any higher than 4, then we will be on watch and we will be letting you know. We will be also closing the roof here. But right now a 3. Players keeping cool. Luckily, when they go to the change of ends, as they've just done, the little roofs come over their seating area and keep them relatively cool. But now in the bright sunlight, Iva Jovic serving to stay in the first set against Aryna Sabalenka. Her first ever time on Rod Laver Arena, first ever time in a major quarterfinal. Started off a little bit slowly, Jovic, but now playing pretty well and competing nicely. Second serve from Jovic, the first serve continues to be a problem, but Sabalenka's just hit a backhand return very, very late and wide.
It's rather a wild shot from her. We're used to seeing that.
Talked about her match in press against Vicky Mboko, player she beat 1-6 in the last round, Sabalenka, and gave credit to her opponent. She said she's an amazing player. It was quite a fight. Super happy, she said, that I was able to close this in straight sets. The second set was a bit tricky. Played a brilliant tiebreaker, though, didn't she? 7 points to 1 against the young Canadian. Talked a little bit about her beautiful jewellery. She was asked about that in press and said, I love fashion questions. It's actually feeling really comfortable, she said. As I always say, it's important to make sure you have the right length so it doesn't hit your teeth. Did you ever have that problem with your earrings? That was an actual quote by Aryna Sabalenka.
Not that I can recall.
No, I'm glad about that,
Yeah,
just for
you.
your sake.
Yeah.
You don't want your earrings to hit your teeth.
No.
And your necklace. A lot of players now, Alexander Zverev is one, isn't he? He's got the Mr. T starter set. No, Mr. T from, you're looking blankly at me. Mr. T? Pin of the Fool.
Oh, the
A-team? Yeah, the A-team.
The A-team, yes. Now I'm with it. Yeah, Mr. T. Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Pin of the Fool. He had the large necklace assortment, didn't he? Well, Alexander Zverev goes for the 3 necklaces that always look like they sort of hit him in the face when he's playing forehands and backhands. But I suppose it's just normal,
Well, it
maybe.
wasn't the style when I was playing, the earrings.
The long earrings that hit your teeth and the
All
Mr.
the
Ts.
necklaces, 1, 2 or 3 of them.
We won't tell what you do have pierced. That she'll stay in the commentary box. Iva Jovic serving at 30-15. I'm making that up, everyone, by the way, just to spare Alan's blushes. Good forehand from Iva Jovic forces the error, 30-all.
So her forehand's quite good when she's got the time.
And it's 40-15. I do apologise. Carry on.
Yeah, when she's got the time, it's not too bad. It's when she's rushed that she smothers it a bit. Too keen to play a winning shot.
She's done it a few times, hasn't she, when she's gone up the line and maybe just forced to make that shot because of the pace and depth and weight of Sabalenka. 40-15 then. Second serve, Jovic just looks up into the sun, as it is tricky from the Yarra River end, not the commentary end, the right side of the chair umpire, John Tom Blom. Second serve from Iva Jovic. Tom, we're not sure his second name, but just like it. Forehand, cross-court volley, and now it goes into the Sabalenka backhand. She's up the pace, thrown in a drop shot. It's a good one. Jovic there. Oh my gosh, Sabalenka with a half-volley backhand winner.
Well, terrific get from Jovic, and you would have thought her little angle would do the job, but this shows you what world number ones, they have something extra, don't they? So this was a terrific pickup and movement from Sabalenka. I don't know how she got to this one, actually. Just a little flip of her wrist with the half volley. Amazing shot from her.
That is the best shot of this match so far. Could be right up there in the top 10 of points won here at the Australian Open. Have to put a few Carlos Alcarazes in there. He is always a wonderful spectacle, isn't he? Carlos Alcaraz playing later today against the Demon, Alex de Minaur. Alcaraz has never lost to the Australian. Will that change tonight? It is the final match on Rod Laver Arena, and it will be played after the conclusion of Coco Gauff versus Alina Svitolina. Jovic serving here at 40-30. Sabalenka throws in a massive backhand winning return.
Yes, not quite enough on it. There's a couple of little things that she needs to work on, I think, which will help her get to the next level, which I'm pretty sure she'll get there just watching her.
She's only 18.
Only 18. Imagine how good she'll be in 3 years' time.
Body hasn't fully developed.
No.
There's room for that. Sabalenka really started, didn't she? Kind of mid-20s. She started putting on a lot more muscle. Her shoulders are an absolute spectacle. We're seeing those shoulders in full flow right now, hitting a backhand. Her ball hits the net tape. Jovic coming in and will win the point.
That could help her there.
Sabalenka talked not only about her jewellery not hitting her in the teeth, but she also talked about the outfit, which we've been discussing. And she said, I've been telling you for a while to Nike that I would like to see some of the colours from the past in newest collections. They came up with these beautiful colours. I'm super happy to see that. So there we go. Sabalenka very happy with her outfit. Orange, pinky red and black. Jovic serving with an add point. And she is on the defence. Jovic is a little long from Sabalenka. And Jovic, again, delighting the crowd on Rod Laver Arena. She's got 3 games.
Well, hold 3 successive service games now, so it should start to be feeling a little bit more comfortable about that she can stay with the number 1 on the service games. The struggle for her is to try to break serve, because her serve doesn't match up the speed of the power of Sabalenka's, which she follows up with a bigger ground strokes. Pretty hard to break her serve. She has to commit an error or a double fault or 2.
Now this is going to be crucial, this first point, because when Sabalenka wins the first point as a service game, she holds 88% of the time. She's in trouble here, Sabalenka. That forehand wide off a great return. Now when Sabalenka loses the first point of her service game, as she's just done, she wins her service game 64% of the time, so not nearly as successful. So this bodes quite well, we won't go overboard, quite well for the 18-year-old from the USA. California, she is a California girl. Iva Jovic spends quite a lot of time at the beach, and she's hoping not to be there anytime soon and be playing in an Australian Open semi-final. Second point, though, is Sabalenka's.
Well, she got in the ascendancy straight away after the serve. Well placed.
Major champion, of course, Aryna Sabalenka. She knows how to get out of slight jams. 15 all. She get her first serve in play here. Throws the ball up. First serve is an ace.
That was 184, so that's big.
Roundstone seal of approval.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Beautiful. It's that nice straight left arm. I'm very keen on the left arm for right-handed tennis players and the right arm for left-handed tennis players. I think the non-racket arm is so instrumental in every shot, and particularly in the serve, where Sabalenka gets it nice and straight, pointing upwards. Great format, but just a little long this time around. Sabalenka, winner here at the Australian Open twice. She's also won the US Open twice. Final of the French Open last year. Semi-finals is the best she's managed at Wimbledon. Good second serve kicker, but return is even better from Jovic, who's in command and wins the point.
Well, gave the forehand a bit more height on that occasion and flattened it out a little as well, so a bit more penetration and forced the error.
Never won the WTA Tour finale either, Sabalenka. She's reached the final twice, including last year. Lost to Elena Rybakina in the final. I have to say, Rybakina was my favourite to win the women's.
Feather or something flying onto, drifting down onto the court.
That happened earlier today. The people with cleaners, court cleaners, were out. There were loads just in front of our booth. When I walked in, there were loads of feathers. So must be some seagulls up there nesting, I think. But talk to Mike Cain about the seagulls. Oh, a little roar of approval from the fans, because Sabalenka has missed a serve and then hit a ball behind her back. Everyone loves a little bit of trickery, don't they? Second serve, it is 30 all, 5-3. Sabalenka serving for the first set. Kick serve and a forehand miss in the net. What a great return from Iva Jovic.
Yes, well, she said she's starting to feel a bit more comfortable out there. Just got to keep away from the key things that are going to hurt her, which is any short second serve.
Ooh. Right, Jovic, Alan has a break point for the first time today, and what a time to have it. Serving to the ad side is Aryna Sabalenka, the top seed, 30-40, 5-3. First serve ace, and an extended grunt.
Well, just showing her class. Took plenty of time.
Wow, 2 aces. Goes T when she really needs it. She's been going T an awful lot from the ad side. Now here from the deuce side, she's been going equally body, wide and middle. Goes middle this time. Big forehand, Sabalenka. Will she earn herself a set point? She saved a break point. Great forehand up the line. Jovic on full retrieval mode. Really defending. Goes the wrong way. Sabalenka, set points.
Well, the world number 1 at her best there, sets the point up with a big serve. In control right from there. Punishing forehand, which gets a floating return and then hammers the next one away.
Yeah, that was superb. Cream once again rising to the top here. Sabalenka spreads her time between Miami and Dubai, coached by Anton Dubrov. Has a set point after 53 minutes. It's been a trickier set than we were thinking it might be at 3-love, with Sabalenka having broken the Iva Jovic serve. Since then, it's become a lot more competitive in the Melbourne sun. Day 10 of the Australian Open 2023 26. We're live on AO Radio around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world. Second serve from Sabalenka, kicks up on the run for backhand. Brilliant work from Iva Jovic to spread the court.
Yes, the crowd appreciating her fighting tennis and also her skill level. They were a little, I think, bit quiet at the start of the match when it got 3-love pretty quickly. They thought, oh, here we go, the world #1's going to run through this match. But they're very pleased to see that's not the case, and they're getting right behind the 18-year-old.
Rod Laver Arena, probably 9/10 full, and surprisingly, the 1/10 that isn't full is in the shade. Some fans in the heavy, heavy sun. They must be very, very sweaty. Hopefully sitting on a few towels out there, and they've brought their hats. They've slip, slop, slapped. That's the Australian motto, isn't it?
Yep.
Slip, slop, slap. We don't have to do that in United Kingdom, as you can probably imagine, quite as much. Second serve from Sabalenka, and the forehand is netted after another very aggressive return off that second serve from Iva Jovic.
Well, a bit lazy there from Sabalenka, no footwork. And her serve to the forehand hasn't worked as well as she'd like it to. I think she gets the ball toss just a little bit too far left, and it's hard to hit a slider out wide on the juice court unless you straighten the ball toss a bit, and it makes it easier to come around the side and put side of the ball and put some spin on it, some slice.
So another breakpoint opportunity. This is number 2 for Iva Jovic, who trained in the off-season for 4 weeks in Orlando, did 1 week in Boca Raton in Florida, then went home for 10 days in California. She's just missed the return a little long, Jovic, after a good serve from Sabalenka. And on those big points, Roly, Sabalenka was making first serves.
Oh, yes, yeah, and that was 178, so another big one out wide.
Jovic has very piercing blue greeny eyes, looking at her coach for a few suggestions. Will she try again? She's had 2 break points, hasn't really had a chance on either of them. Good return from Jovic off a first serve, this time from Sabalenka, who flies into a forehand. She's going to hit a short backhand here. It goes up the line, it hits the net tape. Jovic will get there, smashes it right at Sabalenka, and then hits a backhand volley winner. Wow, we've got a match on our hands.
Well, the net cord really helping Jovic there. And she had no hesitation of hitting the ball when she came forward at Sabalenka. It's a perfectly legitimate shot. I don't think the world #1 liked it too much. She fended it off. Could have hit the next one at her as well, but she didn't. I think she'll put that in her memory bank.
Oh, I think she will.
Oh, yeah.
We saw that on the doubles court. Jelena Ostapenko went full throttle at Laura Siegemund yesterday, hit the German. And I don't think there's any love lost as Sabalenka was going for another ace-T. This time it's called out by the electronic line, calling 56 minutes on the clock. Iva Jovic with a 3rd breakpoint opportunity of the match. For the first time, though, she's going to have a look at a second serve. Which way will Sabalenka go? Throws the ball up. She's going to hit a kick serve into the Jovic backhand. Oh, the ball has hit the net tape and goes back on the USA side. Back to juice.
Well, net cord helped her the last point, but didn't work for her favour there.
A centimetre away.
Yes. Would have been a tough return for Sabalenka to deal with as well.
Jovic has her mum watching, her mum from Croatia, father from Serbia. Dad has stayed at home, mum is on duty here. Can she get through here? First serve is long from Sabalenka. We are back to juice. This match has got very exciting. We were expecting a really blockbuster first women's quarterfinal. We're getting it now. Second service kick to the Jovic backhand return. Good return. Now a beautiful backhand up the line from Sabalenka, who's moving forward, puts the forehand away. Set points.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Well, no panic from Sabalenka, saving the set points, and then calmly, under solid point there, sets it up with the serve and then the forehand. You've got to have that in your arsenal, the 1-2 weapon.
Oh,
serve and forehand. She's got it. All the great players have it. You know, they're all got good backhands, but it's the serve and the forehand that they do most of the damage.
The match's serve from Sabalenka is good. Return is even better. Amazing return from Jovic. Caught it right out of the centre. Back to juice.
Well, she's starting to live a little better with the pace. She's picking a couple of the serves, which way they're going. That was 182 Ks, that serve, and she returned it as if it was a piece of cake.
Oh, piece of cake sounds nice. What's your choice on the cake department?
I'm very keen on the hummingbird cakes,
Ooh.
the sponge. Yes.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Hummingbird cake.
Oh, no, well...
We'll get to that in a minute. It's
Yep.
juice here. First serve from Aryna Sabalenka. Went out wide but missed wide. Was going to the Jovic forehand. Sabalenka's mostly been kicking the second serve up to the Jovic backhand, which is risky because Eva does like a backhand return up the line. She goes the same way, and Jovic does go down the line. Sabalenka, though, with a massive backhand. Yeah.
Well, that was a good second serve. It had a lot of work on it, kicked up high. She just couldn't get depth on the return, Jovic. And again, Sabalenka, nice and calm. Knows that her opponent is starting to get into the match, so she's calmly going to finish off this set here. No panic.
I love the Sabalenka calm. I don't think those two words have ever been put together.
I think that's an oxymoron, do you?
Oh, we've got some debris on the court. I think it's a napkin.
Yeah.
A napkin has flown on, so just a little delay here. Set point number 3 for Aryna Sabalenka. She saved 3 break points in this game. The serve is a kicker, 146, a backhand up the line. Sabalenka, cool as a cucumber, raises her fist. What a game from the world number 1. Remarkable stuff. She was really pushed there. She's hit a backhand up the line, winner on the line to secure the first set, 6-3.
Well, the match is really hotting up now after we said a shaky, not nervy, but not quite with it to start with. Couldn't live with the power of Sabalenka, but Jovic is starting to handle it now. She's not intimidated. She doesn't back away. She doesn't sort of go way behind the baseline or anything like that. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a very, very competitive second set, as we did for the last half an hour in this first set.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? So we're just looking at the numbers. 21 winners for Sabalenka, 9 for Jovic, 11 unforced errors. So Sabalenka plus 10 in the winners to unforced error category. And when she's putting numbers like that, you know Aryna Sabalenka, a 4-time major champion, is playing very, very good tennis. She also has a couple of major wins in doubles as well. So 6-3 to Sabalenka. Took her 59 minutes to complete the job. And we will get to your emails shortly. Let's have a look, Alan, while I fix the computer. If
I'm sorry about it keeps going, every time I look at it, it goes blank.
Well, is that like your wife? And you've got to explain, can you explain the hummingbird cake while I fix it?
You need to get the full recipe. You have to look it up in Google.
So what exactly is it? Is it like a vanilla sponge?
Well, I think it's passion fruit sponge.
Oh, how delicious.
With plain icing on top.
Okay, very nice. Go on.
But I like all sponges, so it doesn't just have to be that one.
Okay.
Chocolate.
It's chocolate sponge, hummingbird. But I like that. So hummingbird is passion fruit, essentially.
Yes.
That's what makes it other than just a normal sort of vanilla cake. All right, now you know. Now we know. Now I know. I like the sound of that. Right.
Don't let me touch the computer again.
Okay, well, we've got it. We've got one from Lachlan in Brisbane. And they say, does Eva Jovic playing a second-round match against Cain on Rod Laver Arena help her or give her any useful experience for this match also on Rod Laver Arena? That's a good point, because she did play Priscilla Cain. It was, I think, the last match of the night against Priscilla Cain.
Right, yes.
And it was pretty straightforward.
Yes,
I did
very
forget
easy,
about that
wasn't
one.
it? Yes, I'd forgotten about that.
So good, Lachlan. Thank you for keeping us up to date and correcting us. Eva Jovic is starting to serve here. Set 2, went into the body of Sabalenka, who blocks one back with just one hand on the racket. They're into the rally. Jovic pulled out wide. That's better from Jovic. She went with the loopy forehand, but has hit the backhand just a little late.
Well, good to see that change up from her, that high looping ball. It got a shorter reply and gave her the opportunity to go down the line, and she just overran the ball a little bit there.
Total points won, Rowley, 43 to 34 for Sabalenka. Winners to unforced errors. We told you that Sabalenka was in the plus category and in slightly more unforced errors, but way more aggressive overall than Eva Jovic, according to the numbers. Second point from Eva Jovic, serving at love 15. She's missed her first serve. She's got to get a better first serve count, you suspect, in this second set. Needs to win this opening game. In terms of 0 to 4 shot rallies, it was pretty equal in that first set, just 1 point separating them as Sabalenka hits a missed backhand return. It was when the point got to 5 to 8 shots that Sabalenka started really winning more, 14-5 in that first set.
Well, it was when her strength came to the fore, wasn't it? She was gradually getting a bit stronger and a bit more winning position with each shot. And
yes.
by the 7th or 8th shot, she was in a dominant position and then finished it off in most occasions.
Wait a second.
Then there were 5 rallies, 5 points in that first set that went more than 9 shots, and we've got more debris on the court. Good catch from the ball girl, who's getting a round of applause. That was very impressive. She's just in front. She looks about 15 or 16, and wow, she's a good athlete. Excellent catch out of the air, because once those papers sort of start in the wind, they're tricky, aren't they?
They flutter.
They flutter. That's a really good, that's perfect word for it. 5th flutter, and there's no fluttering here. It's all boom, boom, boom. And 15-30, because Iva Jovic has just missed a forehand from about the Melbourne sign. That's where we and you want more shape.
Yes, yes. She was in a defensive position, and you've got to accept that your opponent's hit a good shot, and you've got to give it credit. So therefore, you don't try to do too much with yours. You try to defend and keep yourself in the point.
So Iva Jovic in a little bit of strife here. An hour and 4 minutes gone on the Rolex. And it is 15-30, first game of set 2. Jovic, the only one that's been broken. We've got more debris on the court. John Tom Blom hasn't noticed it, though. It's just landed in the tram lines on Iva Jovic's side. So we'll leave it be, because it's not going to interfere with play. A few more extra ball bounces from Iva Jovic, but not getting anywhere near Marin Cilic. Second serve goes into the forehand. That was risky. And Sabalenka throws up a high, loopy ball, to which Jovic takes early. This one she takes out of the air and, duffs the drive volley.
Well, she hesitated.
She did.
And initially she was going to let it bounce, which she should have ended up going with that. But she decided, no, I've got to be aggressive, I've got to go in. By the time she does the drive volley, it's too low. But it's an indication that she's not all that comfortable at the net. So we haven't seen her really want to come forward. And that she made a bit of a hash of. So I think perhaps that's something the coaches will be looking at.
Yeah, Tom Gutteridge has been working with Iva on movement, strengthening her body. He said developing the intangibles, the slice drop shot and the net game. He said that's very much a work in progress. As we saw, she was very indecisive on that drive volley. And you've really got to exaggerate the hit up on a drive volley, haven't you? You need more spin on that shot. But it is generally a winning shot because it takes time away. 15-40, break points against her for Iva Jovic. Sabalenka has netted a forehand and roared with frustration.
30-40.
She is fun, isn't she, Sabalenka?
Oh, well, she's not sure I like the grunting too much, but however, I'm not sure that's fun to listen to. But I mean, she's a heck of a player. There's no doubt about that. And
she wears her heart on her sleeve.
She
you
does.
know what she's feeling.
Absolutely.
And
that's fine, actually, isn't it?
She's very human in that regard. Not a robot, the complete opposite. So Jovic still facing another break point, and she's just missed her first serve. First serve's in. Well, she has brought that number up. It's 57%, winning almost 2/3 of first serve points and just below half behind her second serve. Second serve goes into the Sabalenka backhand, good backhand cross court, and a brilliant backhand winner. Wow, that backhand is sensational. She finished off the first set with a backhand up the line winner. Now she's hit a backhand cross court winner to break Iva Jovic for the second time.
Well, it's just so difficult to deal with those shots. It's only give her half a chance, and she doesn't just play safe, Sabalenka. She goes for it. She expects to hit the winner, and most times she does. And it's very frustrating for the younger players or the lesser players. They're not used to playing at this level of intensity and speed at that backhand went. But the serve was not enough. She got 139 Ks for a first serve, and the second serve was 133. But you know, she's got to work with the coach to try to get a bit more racket head speed and get a bit more pace on the first serve, because these top players, you've got to have a weapon there. You've got to be able to get some cheap points, and they all can get it with a serve. Not all the time, but it's a weapon for them. And at the moment, it's not a weapon for Iva Jovic.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. So Aryna Sabalenka on the front foot now here, serving up a set and a break, and she looks for yet another semi-final here at the Australian Open, where she is a twice champion. What a player Aryna Sabalenka is, coming to the fore. We've got an email.
Yes, we've got one from Dennis B, who lives in Woodstock, New York.
Hi, Dennis.
Just wait till we watch this point.
First serve by Sabalenka is T. Jovic with a forehand return. And that ball was out from Sabalenka. 15-all, second game, second set.
So Dennis B says, thank you for your commentary. Look forward to it every year. Although I do miss Gigi.
Oh, Gigi. Well,
anyway,
she's
question.
doing some BBC, I think.
Yes. When a player gets a let on the first serve, is the serve clock reset back to 0 for the replay of the first serve, or is the clock completely stopped from then on?
What's the answer, Alan?
Well, I think it's stopped, isn't it?
So the question is, when a player gets a let on her first serve, is the serve clock reset?
No.
So it just continues.
It just gets another ball and serves it.
Yeah, there's no shot clock at that point. No. So a player can essentially bounce the ball 500 times if they want to.
Yes.
They don't, because that would be bad etiquette, but they could. We're into a rally here. It is 30-15 for the top seed who's missed. And a negative reaction from Sabalenka immediately, but she'll get over it. I think it's 16 seconds, Rolly. I was listening to a psychologist on negative emotion. And if you have a negative emotion that lasts longer than 16 seconds, it sets in your brain and makes things worse. So you've got to get rid of that negative emotion quite quickly. Something that Novak Djokovic talked about in that wonderful interview you did with John Wertheim. Talking about, you get frustrated, you roar, get it out, and then move on quickly. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
30-all. Sabalenka hits a backhand. Jovic, her ball hits the net tape, gives Sabalenka a little bit more time. Sabalenka with the slice backhand stays very low. Jovic coming forward, but nets the forehand, didn't stay low.
Well, she just doesn't have a slice there. That was just too low to try to hit a topspin ball. It's just, how are you going to get it up and over the net and down into the court? So that one needed to be a little slice. So she's got to add a couple of little nuances to her game, which she will with time. Because the basics are there.
Basics are very much there, but yeah, Iva Jovic has been caught a few times, hasn't she, on those intangibles that Tom Gutteridge was talking about, not really having the instinct to go with the right shot, making life a little harder for herself. 40-30, Sabalenka with a first serve, ace, job done. How many times does she do that on a big point? It's 5 aces, 2 double faults, and a 2-love second set lead.
Well, it's just such a stark contrast, the serves of the two players really in this match. Which is, she can place it quite nicely, but it's basically just putting the ball into play. And she relies on her speed and her terrific ground strokes and her intuition on the court, whereas Sabalenka, it's a weapon.
Massive weapon. Sabalenka winning 21 out of 26 points when she lands a first serve. 44% won behind a second serve, so 8 of 18. But it's the first serve that has done the damage today. Iva Jovic serving. This is now a must-hold for her in this first women's singles quarterfinal on Rod Laver Arena. We've got an action-packed day. Next up will be Alexander Zverev up against Lerner Tien. And Tien has already beaten Zverev. One of 6 top 10 victories that the 20-year-old USA from California, in fact, Lerner Tien has enjoyed. Then the night match, 7 p.m. local time, Coco Gauff against Alina Svitolina. And following that, the big one, Carlos Alcaraz up against Alex de Minaur. And Rolly, we were talking about that before this match began, and we're both giving de Minaur a good chance, despite the fact that he's never beaten Carlos.
Well, maybe tonight's the night. Certainly making all the confident moves and comments about his chances.
He will cause some trouble whether he'll win. There's another chance that Iva Jovic was pulled out wide, could have thrown in the slice, refused to do so and gets past.
Well, she also could have volleyed the ball. She was moving forward, and had she accelerated just a little faster, she could have turned that into a volley, but she's just a little hesitant in her net play.
We've got a heat rule in place now. We're keeping an eye on the index because it's getting hotter and hotter. So the scale has just reached 4. And as a reminder, we've got a heat stress scale which goes up to 5. Iva Jovic landed her first serve. Beautiful forehand up the line. That was scorching. But it's a heat stress scale of 5. Once we get to 5, we will have a suspension of play. It's extended break right now. If this match goes to a third set, we will have an extended break anyway. Given the heat, the players can have about 10 minutes in between the sets. I'm sure they'd both leave the court just to cool off a bit, but it's a long way from happening. Jovic serving now at 15-30, love 2 in the second set. It's going to be some comeback if she can come back from this. Forehand from Jovic is up the line, and Sabalenka, with no angle to play with, overhits.
She's just walking near our commentary booth and she's annoyed with herself. I mean, I like to see that. I mean, she's not showing any signs of temperament, but she wants to win every point. She's desperate to produce as good a shot as she can, and when she just misses one, she can't believe it, and she's so annoyed with herself. How did I miss that?
There's no real pressure on her either. Jovic serves to the forehand of Sabalenka, had a little slice on it, but not accurate enough. Sabalenka's up to the net, hits a beautiful little half volley winner.
Yeah.
She's done that a couple of times today.
Yeah, well, that's showing her class, really. She's could have easily messed that shot up because of a good dipping return at her as she came forward. But showing she's got good hands. That's the second time she's played a lovely little half volley like that.
So danger moments here for Iva Jovic. Just seeing a replay of that beautiful little half volley from Sabalenka. She's done one off the backhand side, one off the forehand side. Her whole team on their feet enjoying that one. And it is a breakpoint opportunity for the world number 1, Jovic. Oh, this could be trouble. She has just missed a first serve. Which into the quarterfinals of a major championship for the very first time in just her 6th major. Aryna Sabalenka has played 31. Won this title twice before. Big forehand ripper off the return. Forces the error, and this is big trouble now for the 29th seed from the USA. Aryna Sabalenka has just broken again. That is 3 breaks for Sabalenka, none against 3 love in the second set.
3 games to love.
Right, we're going to have a commentary change because our man Mike Cain and Courtney Walsh are standing by. So it's goodbye from Alan Stone and me, Candy Reid. For now, enjoy the rest of the tennis on AO Radio. Mike and Courtney will be back in a minute and a half.
News, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
And welcome back into Rod Laver Arena with Aryna Sabalenka serving here 6-3-3 love. Far side, serve good. Jovic forehand through the middle. Sabalenka forehand to a Jovic backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand just clears the net. She gets another backhand, but the Jovic backhand had missed long. Mike Cain, Courtney Walsh joining you right into it. We don't waste any time out here.
Well, when it's a pivotal moment in what's a significant match in this Australian Open, Mike, absolutely. And Sabalenka does look like she's got her foot to the floor. The experience coming through.
I'm going to say I don't know that it's a pivotal moment anymore. With the
you think it's
two-break
passed.
lead, yes. I think it is passed now. Serve is good. Jovic with a big forehand. She's now going to get a short backhand, goes up the line, running forehand. Sabalenka good for a winner, and it's 30 love.
Wow, she just read that backhand down the line there from the young American, was able to whip up through the ball. Beautiful cross-court pass.
Yeah, so in the last couple minutes, Courtney, it's gone from 4.0 to 4.3 on the heat stress scale. That's in the last 5 minutes. So we are rapidly approaching that level of 5.0, which shuts down our outer courts and closes the roof here on Rod Laver Arena.
And that's just from me just walking through Garden Square. That's the impact that I have on Melbourne Park and its surrounds with my Move shirt. It just sort of lifted the stress a little bit more. Oh, that guy's here on site out on the leash.
I don't know that there's, I didn't know that there was anybody with more confidence in themselves than Nick Kyrgios, but apparently we have found one in Courtney Walsh here today. Another forehand winner for Aryna Sabalenka to 40 love. I respect it. I respect the confidence.
It was more self-deprecating humor. I was being sarcastic there, saying that...
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think so. I think it was legitimate. But that's for me to say about you, not you. Serve T, forehand Jovic. Sabalenka run around forehand, inside in, pulls the trigger, and is rewarded with another forehand winner. 4-love has really turned on the juice here in this second set, hasn't she?
Just some magnificent ball striking. Look, this is the best I think I've seen her play this tournament, Mike. Have had the fortune of watching her in a couple of earlier matches, but to be able to raise the stakes, understandably, given how difficult it is. When we're talking, it's not yet triggered the complete roof closure, etc. But it is exceptionally warm outside. It really is brutal. It's just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Melbourne. The peak is not expected for about another 4 hours, but it's brutal. It's really hard out there at the moment.
Yeah, and again, I apologize all too often for being an American and not having the greatest education system to learn Celsius and the likes, but it is triple digits for me right now, 100 degrees. Obviously miserable conditions.
Yeah, and there is something about the sun here that it's actually quite brutal. I know it's a weird thing to try and put into words because it is a gut feeling. You try and explain these things, but it does seem like it's got extra sting, doesn't it?
15 all here in the Jovic service game. I mean, an incredible performance for her. Really just, 1 full year now inside the top 100, and it's not even really a full year for her inside the top 100, but to get to this point, I mean, it's somewhat of a similar run to Lerner Tien, right? Both coming in as right around that 30 mark or so, and both making some pretty big, dramatic runs through this to our quarterfinals.
And the thing with both of them, Mike, and you will have seen them a lot more than what I have, given your extensive coverage through the US. I look at the results. I catch glimpses on live streams on that occasionally, and clearly having gone to the slams sort of regularly, you keep an eye on who's coming through.
Right.
But these two, it just seems it's sustainable.
Yes, agreed.
In fact, sustainable, and I believe they've got far higher levels ahead of them as well.
Yeah, the one question, obviously, anytime you see a young player is, which just gets it to 30-15 after a missed backhand from Sabalenka, and I'm just getting a good look at the jewelry. The necklace she has on is bright.
I was going to say it's got some power to it.
It does. But listen, you never know how the bodies are going to hold up. You never know how that second year on tour, how that affects them. It can often be a really challenging one. Jovic serving from the near side, serve good. Sabalenka forehand to a Jovic forehand cross. Sabalenka forehand cross. Great angle, squash shot from Jovic is into the net, and it's 30 all. You just don't ever know.
No, there are no guarantees in sport, and particularly in tennis, because it is such a brutal thing. And young players have to learn how to deal with being scrutinised.
Yep.
The additional scrutiny that comes on them, and that's not from necessarily not just from the media sort of circles. It's actually that one is probably the least they have to deal with. It's the fact that the opposition coaches and players get an idea on how to play them. They focus in. They lock in on what might be potential weaknesses. So often it can be a step back before they go forward again.
Jovic in behind a forehand, puts away a volley. No, she doesn't. Sabalenka reads it perfectly. Backhand punched up the line. And another great chance here for Aryna Sabalenka, who is 3 of 8 on the day.
And there's other factors as play as well. Champions like Aryna Sabalenka will know and identify young threats coming through.
Yep.
Roger Federer used to do it a lot.
Yes.
Identify them and want to make a statement.
Correct.
Anything, okay, this young American has got great talent. I want to try and send her the type of message to say, hey, this is how far you've got to go, even create uncertainty.
Correct.
Not being cruel. It's a business out there for them as well. It's they're trying to protect their own territory.
Serve for Jovic on this break point off the net and wide. Yeah, you've got to really make sure that there is doubt in the mind of the upcoming challengers. There's no question. Second serve here for Jovic, who is Serving good percentage, but only winning 41% of her seconds, and she misses that one. It's a double fault, and to the dismay of this crowd, it is 5-love, and that is not because they don't like Aryna Sabalenka. It's just that they would like to see some more high-level tennis. It feels like the roof might be closing here any moment. It looks like it's partially closed.
Certainly, the shadow. You can often judge by the shadow on the court and where it is, Mike, in terms of how far they've got this close. And clearly the sun position has an impact. Listen to us meteorological experts, astrophysicists.
But yeah, so what they've done is they've closed it partially to help protect the fans.
Yes.
The entirety of the court is still in sun, so it's fair to both sides. But they've just closed it enough so that, you know, both end zones, if you will, are covered in complete shade. Is the way they've done it here today. But yeah, again, with the heat stress, we're going to be at 4.3 right now. Once it gets to 5, we will shut this. We'll have a little bit of a delay. Had this gone to a third set, obviously, we would have had a 10-minute delay.
Absolutely. And look, this is all for player welfare as well as fan welfare. There is a lot of factors at play here. It's not just the two combatants on court. Lots of people there. The officials out there on the court, the ball kids. There's a lot clearly that you have to take into account here on brutal days. What I can guarantee, Mike, or not guarantee, but I would say with a fair degree of positivity, at some stage, one of the local newspaper journalists will head outside at the instruction of their editor, find an outside court, crack an egg, and see how long it takes to fry on the court.
It's just so dumb.
It's cliched, and it happens every time.
It's so bad. All right, second serve here for Sabalenka. Serving at 5-love from the near side. Serve a little bit long, double fault for her. Just her third of the day. Obviously, that was such a problem early in her career. You always just kind of have those little PTSD for her anytime you see that. She's shaking out her shoulder right now to loosen it up, get the biomechanics where they need to be. Try this again. Love 15, though, in this 5-love service game. Serve wide. She's going to get a forehand, goes loopy through the middle. Jovic forehand cross. Sabalenka squash shot lands good. Jovic forehand is into the net, just didn't get her weight behind it. 15. And it's 15 all.
And this is another experience for her as well. Yeah, this is the biggest stage that Jovic has played on, up against a champion in exceptionally hot conditions. You'll take a lot from this. There's a lot of conflicting factors to suggest that this was always going to be a really hard task, even for someone as talented and as promising as what she is.
15 all in this 5-love service game against 6-3 in the first set, going the way of Sabalenka, who is pushed at the very end. Gets a backhand, goes slice to a Jovic backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand cross. Jovic backhand up the line. Perfect. With a good meter from the sideline as well for 15-30.
Beautiful movement across court then. She saw the Sabalenka backhand. It was the pattern that was logical. She moved into it nicely. What I loved, just how low she got with that right knee then, Mike. She really leant into that, used the pace from Sabalenka. Perfect redirection up the line.
Yeah, just trying to make sure she represents herself well as we are in the final stages of this match, it appears. Serve, T, just wide.
Extended cry there from Sabalenka, Mike.
She has, I think this is her default status, but she's been very much on edge. Just kind of that she has to play on an edge, I think, is when she's at her best. Second serve. Jovic, big forehand up the line. And annoyed Aryna Sabalenka as Jovic has 2 break chances. She's 0 for 3 on the day. The end of that first set was where really everything was kind of decided, right? As Aryna getting off to that great start. Jovic having chances late, not able to convert, and just kind of rolling from there. But, you know, a little glimpse here.
That second serve got what it deserved. 133, short in the box, and then in the middle, crunched.
Serve, body. Jovic forehand misses just long, trying to go right through the middle and into the feet of Sabalenka.
Now, Mike, she doesn't look... You talk about being on edge. The dual champion here doesn't look particularly happy despite the fact that she's leading a set in 5-love. It could be the stress of being out there on the court.
There is that. I mean, even though we haven't hit 5, as we mentioned, the temperatures are extreme right now. 30-40, she pulls down her toss. We'll try this again. Takes a look, makes sure her opponent is in the right position. She is. 30-40. First serve for Aryna Sabalenka. It's Good up the tee. Not only good, it's great. It's an ace. Number 6 on the day for Sabalenka. 2 points away now.
179 kilometres down the tee, just clips the back of the service line. We see a replay here, a graphical replay, and the crowd, the oohs and the ahs, they're very much engaged in this. There's still quite a few sitting, braving the heat.
Yes, that will likely change for our next match, likely. Serve out wide, Jovic forehand, all good off the baseline. Now Jovic with a forehand that missed into the net, inside out forehand from the middle of the court, and we've arrived at match point.
And just some disappointment there from Jovic. She had the window, it clips the tape. It had a little look, I think. It definitely, definitely had a little look to get over. She would love to get on the board here. She'd love to be able to extend this, but faces a match point.
Sabalenka again is on the near side right now. So look, now ready. The toss is up. The serve out wide is an ace. What a way to finish with a bagel for Arena Sabalenka. Cruise control through that second and back into the semifinals. 6-3, 6-love over Iva Jovic. It's a 4th straight semifinal here at the Australian Open.
A statement made, Mike. As she walks back out onto the court, she blows kisses to the crowd. A lot of support here, understandably. When you start winning in Melbourne, you get the fan base behind you, and people are off their feet giving her a round of applause. I thought she played particularly well. Certainly, the statistical sheet suggests that in terms of far more winners. I think 31 or so for the match versus the 17 unforced errors against a really talented young player who is just leaving the court. She's getting a round of applause as well here, Jovic. She'll learn from that.
A smirk on her face. She is not thrilled. You know, it happens, right? You certainly go through those moments where you have such hopes, high expectations, when you're humbled by one of the best champions in our sport. That is, it's a hard moment. So right now we're seeing her walk off the court in a little bit of disgust. Probably not happy with her performance, but certainly eventually we'll get to that point where she is happy with this week.
And we just seen her walking down the corridor of champions here, and having just been dealt a significant loss, a 3-love, she walked straight past 2 big beaming pictures of Arena Sabalenka smiling at her. So it was a nice exchange at the net. It wasn't overly, there wasn't the big embrace, but there was certainly respect in the arena. They both looked each other in the eye. There was an extended thing and a little chat as they walked off. She'll be back here, but this occasion, she's been so strong through the summer, making that final in Hobart as Arena's delivering the towels to the crowd. Made the final in Hobart, a quarterfinal here. It is a superb start to the season for a woman who is still a teenager.
So let's hear from Arena Sabalenka with Jelena Dokic.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have to look after you. Much better. Arena, congratulations. Tough match against an 18-year-old, up-and-coming, a teenager in the quarterfinals, but you've played phenomenal tennis out here. Did it feel like that?
Yeah, this teenager's testing me in the last couple of rounds, but incredible player. It was a tough match. Don't look at the score, it wasn't easy at all. She played incredible tennis, pushed me to like one step better level, and I'm super happy with the win. It was a tough battle.
This is your 4th year in a row you're making the semi-finals here. Of course, you won 2 of the last 3. Come on, what is it? Why do you play so well here?
That's obvious. It's all because of you guys. You bring. Bring the best atmosphere, and every time I'm playing out here, I know that you're gonna bring the vibe, and I will really enjoy every moment out here. And thank you for your support throughout these years, and I hope to get more and more support each time I'm competing out here.
It's hot, you've had enough tennis, so I don't want to talk about tennis anymore. I have something else. I was doing my research today, for the match and just in general, I realized something. You're world number one, and so is Carlos Alcaraz. You are reigning US Open champions. You also haven't lost a set on the way to the quarterfinals, but you also share something else. Birthdays, same day on the 5th of May. So I have a question, and I think we should make this a tradition. I think you should exchange gifts. And if you did, what would you gift Carlos, and what would you like to get from him? Because I know you love your diamonds. Just putting it out there.
Can you leave? No. What would I give him? I would offer him a TikTok dance probably, and I would like to receive yes as an answer. I mean, I don't know what else.
Yes to what?
To TikTok.
To do a dance. Okay, so we have to get Carlos to dance.
Yeah, last year I forced him to do it, so I feel like I can do it again.
Okay, we'll get it out there. Carlos, get your dancing shoes out. Okay. Last one, you're dazzling us with your tennis. There's something else that's dazzling. I mean, I'm going blind here. Your diamonds everywhere. So I want to help you as you go further in this tournament. It's hot. You need to recover well. It looks heavy. I think you should give it to me so that I look after it.
For you, anything, my dear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do I want to know how much this costs?
A lot.
Wait.
No, but get rid of this one.
Get rid of this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you help me?
Sure.
Can I just ask? I don't want to know how much it costs, but do we have insurance?
I'm pretty sure we do.
You trust me this much?
Yeah, I know you're gonna give it back to me. Wait, oh my God. Oh.
Nice. It's perfect, huh? What about the coloring, huh? Nice? Okay.
Yeah, so I'll get it back tomorrow.
You trust me that much? I'll give it to you straight after. I can't. I can't.
A lot of money.
It's a lot of money? No, I'll see you after the match, and we will see you in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Arena Sabalenka.
Getting a full comedy routine. I mean, we're Laurel and Hardy over here.
They were back and forth. Yelena, former world number 4, a semi-finalist. She was a prodigious player. Yep. She has a nice repartee with some of the top women players.
Sabalenka is signing on the camera right now, a smiley face with a little signature as well, the tiger claw as well. So we're getting a whole thing from Arena Sabalenka. Wasn't exactly a laugher out there, but she's laughing afterwards.
Yes, it was difficult. It was testing. I think she'll be very happy to get off court, having played so well for the extended period from late in the first set through to the conclusion of that match. Some of the timing of her forehands in that second set, Mike, well, for mine, that suggests she's right on song. She gets a good, hard workout.
Yes.
But she also now has a couple of days to properly recover for the semi-final. It's, I think she'll be very pleased with that once she sits back and takes a moment to reflect on what happened. But there's no moment to reflect at the moment because she's very, very busily signing all manner of hats, tennis balls, you name it out there, she's doing it.
Yes, and listen, she's been on the charm offensive over the last couple of years, which I think has just been so fantastic to kind of see her personality shine just a little bit more. And certainly you right now have just about 20 kids who have hats, balls, and things on a string hanging down from the seats here at Rod Laver Arena, and just trying to get Arena herself to sign everything. So here's what we're going to do. We've got a 1:30 not before time for the next match, Lerner Tien and Alexander Zverev. That's about 10 minutes from now. So we're going to take a short break and then come back and kind of walk you through where we are with the heat and also that heat policy that Tennis Australia has in place. You're listening to AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Mike Cain, Courtney Walsh joining you here inside Rod Laver Arena, and it is a closed Rod Laver Arena. At this exact moment, the heat stress scale's 4.7. Now, that might be something that, you don't know exactly what goes into that, right? And we can tell you, obviously, at 4, that's when you start having those extended breaks that we've been talking about in between the second and third set for the women, third and fourth for the men. But once we get to 5, all the play stops on our outer courts and the roof closes on all of the stadiums with a roof. But what we can do is actually, we were able to have a chat with Dr. Carolyn Broderick, the Chief Medical Officer for Tennis Australia, our own Ethan Wright. Chat with her to explain this heat policy.
Summer in Melbourne obviously always brings the heat. What are the Australian Open's heat protocols this year, and how do they impact play?
I think heat is something that we've worked on for a number of years, and I first started in this role in the end of 2017. 2018 was my first Australian Open. It was very hot, and I thought to protect the health of our players and also not to unnecessarily cancel competition, that we needed to have a good evidence-based heat policy that was based on good science. And so as a result of that, I collaborated with Professor Ollie J and his team at the University of Sydney, who are world experts in thermal physiology, and developed a model which I'm so proud of. I think it's sport-specific, which is the real key. We measure all the environmental parameters on site, so we measure the factors that make up heat stress, which is air temperature in the shade, radiant heat, which is really the heat of the sun, but also reflected heat from the court, wind speed and humidity. So they're the 4 environmental things that we measure on site, on our stadia court and on our outside court. But I think the really unique aspect of the Australian Open heat stress scale is the fact that it also incorporates tennis-specific things, and that is the average metabolic heat production in a tennis player. So heat doesn't just come from the environment, it comes from internally as well. And it also takes into account the clothes that they wear and the evaporative resistance of the clothes. So in order to lose heat, the main mechanism in this hot, dry conditions is to evaporate sweat. And if you've got clothes that impede the evaporation of sweat, then that will impact your heat stress. So what the heat stress scale looks at is really the risk of exertional heat illness in a tennis player, and we have various thresholds at which we intervene with the aim of hopefully not needing to suspend competition very often. So when the heat stress scale hits 3, we have additional cooling measures on court, which is ice towels, wet towels. When it hits 4, we have a cooling break between sets. And in women's tennis, it's between the second and third set, and men's, it's between the third and fourth set. And so the cooling break allows not just the reduction of metabolic heat production because you're resting, but it also enables us to put on cooling strategies. And then in extreme examples, when the heat stress scale hits 5, we suspend all play on outdoor courts and we close the roof of our stadia courts, and we have the luxury of being able to do that so the tennis can continue.
And that's exactly where we are right now. Not only is Rod Laver Arena now closed, Margaret Court Arena is also now closed. The statement from the tournament is They're expecting that the conditions, that heat stress scale, will hit 5 by the commencement of the match here on Rod Laver Arena between Tien and Zverev. So they made the decision to close the roof preemptively so that there wouldn't be a delay in warm-ups or delay the start of play.
And it absolutely makes sense, and we know what the forecast says. We know the forecast, not always absolutely spot on, but I've got to say, getting better and better and better. Pretty much, you can be sure that we're going to get to that really difficult testing peak out there today.
And I got a lot of DMs on Instagram and things of people just basically saying, why don't they just close the roof at the beginning of the day knowing it? And I think that's a fair question, but I think that shows a lot of fans just kind of focus, understandably, on the singles play. You try to make it equitable across all courts, right? And that's the thing. It's not just the men's and women's singles. It's doubles. It's mixed doubles. We've got the wheelchair event. We've got the juniors events. And even though those don't have the same high profile, you want the conditions to be the same for all of those players. And so as a result, you don't close the roof until those courts become unplayable. And it just is one of those things that I know our fans don't think about too much, but it's important.
And it is a Grand Slam tournament that is played outdoors.
Yes.
Now, yes, there are exceptions. The modern age has enabled these couple of fabulous roofs here at Melbourne Park, but it is still an outdoor hard court tournament.
And that does change the trajectory of a match. It can. I mean, I'm thinking about this one in particular. Alexander Zverev, he's the one with the bigger serve of the two. It does have more of an impact. With the roof being closed, his serve will have more bite. It might be 1 or 2 percentage points, but it absolutely has more of an impact.
And just the precision, no longer looking into the sun, for example. It was a little windy when I was walking in earlier today, and wondering why the hell I was walking in, Mike. I was wondering what I was doing there. But no, it does have an impact in terms of the precision, what you're looking at, etc. So it should aid in terms of things like the serve, but some players like to use the wind. It can disrupt the rhythm. It can, so if someone like Tien, who is so capable of unsettling the rhythm of rivals, I think he would have probably preferred a little bit of the elements to come into play.
Yes, and he's from Southern California where it can get warmer, but not like this all that often. I think he'd have been fine with it, but also I don't think he actually wants to do it. It's just not fun.
No, and what it puts the body through is extremely testing. It's to think at this level to be able to play with the purpose and the intensity that they manage, it would be brutal. We know they are super conditioned. They are remarkable athletes and exceptionally fit, but it's still very, very, very difficult on the body.
I also want to make sure we give credit to the ATP and the WTA tours. They are working towards making sure that they have proper heat conditions taken care of on tour all year long. This is going to be an ongoing problem, Courtney. Over the next 10, 20 years, we have to have continuous solutions because it's not just for the players. As you mentioned a little while ago, we also have to think about the fans. It is not something we always love to discuss, but the broadcast television rights also factor in. You want to make sure that it's in prime time in certain markets, and if the heat causes that problem when you have to push to later in the day, that affects those contracts as well. So it's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it, is I think what we're saying.
Absolutely. And then you just continue on down that path, and sponsors, so forth. They want the premium product. They want people to be enjoying themselves, not being suffering through it. So no, look, it's very fortunate at Melbourne Park that they have got a couple of good stadiums with roofs, and it's similar now. You see that around the other Grand Slams. Clearly future-proofing in that regard.
No doubt.
And obviously rain is a factor as well. No doubt. Not that rain's been an impact, not had an impact here, aside from one massive burst just before the tournament started from memory.
We had one night session that got interrupted by about 15 minutes of hard rain. Was that Tuesday, Wednesday?
That's right. Every day tends to merge into one because that's the nature of Grand Slam tennis. You leave early in the morning and you're back on site later that morning, and play continues. It continues on.
What else continues on is, of course, our emails. We can, of course, get to us at the Ask the Booth form on ossopen.com or an email at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We're also in the midst of our second week competition, Courtney, where we can give you the opportunity to get front row seats to the any Australian Open match in history, and we want to know which match would you choose and why. We've been getting so many great entries, and of course, don't forget you can win a $50 gift card to the AO shop. And yeah, just tons of emails that came in through the last match, that quarterfinal between Sabalenka and Jovic.
Let's rattle through a few right now,
Why
shall
not?
we, Mike?
Yeah.
And this is one I'm going to put you on the spot straight away. Well, more to the point,
oh boy,
Dennis from Woodstock in New York.
Okay. They had a concert there once.
I think so.
Twice,
some sort of
actually.
famous cultural institutional
Second
influence.
one wasn't great.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you for the commentary. Look forward to it every year. Question. When a player gets a let on the first serve, is the serve clock reset back to 0 for the replay of the first serve? Or is the clock completely stopped from then on? And he says he misses Gigi, who I think is, broadcasting for the BBC. So that's she has other commitments this year.
She's doing very well for herself right now, and hard work.
Yes, no doubt.
I think we all miss Gigi.
Clock reset. Completely stopped after a let.
Yep.
Mike, what are you thinking there?
Yeah, completely shuts down. As soon as the service motions, it's not like it's one thing if a player were to then suddenly just take another 30 seconds, I think the chair would say something, but I've never seen that happen. It just is off as soon as that first serve is struck, let, and then you just go.
This one is for our last hosts, and I like it.
Oh boy, okay.
HC in the US. Alan, keep the stone rolling. So we know that we call Alan Stone the spirit of tennis. Rolling Stone. Please try to keep Candy humble. A reminder, it was great to finish what you started. There you go.
He's a legend, that man.
Yes.
It's just so, every year it's just so much fun to just get to sit and listen to some of his stories.
He is a legend and also genuinely a lovely, lovely man. Lolly has written from New York. Great to get so many messages from the US. When there is a double fault, why don't commentators call that a free point? As a double fault really is a true free point for the players receiving. I'd love to hear what you think. Well, it's a logical point that you make, and
I'm not going to say it, but it's a great point.
Yeah,
I can't rewire my brain at this stage in my life.
Free point. That's a fair point. Glenn from Olympia. I think that is.
That's Washington. Olympia, Washington, in the northwest part of the States.
Glad you broadcast the early matches as one of the host broadcasters in the US. Doesn't manage to do so. Pleasure to be here and great to always involve, particularly with matches involving the Americans. It's good to be able to provide coverage around the grounds. Wow, we're just getting through this. We have a message here from. Well, Beth, we'll pass these messages on to Alan Stone.
Okay.
But loving the analysis. Thank you, Beth from Christchurch in New Zealand. Maggie from the Florida. You guys are amazing. Thanks for the fun and informative coverage. Went to the AO last year. Long way to come from Florida, but great to have had you here. And she said it's incredible. It really is an incredible event, incredible tournament. Anthony from Attica in New York. Talks about some of the political sort of coverage. Look, that's been a situation in terms of flags. It's been common around for a couple of years, and where that goes, we'll see in what's to come.
It's a fair question. I mean,
yes,
there are wars around the world, and why certain areas get penalized, if you will, in that regard. It's a fair question. That's one that Courtney and I just. It's way above our pay grade for that to be discussed.
Certainly in this booth at the moment. Kristen from Connecticut. A match contest result. She would have loved to have been front row for Rafael Nadal versus Daniil Medvedev. Rafa won his last Australian Open in 2022. And what a position he found himself in to be able to find a way out of that.
That's a great answer.
Magnificent. So, great work. Mayank from Delaware, 20 minutes south of Philadelphia, and it is frigid. A little opposite to what it is here. 1 foot of snow yesterday, now every day this week. The temps will be -5 with a low down to -16. Favourite match ever would be to go back to the 2018 men's final and see Federer beat Cilic. Just graduated from University of Delaware and travelled worldwide. Had watched the French Wimbledon, the US Open, and Oz Open in 2018 in its entirety. So that Oz Open final was very special. That's a great tennis tour that you did. Fantastic to see.
Have you given your answer yet?
The one that I would go back to. I mean, I was here, Mike, 2012 Australian Open final. Novak Djokovic versus Rafael Nadal.
Okay.
And I was sitting And as that match went on, and I'm a newspaper journalist by trade, the deadline was getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yep.
And so such was the significance of that match.
Yep.
Decision was made to hold the paper, and by that means you shut the presses.
Yeah.
It's going on the front page of our national broadsheet at the time.
Yeah.
But that means there's a lot of pressure because effectively you were filing stories for both the front of the paper and the back of the paper within around a minute of that match finishing.
Yeah.
Because every minute that went on cost thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, right.
And so that one...
That's fascinating.
That one I left, I think I left halfway through the fourth set, left the stadium to be back downstairs, just pumping away different versions going on. Stress pouring down, the sweat pouring down my forehead and face. Whew. That one I'd love to go back and actually just watch with a little more serenity. Not that I imagine would have been that serene deep in the fifth set from the seat that I'd occupied for the first 4.5 sets.
I bet. As you can hear from the music in the background, we are close now. Alexander Zverev and Lerner Tien are walking through this Hall of Champions here. Zverev is leading the way right now. Lerner Tien right behind him. Both guys are Adidas players, so the exact same white top for the two of them as we see it. Both of them, of course, would have known that we have this roof closed at this stage, as we have hit 5 on the heat scale. So that means the outer courts right now are indeed paused until probably much later tonight. And that does affect, you've got some mixed, you've got some boys and girls, junior singles and doubles. So it does allow, as a result, all of the focus to be inside Rod Laver Arena. The first person to exit towards his tunnel is Alexander Zverev. Lerner Tien will be going to the far side, it appears. And now let's meet our players. They come from their 2 separate entrances. Just about ready to do battle. Interesting to see Zverev has the headphones around his neck so that he can kind of hear the applause.
Perhaps take part. We talk about the Corridor of Champions often, and if you've had a chance to glimpse any of the, I suppose, the broadcast television at some stage, you'll see the corridor is quite tight. They walk through past every, all the champions of the modern era, all those who have won in Melbourne Park. Zverev with 2 bags, a bag on either shoulder, either hip. He had to navigate. He had to swivel his hips a little bit. Perhaps part of his warm-up routine, Mike, to try and get the body going. Whereas Lerner Tien had the traditional racket bag on his back and just 1 bag on the side. A smoother progression onto the court.
Lerner is efficient in so many different ways, and yeah, that extends here to what he's bringing onto the court. He's got 4 water bottles out there. He's going white on white with an orange cap. We call it tangerine maybe, and tangerine socks. Zverev, white top, black shorts. That same color tangerine headband, white socks, white shoes. And our coin toss.
So we have Rogan here to help us with our
Rogan,
toss.
who's maybe 3 or 4.
He's giving the handshakes and high fives
from me. Of course, the blocks in the corners for the towel, red, blue on this side, white on this side. Other than that, video review, just ask me if there's something you want to check. Any questions? Now, Rogan, do you remember who you wanted to ask? You did say you wanted to ask this side. AO or Mark? I choose AO. AO is the call. Go for it, Rogan. That's a good toss. It's Mark on this side. Receive. Perfect. Now just turn around and we'll have a photo facing it. I'll go there. All right. Yep, no, all good. There you go.
All right, so Rogan is going to get a picture. I mean, listen, Lerner is not the tallest guy, and Rogan's up to his waist.
No photo that way. Yeah, all good. Well done, mate. We'll head off in this direction.
So Rogan, just to put it further in perspective, it looks like he's got the day off kindergarten.
Yes.
Or just
preschool.
I would suggest Rogan's about 3 or 4 years old.
Yes.
So what a moment for that young boy.
Yes, and I wonder if he'll remember it. I would hope so.
Well, I think if he's been able to keep the coin, that one might sit proudly.
And good thing is there's going to be some video evidence of it along the way. Mike Cation, Courtney Walsh joining you here as we are preparing for this quarterfinal. Get to know a little bit about our 2 players. We'll start with Lerner Tien, the 20-year-old out of California, back in the States, now 7-1. in Australian Open action, this being his first Grand Slam quarterfinal, 4th round appearance last year. The difference between these 2 years for me, Courtney, and getting to call several of his matches last year, a couple of them this year as well, the physicality component is not a question anymore. Last year in his loss to Lorenzo Sonego in the 4th round, he was clearly done physically. Not the case at all, as you saw in that match against Daniil Medvedev.
No, I'm just looking at him now in terms of his actual physique. This is the closest I've seen him in the last 12 months.
Yep.
And he looks stronger. He just looks like a young man coming into the prime of his life, truth be told. So, yeah, no doubt that's a fact. And he's been able to win through very convincingly against Medvedev as well this year.
Daniil, in fact, said that he thought it was a joke how good he was playing. And Lerner himself said he didn't know that he was going to be able to keep, he said he was surprised at how long he was able to keep that momentum and that top level for himself in that matchup. And that's another really positive sign for any type of a player.
No doubt. That second set in particular, to be able to deliver a 6-love set against a man who's made 3 Australian Open finals, a former US Open champion, a former world number 1. It was just phenomenal tennis from him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And listen, Lerner's going to have his hands full here this afternoon, right? Alexander Zverev, obviously what he's been able to do over these many years, a finalist here 1 year ago. I know this is going to sound silly to you, Courtney. I was writing down all my prep information today, as I often do, and then I wrote down 28 years old. I'm like, this guy's got to be 35 by now. He's just, it feels like he's been such a presence at the top for so long, and yet still without that crown jewel.
Well, I was going through and doing a little bit of research without the detailed note-taking that you have done. I prefer shorthand, Mike.
Okay.
Yours is on the back of a folder here, which goes to show how extensive your note-taking is, that you've gone through every page.
It's just how my ADHD brain works. I have to write it down and then it sticks.
Perfect. I like it. And what caught me, you talk about him being around forever.
Yep.
The date that these two gentlemen turned professional, for Lerner it was 2023.
Yep.
For Alexander Zverev, 2013.
Yes.
So this is his 14th year of professional tennis, and he's only 28, so half his lifetime.
Yes. He's obviously accomplished so much. 35-10 here, as we mentioned, defending finals points. He's the number 3 player in the world, his career high number 2 in June of 22. It is interesting to note he is at number 5 in the live rankings right now because of the fact that he's defending those points in the final. Novak's jumped him. Musetti has jumped him. There's still also the possibility that de Minaur and Ben Shelton could surpass him as well if they are able to get deeper and he loses in this round. And that does matter, not obviously right now. It matters once we get to Roland Garros and Wimbledon because you want to make sure you're 3 or 4 and not 5 to 8. That's huge in the seedings.
And that's because you want to be dodging a couple of men. Yeah,
exactly right.
You want to be dodging the number 1 seed here, Carlos
as long
Alcaraz,
as you can. You want to face them in the semis.
Absolutely. And look, the winner of this match between Alex de Minaur, the Australian.
He's Australian, you might have heard of him.
Yes, I think so. The world number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I just had to do his name there. Alex de Minaur and Carlos Alcaraz seeking history here this fortnight. They played later tonight. That semi-final would be played on Friday in Melbourne. So the extended break, given the way the draw and the scheduling here works. So, from this match through to Friday, 3 days for the winner of this match to get themselves ready.
Yep.
I expect they'll leave every bit out there as and not surprising given the status and the stage of this match.
Yeah, it's nice to have just a little bit of that luxury of knowledge that you have an extra couple of days to prepare. But yeah, that's kind of the farthest thing from their mind at this moment, right? Just kind of taking care of business. As I mentioned, 3rd time that these two have met. Tien surprising Zverev in Acapulco last year, 3-4, one of his 2 top 5 career victories. And then Zverev, not surprisingly, as it was Tien's first extensive time on the red clay. Zverev beat him in the first round at Roland Garros, 3-4. Yeah, Lerner, listen, obviously this has been his best slam, this one, rather than the other 3. Last year, second round at Wimbledon, lost to Nico Jarre with that serve, you understand. Also ran into Zverev at Roland Garros and Novak at the US Open. Bad first round draws, to say the least.
Exceptionally tough, and so you look at what he did here last year, you look at what he did here this year, and his broader results on the tour and suggest, okay, he lost a couple of first rounds last year, but the bigger picture is that he's clearly in the top sort of 30 or so players and 20 players in the world, I suspect.
Right, yeah, 29 in the world right now.
Maybe with a bullet.
Serve for Zverev, who's at the far side of things. Serve right into the body, backhand Tien. Zverev forehand cross. Tien goes backhand up the line. That misses just
15.
long. Yeah, to your point, right now in the live rankings, Lerner Tien is at 24, which will be a new career high for him come Monday. A win today gets him into the top 20 for the first time, right at number 20.
Yep, I think that's, I mean, as I said, we know the strict ranking, but I think you can make an assessment based on the trajectory.
Of course.
As to where he sits. And
serve up the tee. Zverev gets a forehand, goes middle. Tien backhand middle. Zverev forehand cross. Tien tracks down a backhand, but it'll spray wide. 30 love.
What impact do you think that Acapulco match, the one that was on hard court, do you think it was at the tail end of a period where Zverev was in a bit of a funk?
Yes.
Trying to chase that world #1 ranking and
correct.
Not quite coming through with the goods, going to South America to try and find form on clay, and didn't quite work after the run to the Aussie Open final, which, while beaten in that final here, it's still a great effort to make the final.
Sure, but also that disappointment, as he is, everybody knows, he's the best player on tour right now not to win a slam, and possibly in the running for best player ever not to win a slam, and that chatter gets into his head. There's no question about it. Serve out wide. Zverev gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Tien backhand into the net. Very quick hold to love. And yeah, you're exactly right. At that stage, especially with the Jannik Sinner news at this time last year, right? There was that pressure that he was going to have the opportunity for the first time in his career to take #1, and it was an awful stretch of performances from him. Tien, at the same time, was playing with that head of steam after coming after the Australian Open as well. I think it was just a confluence of events. That being said, this, you know, it's a good matchup for Tien as well, right? I mean, Zverev, one of the knocks on his game, the incredible amount of talent. There are times where he's too passive, and Tien is a guy who can go into lockdown mode or be more aggressive if he needs to.
Yeah, very, very interesting. What about the impact we were talking off air about the left-handed record, Zverev against left-handers, and it started off a little slow, and it surprised me, but what I've noticed against him, just anecdotally, Mike, not having to look through, is that the fact that backhand of his is so strong, and the fact that he's so tall, enables him to work with that backhand against a lefty whose traditional strength, you think, is swinging the ball wider to the right-hander and trying to put them off balance. From mine, it looks like he's really figured out a way. What do the stats tell you there?
Yeah, he had at one point, as Tien just got his first point on the board, a net court winner, excuse me. He's won 11 straight against lefties. His last loss is unfortunately a very painful one, literally. It was that injury, the ankle injury against Nadal at Roland Garros.
It's in the stands for that one.
Yeah, so that one, obviously a pretty painful memory. Before that, he had won 26 straight against lefties, or before Acapulco, I should say, the Lerner Tien. It was that stretch from Rafa Nadal in 2022 until Lerner Tien. It was 26 straight wins against left-handers, and you're exactly right. Elite backhand, and that just, you can't get into that lefty-righty forehand backhand trade, as Tien has 40 love after popping an ace just a moment ago.
Yeah, it's because it is such a magnificent backhand, without a doubt. Tien just double faults there, just looks up towards, not the sky, he looks up towards the roof.
It's a valid point because of the fact you have not been practicing with that roof overhead, so it's a different sight line. It's completely different. Serve here for Tien out wide. He's going to get a backhand, goes up the line. Zverev slices it back. Tien forehand inside out to a Zverev forehand middle that misses by several meters, and it's 1-all. Yeah, all great points. I mean, it's going to be a fascinating one here today, how these two kind of handle the moment. I mean, Zverev certainly much more experience at this level, as we've mentioned. But Tien, it just never seems fazed by anything.
No, and each stage that he meets, he seems more impressive to me. The ability to play, even through that, the tail end where he started. Well, did he finish later than everyone else, or did he start earlier than everyone else?
Last year against Medvedev.
In terms of the end of season. December out in the next gen.
Yeah.
Was it? How do you see that? Do you see that as a season
26.
starter?
Yeah.
I think it's a 26 event. So in that, and that for mine, we know that perhaps didn't have quite as many high-ranking players. But for mine, I thought the depth of that field, there was still some exceptionally good players who I think we will see continue to roll up through the rankings rapidly.
Yeah, Reed blocks in the final. Serves Zverev. Tien backhand to Zverev, forehand cross. Tien backhand middle, misses long. Yeah, that was the way he did start his season. And it was interesting to hear him talk about it, an interview he did with Ben Rothenberg, where he said, you know, I could have passed on it, but I liked having the expectation on me and how I handled that pressure. Really fascinating way to think about it.
The number one seed going in, and you carry the burden of being the star, the one that's been there and to an extent done that through the year, far bigger stages than what some of the other guys that were in that field.
Forehand Zverev, Tien backhand, forehand cross Zverev, Tien backhand up the line, running backhand Zverev's going to be pulled wide. 15-all.
And he would have learned from that as well, because he had an early setback and then was able to rally and take it out. It's you know, if you're playing in the ATP Tour Finals, for example, which is a round-robin format to start, you know, an elite 8-player field like the next gen is an elite 8-player field for under 21. Or 21 and under, you know, you're going to get exposed to those sort of circumstances. So I love the fact that he actually went it and thought, okay, I get a feel as to what this might be like if, for example, I continue to skyrocket up the rankings. The way he's going, who you may not necessarily write him off being there later in the year.
Zverev just went serve +1, except the +1 went awry. And a little bit of an opening here for Tien after that forehand error, trying to go short forehand inside out. So 15-30, it's 1-all in our first set. Alexander Zverev with that orange headband, serving from the near side, tosses up, serve. Out wide is a good one. It's an ace for Zverev, his second of the day, and 30-all.
And just the height that he can hit that tennis ball from. He's a very, very tall man, Zverev, 6'5" or so, I think, on the old scale. And that ball toss goes even higher. He gets up to it, you know, really well, flattened out through that one to the backhand corner.
So a little test here. First inflection point of many in this match. Tosses up, serve, tee, just wide. Coached, of course, by his father, Alexander Sr. His brother, Misha, also in the box here today. Second serve for Zverev, taking a little bit of extra time in between this first and second. The ball bouncing is Cilic level at this moment. Second, good. Chip return short. Zverev forehand inside in, good. And Tien can't catch up. That's a great ball from a short angle, handled well, and a game point.
And that will be a confidence booster for Zverev because his forehand is, you know, the one that can sometimes go off. He was able to step into that, whip it across court with some pace and venom. A really impressive forehand there.
I thought you were going John McEnroe pronunciation of Zverev.
Just trying to get my tongue working there. Apologies to the listeners.
Let first. It's going to be a let here. The wins for Zverev to get here. Gab Diallo, that was one that I thought could have some drama in it, but he shut that down in 4 sets. Alexander Muller, Cam Norrie was really impressed with how he performed there. 52 winners, 29 unforced, and then Fran Cerundolo, 2-4 and 4. Fran a little bit ill and under the weather there. Serve good. Chip return's going to miss long and survives the first threat. Does Alex Zverev 2-1. Do we have some more emails we want to get through? There's so many.
We'll keep rolling them through. Keep writing into us, of course. Ask the booth form at ozopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give your name, where you're listening from. We always read them, even if they may not make to air.
Yes,
just got such a volume.
Read them, yes.
Absolutely. Emily from Harrisburg in Pennsylvania wrote during Candy and Alan Stone's set piece, and they thought it was a bit of a double act, of course. Great work between the two. The match Emily would love to see would be the 2017 final between Roger and Rafa.
Sure.
At the time, exhausted from 2 weeks straight of staying up until all hours of the morning to watch matches, and on the day of the final, overslept my alarm and woke up to watch Roger celebrating his win. Oh boy, bummed that I'd missed watching the rest of the match live, but happy with the result. Well, I can tell you it was quite the match, Emily, as you would have seen, and it was a wonderful weekend in Melbourne with the two Williams sisters playing in the women's final a day earlier, and then the two golden oldies, Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, squaring off. It was like turning back the clock.
I know.
Wonderful to see. As Tien makes his way back to what I would call the MCG ground end of the grounds. Just one quick one. Beth from Christchurch again. Does it have to be the open era? Because this one isn't. she would have loved to have seen 1956 when Lou Hode won, or 1955 when Ken Rosewall won the Australian Championships final. It was between the Gold Dust twins. Lou Hode and Ken Rosewall must have been amazing to watch and very dominant in all the championships of the time. And for all the great champions that Australian tennis has produced, Lerner Tien wins the opening point of this service game from the Lavers, the Sedgmans, through to the Newcombs and Margaret Court and Yvonne Goolagong. And more recently, we spoke to Pat Rafter and Leighton Hewitt out on the balcony yesterday for the Legends Hour. They're participating this week. And Ash Barty. A lot of people say that Lou Hode was the best.
Really?
If you talk to Australians, just the manner with which he's played, there's quite a few people who say Lou had it over them all. But obviously he turned professional, pretty early on, and so as a result, the record may not dictate that. But apparently he was just a powerhouse to watch.
30 love here for Lerner Tien, who just got another free point on his serve. Backhand to a Zverev backhand. Tien goes forehand, inside out, looped wide. One of the big things, we're talking about that idea of physicality for Lerner Tien, Courtney, and he's averaging about 8 kilometers an hour more on his serves this year than last. Again, just the increase in size, and it's probably 5 to 10% in terms of just the increase of the physicality. Serve up the tee, return is missed long, and that might not seem like a lot. However, it has incredible impact.
Absolutely, it does allow you to find, precision, placement, timing of actually finding that first serve is critically important. But it does give you a freer point on occasion. You will get a point or two, and that can make all the difference in a match. In a sport where there's such fine lines between success and failure, it can be a really important point. Like to see it too, Mike. It's a great thing. It clearly shows that it's he is working on all facets to get better.
I'm interested to see as Tien is multiple times now tapped his strings. So just to give you an understanding of why, he practiced on Rod Laver Arena around 11 o'clock with the roof open. He's serving here 40-30 up the tee is an ace, his second of the day. At the time, and again, apologies, Fahrenheit, it was about in the 85 to 90 range when he was practicing.
So low 30s Celsius, that would be.
But it dropped down, once this roof is closed and they've got the climate control, it's about 10 degrees, 15 degrees lower than that.
Or in Celsius, about 25 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. So as a result, there might be some string tension adjustments that he might have to make on how the court settles out now that it's under the roof.
And it's been quite common through this Australian Open, given the fact that heat has been a factor, to see the players very early on in matches all of a sudden sending rackets off to be restrung again to try and get a bit of a rolling rotation, have 2 or 3 going off to the stringing service, who do an amazing job. They are just so wonderful. They're rapid fire. They're excellent at what they do.
Zverev can't dig out a backhand line out of Lerner Tien. That was electric on the run. It is love 15. Zverev moving quickly to the line here. Takes a look over line at about 22 on the serve clock, which is unusual for him. Love 15. Again, 2-all early days here at Rod Laver Arena. Serve for Zverev. Tee. Block return. Zverev forehand cross. Tien backhand slices into the net. It's 15-all.
That was the first extended rally we saw in this match so far in that opening point of this game. Nice response there from Zverev, talking about the bling that Arena Sabalinka was wearing earlier. Very, very prominent necklace.
As always.
From, the Zverev, as he just tucks it back underneath his shirt to start the point.
He will also put it in his mouth quite a bit during matches. It's a unique, there are lots of great pictures of that. Forehand return just misses the baseline. Tien was trying to go body. Called his match against Nuno Borges. That was a return he used extensively in that one. I expect the same today, using the court speed.
And it also takes out, so with someone like Zverev, who has very big arm span, it handcuffs him a little bit. It takes out his ability to find the angle straight away, and then gives Lerner a chance, if he's in the rally, to then start to dictate the terms.
Serve missed out wide, trying to go out wide. Tien actually takes a couple steps back for a second serve return. Obviously, Zverev over the years has had some double fault issues, and he is taking extra time with the ball bounces right now. second, good. Tien goes backhand through the middle, misses long. He, of course, also last year spent about a week at the Rafa Nadal Tennis Academy, working with Uncle Tony for a little bit of time. They were talking more about mentality. I interviewed him in Toronto right afterwards, and he said it was just more so just kind of getting back to a place of being locked in, looking for big picture process, and also trying to be a little bit more aggressive. That's always been the issue.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them about it. Yeah.
So I think he's complaining about the video boards. Yeah, I think that's what Zverev is complaining about. When he talked to our chair umpire Thomas Sweeney, it looks like they might be switching to chip returns. Zverev goes forehand inside in, sliced back by Tien. Zverev forehand inside out. This time is a clean winner. Gets the hold 3-2. So Zverev made a point to Thomas Sweeney, who said, yes, I'm going to take care of it. So I think what's happening, it actually happened last night as well, Courtney. It was Iga who complained about it. We have two big video screens on the, if you will, north and south of our court. And so the way they want it to happen is they kind of show, you know, close-ups of the players as they're starting to get ready for their serve. But before they even start their motion, they want to go to that wide angle that you see on TV where you're just seeing the entirety of the court. And I think Zverev was just saying...
Because a change in what you see perception-wise, it can just... You might think, oh, because it's quite bright. I mean, they are incredible screens, without a doubt. And great for the fan experience. But there is there are elements at play, and the two players are actually out there. And you do need to keep an eye on what's going on. I like this email, Mike, from Lucy. And we'll flag with the team. Do you interview any juniors? Well, we'll flag juniors, of course, so we'll be back on court later on and probably tomorrow as well. Suns through to the third round of their junior event. Jamie McKenzie, Kiwi-born redhead who plays under the German flag as a number 5 seed.
I've seen him play. A friend of mine does a lot of like junior tennis coverage. You can check them out. Not Your Country Club. I'll give him a plug. And he was profiling him at an event in the States late last year. I remember him distinctly because there are not too many gingers in tennis, and we need to protect them. We need to just let them have that opportunity.
Now it's one of the, as Tien just nets a forehand off forehand there on the opening point of this service game, trailing 2-3 in the opening set. One of the great joys for me each year is at Roland Garros, I get to do a little bit of work with the juniors and to get out and keep an eye on the talent coming through. And it's a great junior tournament.
Serve out wide from Tien, who gets a forehand, goes up the line, running squash shot from Zverev's going to miss long. It's 15-all.
And similarly to here, where you see some outstanding talents on the court. They come from regional Victoria. They'll play a big high-tier event in a town called Traralgon, around 2.5 hours away from here, and then arrive at Melbourne Park for this week for the Junior Australian Open, and then you'll see them at big events through Europe and in the US, and even some of the talents that are from America that I've spoken to who will either go off to college or you might see them about 2 or 3 years later on the professional tour. I love it. It's great to see.
And with a big forehand, stays back at the baseline, now running forehand cross, Zverev backing up the line. Tien goes backhand cross, Zverev squash shot is into the net. Yeah, in fact, I called one of the finalists from Traralgon earlier today, Chen, who came through and got into the third round of the junior event here today.
You got Lily Tagger is one who won last year at Roland Garros, an Austrian who was working with Francesca Schiavone for a period through that time, and a beautiful backhand. And I thought, oof, and some of her results have been, well, just suggest that she's a player on the rise.
His first serve here, 30-15 for Lerner Tien at 2-3. Serve T is long. And listen, that was something that did pop up occasionally in that Nuno Borges match as well. He is going for more on his seconds. That was such a weakness for him over the years, the last couple of years, and knew as he raised in level he was going to have to improve that second serve. It's a cliche, but you're only as good as your second serve. Is something that they used to say back in the 80s and 90s. Backhand middle, Tien backhand to a Zverev backhand slice. Tien forehand goes cross. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand up the line. Zverev squash shot lands good. Tien run around forehand looped, and it's well long. First break chance of the day goes to Alexander Zverev.
He just walks back to his team here, Tien. A little bit of encouragement from Michael Chang. He gets his towel. Just overhit a little lacking in patience. A little surprising for him on that occasion.
You know what? I don't think it's patience. I honestly don't. I think he's struggling to find his range with this string tension.
Strings.
I really do. Serve out wide. Tien stays back. The return is into the net. I really think that's all it is. That's his pattern. That's actually the pattern he looks for, is that big looper out to the side so he can pull then cross court with the forehand. So yeah, just a little bit off on the execution. Serve here at deuce. Into the body, backhand Zverev. Tien retreats, forehand into the net. That's a great return with pace into the body.
Yeah, he had to really try and skip back, adjust his positioning. Not quite able to make the forehand down the line. Really rushed him there on that occasion, Zverev. So the second break point for him here, Mike.
Indeed, Tien sets up a little bit wider this time, goes T and into the net. Second serve here for Lerner Tien on this second break point. It's good. Zverev back into it. Tien running forehand cross. Zverev back in up the line. Tien gets to it. Back in slice. Zverev there, forehand inside in. Tien goes back in cross, but misses wide, and first blood to the German. 4-2.
You heard the roar of the emotional release there from Zverev. It's been an impressive start from the German. He moved extremely well on that occasion. He was forced out of the court, but able to rapidly jump back into the court, basically, and pump that short forehand, and that was good enough to draw the error from Tien trying to go cross-court. A really strong game from the German.
Lerner serving at just 47% so far, and that is huge because Zverev has won 6 of the 10 second serve points, and it goes to show that that increase in km per h is great, but not if you're putting it into the court. So Zverev will look to consolidate here. 4-2, 22 minutes in. Zverev waits for the crowd to settle back in. A couple people took their seat right behind Lerner. Now he's finally ready to go. First point, 4-2, serve into the net. Second serve here for Zverev, who tugs at a very tight shirt. It's a size medium, is what we call it back in the States.
Medium, I like that.
Little small, little medium mixed into one. A little too tight for him, but it shows off the guns. Second serve here for Zverev. Good. Tien backhand cross lands on the line. Square on it. Zverev rolls his eyes. It's love 15.
100 to put any pressure on Tien, who really flattened through that backhand beautifully.
Yeah, and Zverev just had to look and hope, and that's never a great feeling on a tennis court. So love 15. Zverev's been able to dig out of a deficit twice already here on the day. Serve. T. Net. Second serve upcoming. Again, play either Carlos Alcaraz or Alex de Minaur in the semifinals on Friday. Again, Zverev taking an awful lot of time on the second serve. Ball bounces. This second is good. Tien chips to a Zverev forehand inside out. Tien running forehand cross. Zverev goes back in through the middle. Tien forehand inside in to a Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Zverev backhand up the line. Running backhand Tien middle. Zverev forehand inside out. Tien squash shot back. Misses just a tad bit long in the ad corner. It's 15 all.
And Zverev taking in some deep breaths there after that point. It's a pretty, I mean, look, we're talking about the roof being closed. It's still 25 degrees Celsius, so it's very beautiful, lovely conditions to play tennis. But if you're working hard out there, you're going to be feeling the heat. You're going to be feeling warm anyway. It's just such a physical battle.
And he obviously has a little bit extra that he has to worry about in that extreme conditions as he serves here 4-2, 15 all, serve off the net and long. Second serve upcoming as a diabetic himself, which took him a while for him to talk about that a little bit more. I think it's actually been really great for him to express that for other diabetics who are trying to play competitive sport. Second serve here for Zverev. It's good. Tien misses the inside-out forehand because of the fact that I think, if we always talk about representation, right? And if you're an 8-year-old athlete and you're diagnosed with diabetes at a young age and you say, I might not be able to get to that highest level, this is an example of somebody who did.
Exactly. Well, if you can see someone doing it,
yep,
you know that it's possible.
30-15 for Zverev. Toss will go up. Serve is good. Tien forehand to Zverev. Backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Good bite on it. He'll get another forehand. Goes up the line. Zverev's squash shot is into the net. It's 30 all.
Exceptional depth there from Tien down the line. That's the forehand you talked about in terms of the one that can loop in deep. good pace. The squash shot not able to save Zverev as he was sliding wide on the hard court. Just beautiful flat forehand about 2 centimetres before the baseline. Great depth.
A very competitive first set here, even with Tien being a little bit sloppy by his high standards. 10 unforced errors for him already. 30 all, serve Zverev out wide. Tien chip return lands good. Zverev backhand through the middle, just catches the baseline. Now he goes backhand cross. Tien forehand cross to a Zverev, backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Zverev backhand up the line, running backhand Tien. Zverev forehand up the line to a Tien forehand cross. Zverev slices that backhand into the net, and it's a break chance now for Lerner Tien, his first.
Yeah, it really worked well through that rally. I loved what he was doing in terms of keeping Zverev on the move. And in the end, Zverev perhaps trying to find a way to shorten the point.
Yep.
Opted for the drop shot, but not able to give it enough clearance. Just takes a second as he walks back. He something just unsettled in there for a moment. He's really taking his time between this point. The shot clock, or the serve clock more to the point, is ticking down to just a couple of seconds left.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's going to pause here for a second. I'm sure he's going to have some words with Thomas Sweeney here at the changeover whenever it happens, whether it's after this point or a couple more. But it is a break chance for Tien. 30-40 serve out wide is a great one. Just hammered home 208 out wide, and Tien can't keep up.
No, beautiful flattened serve and nice response. And perhaps the code violation brought him another 10 seconds there or so to gather his thoughts, to get his breath back.
So deuce now, 27 minutes into this matchup. Zverev 4-2. From the near side, serve, T, lob return lands good. Zverev forehand, inside in, serve +1. Thank you very much. The game point.
And again, that forehand now, on that occasion, he had plenty of time. It was a chipped return, to three-quarter court from Tien. Not a lot of pace on it, but Zverev was in the position and really went after the forehand. It's an indication to me that he's actually feeling very good about his where he's at in terms of his performance, his confidence that he's going after the forehand in this first set.
With the game point, serve out wide, Tien forehand to a Zverev forehand up the line. Tien backhand cross, Zverev forehand up the line, running forehand, Tien good. Zverev tracks down the backhand, but it's into the net, and that's what Tien does well. Makes you work side to side even when he's on the move himself. It's deuce.
And what was really impressive there for me there, Mike, was that Zverev had whipped the forehand up the line. Tien wasn't pushed back. He was able to actually get to that ball. He moved so swiftly that he was able to take that not a metre or two behind the line, which would have diffused his next shot. Instead, he's on from the baseline, and that forced Zverev to scramble from a position where he should have thought, I'm actually relatively comfortable here.
Tien with the return to his Zverev forehand cross. Tien digs that out but short. Zverev backhand up the line. Tien there. Backhand to a volley. Zverev. Tien now backhand cross. Zverev volley. Tien, can he get to it? No, he can't. Nice touch there from Alexander Zverev to grab another game point.
Yeah, really, really good angled forehand volley. And it's not always been a strength of the German in terms of his play at the net. Generally, I think his biggest issue is when he's actually coming forward following a serve in and you get the first one that goes to the forehand side. On that occasion, the direction from Tien was to the back end with the incoming volley. He hit that really well and then just read it perfectly and great. I mean, he's got such a big, wide arm span that he's hard to pass.
Game point, Zverev out wide. Chip return is into the net. Zverev does consolidate. Something's wrong with the left hand of Lerner Tien. I don't know exactly what it is, but he has been reaching down at it. It might be a blister, something along, or he might have even jammed it on one of the previous points, but he's been looking at his hand the last few minutes, and obviously that is not a great sign early in this match. So hopefully it's just a little bit of a stinger, something along those lines, but we will keep an eye on it. No words, by the way, from Zverev towards Thomas Sweeney about the time violation. It was a time violation, there's no question.
as we were looking at it going, oh, he's in some trouble here. It's just whether he gets any leniency. Now, HC has written in to say, Courtney, get a hat.
Yes.
You wouldn't be as miserable. And I'm thinking, I don't think I'm that miserable, am I? I do have a hat.
Yes, you are.
Oh, damn.
But that's just your personality, and there's nothing you can do about that. A hat won't change it, Courtney.
An upgrade?
Might be.
Can I find a
Then we can't look in your
upgrade?
eyes and see the depths of your soul.
the depths of the despair in my soul. Look, HC, I do have a hat because if you're walking around with my depth follicular challenge.
Hey, that's one way of calling it.
Not a hair on my noggin is another way to put it. No, I do have a hat. But a question: do you think they should make the players play when closing the roofs?
No,
I don't either.
Just because, again, if you throw up a lob and you have something moving up there, it's miserable.
Absolutely. No, it just would be such a distraction.
Correct.
So no, I don't believe that should happen. Andrew from New York. The temperature has been hot, topical tournament. So sharing a quick trick to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Here we go. Well, I might just wait because it does look like it's not the quickest of tricks.
Too many numbers right now. Too many numbers. The numbers that are important right now, 2-5 for Lerner Tien, who misses another first serve. This is, again, putting himself into several holes is Tien. Second serve good. Zverev back into a Tien forehand middle that's going to miss long. And again, Tien just strikes the strings on his racket. He has not looked comfortable at any point to me in this match.
And you think that it's as much to do with the tension and just trying to familiarise himself with the sensations as the quality of the Zverev performance from the baseline as he whips a forehand winner up the line after swinging his rival out wide on the serve.
I don't want to take anything away from Zverev, who's playing fine, 6 winners and 4 unforced errors, but Tien, the precision that we are used to with him is not there today. Some of that, yes, due to Zverev, but some of it is his own doing. Serve up the tee, short response. Tien goes big forehand to his Zverev forehand cross. Tien backhand cross, great angle. And Zverev just rolls that one well long. It's 30-15.
Demonstration of his swiftness of transition. By that I mean he was able to really see the opportunity. It was a shorter forehand across court from Zverev. He took the chance to just lean into the ball, took it early on the rise and drew the error out.
Serve out wide from Tien. Again, a missed first serve. Back under 50% now, 11 of 23. Second serve, Tien, good. Zverev forehand up the line is missed long. And game points here for Lerner, who started working with Michael Cheng around Washington last year, so July. They live about 20 minutes away. And you want to talk about representation back in the States to Asian Americans who are doing incredibly well over a few different decades.
Absolutely.
Second serve here for Lerner with these game points. Goes out wide, a big second serve ace, and Tien, after that ball change in the last, looks like he is going to go get a new stick after serving with the old one with the new balls, which is a pretty standard pattern for a lot of players.
It is, and that was a far more comfortable game there from the American. Can the Californian, Mike, find a way? He had a breakpoint chance, had a couple of breakpoint chances early on in the perhaps the third service game from Zverev. Wasn't able to seize one of those. A couple of big serves, or one breakpoint and a big serve. That's right, one big flat wide serve from the German.
So let's see if Alex can shut it down here. 5-3. Serve out wide, just missed. Very thin margin. That's the line that Courtney is on. He called it wide. I think. You did? You called it wide, right?
I wouldn't trust me with my contact lenses after 10 days at this magnificent tournament.
Backhand to backhand, running forehand from Tien. Zverev had snuck in behind it as well. Just great combination once again from Zverev, 15 love.
Just that angular body that he has and the reach, he's able to, take balls earlier. If he's in position. It's such an effective way to swing through and put pressure on your rival because the ball's getting down Tien's end pretty swiftly. It's certainly robbing him of time.
15 love here for Zverev. Serve, tee, net long. I will say, and again, it's much more comfortable inside than it is out. Zverev doesn't look physically comfortable. He is sweating profusely.
No doubt.
Understandably, right? But it's impacting him more. Second serve for Zverev. Good. Tien backhand is into the net. Not thrilled with his performance there is Tien. He doesn't give away too much, but those that know him know he is quite angry right now.
And he's standing at the broadcast end of the court. We're not too far away from him. If he did us a favour, Mike, and turned around and gave us a high five, we might be able to see if there was any little cuts or markings on that hand that you think might be just giving him a little bit of trouble.
He doesn't like seeing me on the court. he says I make him nervous.
When you're actually on the court?
Me personally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Second serve for Zverev. I've filmed him many times in warm-ups and things. He said it makes him a little tight. Me specifically. Second serve here, good. Tien with a big forehand up the line. Short reply. Tien with a big forehand once again. Hooks it into the corner, the ad side, and it's a clean winner there for 30-15. We've known each other for several years. I broadcast. He had a 28-match winning streak in 2024 across the future and challenger levels. I called several of those. His first challenger title as well. He's a remarkable young man, on and off the court. Really is remarkable.
Polite, funny, and cheeky.
Yes. You know, quiet.
Quiet.
30-15 serve, tee, and a short response. Yeah, very quiet, so polite, very funny, but you have to get past that first layer. Yeah. A couple of set points here for Alexander Zverev. Will take his time here, but not too much time. He's already received one time violation warning. 40-15 at 5-3. Serve out wide is an ace. And Alexander Zverev, comfortable. 6-3 first set, the singular break. Both guys only had a break point in one service game. I guess in theory, you would say Lerner Tien played a much lower level for him and still was tight. That's your positive in that regard. But for Zverev, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned what happens if it goes to a fourth, if it goes to a fifth. Just something to kind of keep in the back of the head that there's a little bit more of a sweat issue. And right now he always does have his diabetes monitor, the insulin monitor on him to make sure everything is checking. He's got it in his bag, so he checks it during these set breaks, and I think that's going to be important here today.
Yeah, we saw him just touch in on that as he grabs a water, taking it, both men at the same time, taking in a whole lot of hydration, which, as I said, it's still, I mean, the thing is, not just inside, they have been outside earlier today, so there's already probably a little bit of heat stress
for sure
that they've had to deal with in the infancy of the morning here at Melbourne Park.
You want to get through a couple more emails here?
Look, we'll get back to Andrew's, which, our very efficient in the box upstairs, the email has disappeared, but from memory, New York, he was saying there's a neat trick. Say you start off at, please send it in again, Andrew.
5 and 9.
5 and 9, basically. That's the form.
Yeah, so every 5 Celsius, 9 Fahrenheit.
That's right. And then if you're a genius at your mathematics, you can work your way back and forward from that. So thanks for sending that in, Andrew. Appreciate it. Emily, won't mention the weather. Submit Agassi Bagdatis to the contest.
Oh, great.
Fantastic. Love that. And as a query about another version, Emily, you'll be able to get to RG Radio at some stage with many of the familiar faces or voices, more to the point, from this one.
May I also say, as I see that Emily is from San Diego, California, we're in the midst of the first point here in this second set, as Tien has again missed long, and that's where most of his misses have gone when he is unforced errors. San Diego's hosting a challenger this week on both the men's and the women's side, Emily. I hope you're aware of that at the Barnes Tennis Center. There's going to be great tennis for you all week long, including several players that played here in the Australian Open this year, both the men's and women's side for the first year. It is a combined event for men's and women's. Last year was just a men's. So, Emily, I hope you head to the Barnes Tennis Center, get out there for the challenger, which is something I say to people all the time. Get to a challenger, get to a futures if it's anywhere near your home.
And is that this week or is it next week, Mike?
It started now.
It started now. Oh, here we go. Yes. In fact, you're not going to believe it. Whilst we want all the attention on the Australian Open, they're actually on court right now.
Who's playing right now?
We have Jones versus... Oh, the app's just stalled. Someone's just got in touch and said, hang on.
Yeah, freeze the phone.
It is Artnak versus Jones.
Or Artnak and Ben Jones. Oh, they just finished on Stadium. Or Artnak, who played at Wake Forest University. Oh, wow. Forehand from Tien is perfect. A little squeeze inside-out forehand for 40-15.
And I can only imagine that this must be quite the coffee, because it's called the Better Buzz Coffee San Diego Open.
I've never heard of that. That's got to be a low. That's the beauty of challengers and futures, because you get some sponsors who would never have the opportunity to sponsor bigger events, so they can say, I'll give you $10,000 for title sponsorship. Better Buzz Coffee, I love it. Serve is good, but it is a let.
We're going to get myself a bit of buzz in a little while, Mike, to kick through to what's going to be a long, long night to come here in Melbourne.
Another first serve, as that one is it's another second
14.
serve after that. Excuse me. So that's a double fault for Tien, which is his third of the day. Well, San Diego, Barnes Tennis Center is absolutely stunning as well. All right, so Tien now 40-30 here in the opening service game of this second set. Got it, a short backhand, goes inside out to his Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross, Zverev backing up the line. Backhand from Tien to his Zverev forehand rolled wide, and it is 1-love in the second set here for Lerner Tien.
Very quick work from the team upstairs at aoradio.com. They've found the email, and just to read it out from Andrew. No, the temperature has been a hot topic all tournament. Sharing a quick trick to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Start at 0 and or 32. And the rule is, for every 5 degrees Celsius, you add 9 degrees Fahrenheit. Takes a bit of quick math, but it works. So 0, 32, plus 5, plus 9.
Okay. Thank you so much
Andrew.
for that.
As players just sit down at the first at the end of the first game. So Zverev back ready to prepare. There's still some fans walking in.
Yep, and right behind Zverev as well. Tien, though, just wants to go after it right now. It is love one. Zverev is at the far side right now. Tien is at our end. Serve for Zverev. It's into the net. Served at 70% for that first set. Not surprising to see him up there. He does get around that 70% mark a fair amount. Second serve, it's been unusual to see him bouncing the ball as much as he is. Second serve good. Tien back into the middle. Zverev forehand to running forehand. Tien off the baseline and good. Zverev backhand will get another backhand, goes cross. Tien goes forehand cross. Zverev backing up the line. Running slice from Tien. Zverev forehand inside out to a Tien forehand off the net and good. Zverev back into a Tien backhand inside out. Zverev tracks down that backhand. Tien forehand up the line. Zverev forehand through the middle. Tien backhand up the line. Perfect winner. Love 15. That's the third time he's gotten love 15.
What I loved about that, not just the execution of the backhand, Mike, but just watching his footwork and watching the way he holds his body very compact.
Yes.
You know, it's almost as though he's staying low all the way through. It's just wonderful to watch. If you get a chance to watch the way this man moves, you can take some lessons from it.
Efficiency. I use that word with him all the time. Efficiency. Serve is very good. Tien forehand is into the net. Got into that body pretty well with that serve.
Now, that's the way we move back and forth between broadcast and writing duties as well, don't we, Mike? We're efficient. But I think Lerner just does it a little better. He might have a little bit more athletically than what we do.
Yeah, that also implies that I'm also writing. I don't think there's any need for that. That would be horrific for all of you.
I'm looking at all your detailed notes.
I'm the only one who can read those. The ace for Zverev is his fourth of the day. Yeah, there's a reason why nobody else is getting these notes. You know what I mean?
A superb slider out wide as my eyes just start to roll around in my head trying to decipher what is on Vacation Chronicle.
Return up the line. Zverev forehand back up that same line into the ad corner for a forehand winner. 40-15. Yeah, there are often times, Courtney, as you know well, that he will have lower winner unforced error counts because he does let players dictate a little bit more than you might expect with his size. But he's okay with that. He's comfortable with his own style. It's gotten him very, very far in this tennis world. Got game points. Serve up the tee. Chip returns into the net. Digs out of a love 15 deficit once again for 1-all.
So let's see if he can try and raise his level. As you touched on, it's not been where he would like it to be, Tien, so far. We know he's capable of playing at the high level. You talked about the fact that it was only one service break in the last set, so it wasn't actually that far away. It's just a matter of knuckling down here, making sure he holds his own service games, and then he can start to mount challenges on his rivals.
Yeah, he was -4 in the winner to unforced error count in the first set. That's where he is right now. 2 winners, 2 unforced errors so far in the second. Second serve's good. Zverev back into a Tien backhand off the net. Good. Zverev short ball easily finished into the deuce corner for love 15. Not getting the luck is always one of those difficult parts of our sport.
It is indeed. Just takes a little bit of time. He doesn't look perturbed at any stage necessarily in terms of a frustrating period as Alexander Zverev. pause this for a second. I think we have a bug.
We do. We have some wildlife onto the court. He will throw it towards Lerner's box. Not Lerner's box, Lerner's bench. I think far enough away.
Do you think it's a master ploy?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. Serve at love 15 is into the net. What kind of bug was that?
Look, I've got to say, it's certainly an eye-opening bug. I cannot identify it. It's one that I haven't seen, so...
We're in the midst of a baseline trade right now. Tien backhand to his Zverev, backhand slice. Tien in behind, a forehand off the net and good. He gets a volley, puts that away towards the deuce side. I keep going back to it. Now we're seeing Tien after this racket change. He's hit the net several times.
Yes.
So I think he's trying to just calibrate here.
Yep. Trying to figure out exactly, just clip the tape, as you said. Landed on the back of the baseline, so he got a little fortunate on that occasion. It didn't favour him in the first point. On that occasion, it did.
Slider T for Tien to 30-15. The return misses wide.
I'd love to have been able to pause on that bug for a little longer because I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
It looked like a much scarier version of what we have in the States, a stink bug.
A stink bug?
Yes. Serve out wide. Lob return lands wide in the ad corner. Game points here for Tien.
Sounds remarkably similar to what my wife would call me.
Yes. Yeah. She's right. Don't know her, but she's absolutely right. Please make sure to tell her. Serve up the tee into the body, and Tien gets a forehand, goes cross. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Just catches the baseline. Now a backhand slice from him. Zverev forehand cross. Tien backhand up the line is into the net. 40-30 right now. And yeah, it feels like since that racket change, it looks like he might have gone maybe half a kilo tighter, and that's not it either.
No, not quite able to find the clearance in terms of the net.
Yeah.
He was ballooning the ball just slightly long in the first set, and here he is on this occasion, just not quite clearing the net with the frequency with which you would expect from him, but it's a lovely approach.
And a nice overhead, too. Doesn't have the greatest height on that hop, but it's enough. And he gets that overhead into the ad corner to get us to 2-1. You want me to kind of walk you through here what I do on my folders?
Yes, please. So if you're watching on YouTube...
I'm going to put it up here for the people on YouTube. It's a manila folder. So it folds out, right?
Oh, I see. So I like the way you do this.
I've got both players, one on each. This is name and like personal info. You got where they're from and their ranking. Excuse me there. Coaches, results, season results.
This is outstanding. I'm looking at this, I'm going, this is a masterpiece.
You've got playing style in a box, you've got records in a box, and then you've got what we call superlatives.
And what I will say is superlative is the fact that your writing is actually legible. I can understand
It's not terrible.
No, I can make my way through that.
Well, you know why? I started posting some of these on my Instagram, and I was just like, I got to have it so it's at least somewhat legible.
I need, to be fair, I know I follow you on different social media platforms. I need to get onto Instagram and follow you as well.
I don't post as much on Twitter anymore for reasons.
And I can understand that. It's something that, how do I put it? Beyond this month, I'll be, once I'm through this, I think I'll be looking elsewhere for, and for mine, it's only to use for basically following some journalists around the world.
Yes.
Tennis journalists and some fans that whose work I respect, but it's becoming a little harder to navigate and find some of those people that I like to get updates from. We have speaking of updates, because I think you'll be able to provide a very, very good update here on what to look forward to. Mike, Saif is written from Tilburg in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Saying greetings. It's very early, 4 a.m. I'm enjoying the commentary from my bed. What are your thoughts on our US college tennis players' performance at the AO this year? As a Texas Longhorn, you've lost Mayo Giant, who was also out in the first round, but I would especially love to hear your thoughts on the future prospects of Elliot Spizzirri and Peyton Stearns.
I'm going to have to correct you because it's not as hard. Spizzirri. It's not as like hard Italian like you would expect. That's Spizzirri.
But do you know what was happening in the broadcast booth the other day when I was saying Spizzirri? Unfortunately, given my accent, my phone kept on picking up, thinking it was saying, "Hey Siri."
Oh my gosh.
So I've tried to add a little extra Spizzirri.
Okay.
So no, just to start, look at this. It's going again.
That's unbelievable. Zverev with an ace here for third. That's hilarious. Listen, Elliot, I think, answered a lot of questions for a lot of people. Those of us who have been around him for a while, the big question was he going to be able to go toe-to-toe, ground stroke with some of the best in the world? Everybody knew he could compete at a very good level, but did he have the game power and the game style to compete with somebody like Sinner, or even, I don't know, even as Zverev, somewhere in the top 10 or 20? He answered a lot of those questions, and he finally let loose. He was able to actually freely swing. So I'm actually recalibrating a little bit myself and my expectations for him. I always knew he was going to be a guy who was in that 70 to 150 range for a very long time. I think now we see a higher ceiling. Michael Zhang is going to be a top 50 player. Zverev has game points here at 40 love, goes back into a Tien forehand. Zverev forehand cross, just a little bit long. The one that hasn't been talked about, Rafa Hodar. Lost in the second round. He's the one who I am, of all of them, I'm most sure that he's going to be top 20 at worst, if healthy and all of that. Top 20 at worst.
And he had a good result in Canberra.
Yes, he won a challenger at the beginning of the year, won several at the end of last year. Zverev pops an ace for 2-all. He's the one, it's about as certain as I can get he'll be top 20 within, I'd say, a year and a half.
And Peyton Stearns?
Yeah.
Some of the leading women, as I say, hey Siri, please allow me to pronounce Spizzeri's name. No response there. So I think the message has gotten through to my iPhone.
Yeah,
it kept this. It wasn't just myself. It kept buzzing every single time we see his surname.
It's crazy. Forehand from Tien with a running backhand Zverev cross. Tien goes forehand up the line, running forehand Zverev middle. Tien inside out, backhand stays at the baseline. Now goes dropper, and it's into the net for Love 15. Listen, it was actually just a kind of a rough stretch for the collegiate women. Emma Navarro, Maya Joint, Peyton Stearns. I don't think any of them got to the third round even. I think Stearns lost second round. Emma and Maya both lost first round, right? It's a little different, and I think that's always gone to the fact that, we see a lot more teenagers on the women's side as we go forehand to forehand to a backhand for Zverev line. Tien backhand just catches the baseline, draws a miss hit from Zverev that lands good. Tien forehand is a miss hit as well, and Zverev misses a hot backhand. Ugliest point of the day.
Absolutely the ugliest point of the day, but I didn't actually mind what Tien did there with the really heavily rolled looping forehand. It meant that Zverev was going to be way out of court unless he took a gamble. He took a gamble. It was quite amazing athleticism, but he was nowhere near actually making the shot.
It's a tough one to time properly. Serve T, short return, Tien forehand inside in and behind it. Doesn't have to make a volley. The ball is netted. So I've always thought it's harder for the women to transition. Typically that means at that 16, 17, 18 years of age, they maybe don't have necessarily that same skill level, so they're a little bit later developing. It's just a different beast in different ways. So, yeah, it's been harder, I think, for the collegiate women to make more of an impact, but it's happening more and more as time passes. Zverev chips a forehand. Tien runs around inside out forehand. Zverev chips another forehand. Tien dropper again, this one clean, 40-15.
And directed the opposite direction to the one that he tried to hit earlier in the point. He was really able to work around that and come inside out, a little off forehand drop shot from a position which allowed him to hit over the slightly lower part of the net as well. So a slightly safer drop shot on that occasion.
Serve out wide. Tien's going to get a short forehand, goes back behind Zverev, who's there with the forehand. Volley Tien. Zverev decides not to throw up a lob, just a slap backhand. Tien maintains his presence out in front, 3-2 midway through the second.
Love that approach, love that backhand volley. Really efficient, really good use.
Yeah. So, yeah, listen, college tennis is in a very good place. Big picture in terms of how many products they're producing. Hopefully they continue it through this year.
No, that's a really good update, and it's something that I always try. Plenty of Australians go over and play there.
Alex Vukic, of course, a guy who went to Illinois.
Absolutely.
Adam Walton, Tennessee.
Yes.
A bunch of them.
Yes, no doubt about that at all. And it's something that, we'll see what happens. Obviously, there's some blocks at the moment, but it's a little harder to travel at the moment.
Yes, it is.
In that regard, but we will see what happens in that. Now, Steve from Maryland, Americans like to wear umbrella to block out the sun. It's basically a hat.
Yes.
Umbrella hat with an umbrella on top. so they don't have to hold an umbrella. They hold it with their head. I've never
We've had some
seen
here.
this.
Have you not seen them?
Well,
it's like a headband.
I'm not very observant.
I'll let you decide that. It's like a headband with an umbrella on top, so it covers your whole head. You would be a perfect candidate for it.
I have never seen this. We use the bucket hat.
Sure. This one, I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to pull it up on my computer.
My word, this is new. Thanks for the heads up from Emily, RE, the tournament in San Diego, and loves Better Buzz, by the way.
I bet. Here's what an umbrella hat looks like. I'm sorry I can't show that to you guys on YouTube or here on AO Radio.
I understand.
I mean, everybody except you has seen these, I think, Courtney.
Well, I mean, it's something that I can understand that the design. I'm not so sure it's overly stylish.
It's not stylish.
I'm happy with my cap.
This makes you stand out more. And it seems like you're a guy who likes the attention.
I would rather not have the attention. Almost absolutely certainly would not like the attention.
Same here, my friend, same here. I will say, in the last changeover, not this past one, Alexander Zverev did do an insulin check once again. He's done that a couple of times. Again, on these extreme heat days, that becomes much more of a concern for him, and he is on top of it with him and his teams. They also have an app so that everybody's on the same page and kind of keep track of things. As he serves here, 2-3, serve up the tee is an ace for him. That is number 7, no doubles, 76% serve percentage, Courtney.
I think he's played very well.
I think so too.
It's been at a really strong level. Just the forehand is always a tell for mine, and he struck that exceptionally well. There was that one frame forehand in the last game, which that's pretty much the only one he's miscued so far.
Serve out wide, Tien forehand middle, catches the baseline and good. Zverev rolls a forehand. Now he hits a forehand up the line. Tien with the forehand cross. Zverev goes backhand across. Tien forehand up the line, running forehand. Zverev good. Tien backhand up the line. Perfect on the stretch. Perfect timing. Perfect contact. My word.
And that one brings the crowd to life. He really flattened through that one spectacularly well. Outstanding timing. I mean, the direction from Zverev, it was just about on the baseline. It was certainly on the singles line. So that's how well placed that one was from the German, and at good speed. And Tien moved so well, got across, magnificently struck down the line from him. Beautiful tennis.
Serve out wide is wide from Alexander Zverev. Again, we are at 2-3 in the second set. It's 15 all. 6-3 first set going the way of the German. Now a second serve here. He's won 70% of his second serve points here on the day. This second, good up the tee, and Tien, he's trying to come in and take that second serve early. Might be a point where he starts to say, I might have to back off a little bit. That does open up. Zverev obviously has a very good slider serve, especially on that deuce side, right? And that might open that up if Tien backs off, but might be worth exploring.
I mean, that's the thing with Zverev. We talk about the serve. It's still coming. That one was at 183 kilometres directed at the body. And if you're trying to take that early, it doesn't give you a lot of time to be able to get yourself out of the way to free the hand. So it's maybe it's not classically thought of as one of the great serves, Zverev's, because it can at times under pressure falter, but it is exceptionally effective. It is a strong serve. One of the things it is, should he come in a little bit more than what he does off that serve, that occasion, bang.
Big return from Tien right into the body, right off the baseline, and Tien follows it in, finishes at the net. It's another test here for Zverev. He's been able to pass these tests quite a bit.
So on that occasion it worked, but he had a bit more space. Like it wasn't directed at the body, so he was able to get the racket through the ball, and the return was magnificent. It was just an outstanding depth, perfect placement. But it is a gamble, so he's got to figure out that balance as to what works and what doesn't.
Serve, tee, lob return, it's going to miss long. Another game point here for Alexander Zverev.
Coming up to 1 hour on the clock, 59 minutes at the moment. We're a set to Zverev, 6-3, serving at 2-3. Game point to try and level this second set in what's been an entertaining match.
It has been. Pretty darn good level, even with Tien maybe a little bit off of his. Serve up the tee is an ace. 3-all here in this second set. 8 aces, no doubles.
And again, the number 3 seed.
Yep.
under a little bit of pressure. He's faced 1 break point so far in the match, but able to serve his way out of that. Really strong slice serve down the tee. Tien nowhere near it. Such was the pace as that 1 hour time ticks through to Tien serving. It just took a little bit to get there.
You just wanted to see if you could get to the 101 mark.
Exactly
I get
right.
it. I'm with you. Tien here. Second serve, good. Zverev forehand middle. Tien goes forehand back behind him to a forehand. Zverev looped. Tien goes forehand back up the line. Zverev forehand cross. Tien goes backhand cross. Zverev forehand through the middle. Tien goes backhand middle. Backhand Zverev. Tien forehand inside into a Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand up the line. Running forehand Zverev middle. Tien backhand cross to a Zverev forehand up the line. Tien goes back behind him. Zverev forehand up the line. Tien goes forehand cross off the net. Good. Zverev backhand cross off the net. Good. Tien forehand. Zverev run around forehand to a Tien backhand into the net. The spacing got him. It just kind of snuck into his body. It's a backhand error, and it's love 15.
An extended rally. Some superb shot making. Flicks of fortune for both players with those flicks off the tape. At the end, the point goes to the German, but he did look to be taking in some deep breaths, which is not surprising because that was a high-intensity rally where they moved all around the court.
I think
22 shots.
It's going to be really important for Tien to take this set as he gets a free point off the serve. It's really still early days at 1 hour here, but Zverev clearly is the one impacted more right now physically. That can change, obviously, over time, but yeah, it's an important set for Lerner Tien. Serve into the body. Tien's going to get a backhand, goes up the line, sliced back by Zverev. Tien forehand goes inside in behind it. Zverev backhand pass is wide, in between the net post and the chair umpire, and it's 30-15.
We've seen a little more willingness in the last 2 or 3 service games from Tien when the ball is short to actually follow the ball in as well. And on that occasion, look, the quality of the shot, the quality of the forehand that was angling wide to the backhand of Zverev set the point up. But the fact that he came in meant that Zverev had to go for it. And a really good play there from the American.
Forehand to forehand we go. Now Zverev has a backhand up the line to a Tien, backhand middle. Zverev forehand, Tien forehand on the run is into the nets, and we're at 30-all.
And just the pace in the rallies has increased. There's an elevation, certainly, in the manner with which these two players are playing. A couple of, really rapidly struck balls in that last rally, similarly to the first rally that went 22 shots.
Serve for Tien at 30-all, and again, this first serve at some big moments, right? It's been better in the second set, about 60%. This second, good. Zverev backhand middle, Tien backhand middle. Zverev slices a backhand to a Tien, backhand slice up the line. Zverev backhand up the line to a Tien backhand cross. Zverev forehand up the line, running forehand Tien cross, Zverev backhand middle. Tien backhand middle, Zverev runs around forehand inside out, catches the baseline. Now Zverev with the backhand line that does it. It misses well long. Tien did not hear the call, but he does see those red lights on the net posts, a new addition to the 2026 Australian Open, so he has a game point here at 40-30.
Heightened urgency in terms of the way the men are striking it. Zverev had I think the upper hand in that rally. He was the one that was setting the pace, but just overcooked the backhand down the line, so perhaps a little reprieve there from Tien, who has a game point here.
He serves T net. Okay, a little bit of a struggle grabbing that one, overran it himself a little bit. Second serve up the tee, went for it all and missed. The double fault, 179 there.
Now, is that a common
No,
part of his
it's a
game?
new. It's new. As he's increasing the second serve, he's taking a little bit more risk.
I mean, effectively, that one was struck at only 7 kilometres per hour slower. Different. One was a slider out wide, one was down the tee. So there will be, you won't go as fast when you're going out wide, but still.
Second serve upcoming here at deuce. That's good to Zverev backhand middle. Tien forehand inside out to Zverev forehand up the line. Tien forehand back behind him. Squash shot's not going to come up with it. Zverev asking for a replay. He wants to see that close call. We're going to look at it as well. It got enough. It got plenty. I don't know what he's arguing about. That's plenty. What is that, 6 millimeters, 7 millimeters?
The tip of the iceberg. If it's only the tip, well, let's just say that more of the ball was out, but nonetheless, you only need to flick the line for that one to be in, and that was a magnificent depth.
Serve T. Zverev forehand up the line, misses into the doubles alley. And Tien survives that task. It's 4-3.
Really important service hold.
Yes.
Keeps his nose ahead. Really tight set here. Loving the tennis, loving what's on offer. I think Tien has increased his level. We can talk
there's
about
no question.
Talk about the first serve percentage increasing. I also think that we talked about early on in this set, he was still trying to find his way in terms of what was suiting him off the ground. Well, now I think he's found his range. I think that we've seen in that last couple of games that he is clubbing the ball now when he has to, but I don't mind the changes of pace either. He's coming forward when the opportunity presents. He feels, it seems to me, he's more comfortable out there in this match.
Yeah, his winners to unforced errors ratio is still -2, which is where it was at the end of the first set as well, Courtney. But it's now because of the fact that some of those unforced errors are aggressive unforced errors as opposed to rally ball unforced errors. And that's a big difference.
Well, Red Sox Devil, he often writes in to ask the booth form. Oh, sorry, if you want to get in touch with us, go to Ask the Booth, fill out the form on ozopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Red Sox is listening from Falcon, about an hour south of Perth, on the western side of Australia. He wants to know why anyone would go back 10 to 20 years for their favourite match. He's throwing it all the way back to 100 years ago. I'm not so sure Red Sox was around. He may have even been sending notes via pigeon at that stage. Rodney Heath, Anthony Wilding, Norman Brooks, for whom the Champions Trophy here is named after. Can you imagine what folks in the crowd were thinking when you talked about what people who were watching those matches would be thinking if we told them about hard courts, sliding roofs,
a great point.
carbon fibre rackets, mobile phones, moon landings, and so on. Yes.
But that seems like you're doing it because you want to interact with people from 100 years ago, which I totally understand. That's a total, that's a great, I would love to do that too, just see how they, that would be fun.
It's a big moment in this match with Zverev setting up to serve. I'll come back to this one because I think you'd like it. I want to get onto this one before we exit.
Okay, sounds good. It's 3-4 here for Alexander Zverev. Yes, there are going to be people replacing us here in a couple minutes. Peter Marcato and Marco Lawati. Forehand Zverev to a Tien forehand on the run. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Zverev backhand up the line is into the net. It's another love 15 deficit for him.
And he's had about 3 or 4 of those throughout this match. So. Okay, Michael Chang, you can see some of the anxiety, some of the tension on his face in the coach's pod, leaning forward. He's wearing the, I suppose, the tangerine top, the white cap, the reverse of what Tien is wearing in terms of the outfit.
And his kids are in the stands right behind him right now in an additional player's box, not the on-court box. Zverev's serve is a let. Also back there is Kent Kinnear, head of men's coaching for the USTA. Always is at the Slam supporting the Americans as they progress, and especially in a big one like this, the first quarterfinal for Lerner Tien. Zverev will try this first serve again. Toss goes up, serve. T, lob return's not going to get there, and that's what's been so impressive. He's come up with so many first serves at love 15, at 15-30.
That's why, there are questions about Zverev when the pressure is right at its highest. And he fell narrowly shy at Roland Garros a couple of years ago in a final. But I do think that serve, when he's, early in sets or at moments like this, he can find big serves, and it's a really impressive delivery.
Serve up the tee, misses just long. Second serve upcoming, he adjusts his too tight shirt once again. Gets the necklace out of the mouth for the second serve. 1 hour, 9 minutes in. Mike and Courtney being replaced by Pete and Mark coming up in just a couple of minutes. Second, good. Tien forehand to his Zverev backhand. Tien backhand middle, misses long. That's a bad miss. There's no way around it. That's a bad miss.
13.
And Tien, again, having seen him for several years, he looked like he actually wanted to punch his strings.
Frustrated.
And the frustration is so few and far for him.
Yep, no doubt. That was a regulation rally ball. He had the chance to really dictate terms from that shot and just overcooked it.
30-15 now at 3-4 in this second set, excuse me. Forehand return from Tien. Zverev backing up the line, running backhand Tien. Zverev forehand inside out. He's pushed it wide, and it's 30-all.
Okay, so still a moment of tension here is Zverev. He is really sweating. You touched on this earlier on. You walked just back to where we're sitting, and you could see the sweat evident on his face.
He takes a long look over at Leonard Tien before starting his ball bounce motion. Does Alexander Zverev.
Already has one warning for pushing the serve clock. It's down to about...
It's already gone. It's gone. Yeah, it was at about 8. I actually was looking at it at the same time. So he got it to about 8 and then was ready to go. It was a let on that first serve. Yeah, he's going to be conscious of it. It might be something that impacts him later, though, especially if we get a longer rally late in the third, late in the fourth, if we get there. Tries again with the first serve, does Alexander Zverev. Tosses up, serve T, lob return, swinging volley good. Tien backhand cross, volley is missed by Alexander Zverev. What an angle created by Leonard Tien for his second break chance of the match.
Outstanding athleticism, great reading of the actual point as well. He was able to get across. It was the drive, forehand volley from Zverev. A lot of power, but not a lot of depth. Had to reach, though. Had to really reach wide with that double fist to have the racket head control to be able to pull that one back cross court and low and to the right side. The forehand volley from Zverev is the weaker one, and he's not able to control it.
So here we go. Second look for Tien on the day. Zverev from the near side. Serve. T is an ace. Fantastic clutch stuff again from Alexander Zverev in a set and a half of it. Deuce now.
And we see it time and again, just under half window of pressure or a full window of pressure on that occasion. His 8th ace, 194 kilometres an hour, swinging down the tee out of reach of the American.
So deuce we go once again for Alexander Zverev. The 3 seed serve is good. Chip return lands good. Zverev forehand inside out. Tien forehand cross. Zverev runs around a forehand. It looped, miss hit. Now he gets a forehand and goes cross. Tien backhand through the middle. Zverev backhand middle. Tien forehand off the net and good. Zverev slices that one back. Tien run around forehand to a Zverev forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Zverev forehand up the line. Running forehand Tien. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross lands good. Zverev backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Sliced back by Zverev. Tien forehand cross. Zverev backhand up the line. Running backhand from Tien. That ball landed off of the baseline and Tien just couldn't get underneath it. And he stabs his racket into the ground in frustration as Zverev gets a game point after a 23-shot rally.
An outstanding rally, but again, you talk about the uncharacteristic show of emotion from Tien, and he knows that he's been in this game, and the fact that Zverev is able to come up with the goods with big aces, snatches the opportunity away, but again, there was a half window there for him. Not to be.
Game point for Zverev. Serve good. Tien forehand, what a return. He's going to get a short forehand, goes dropper. Zverev was thinking about making a play, but there was no shot. What an angle from Tien on that dropper. A drive drop shot, and we're back to deuce 6 minutes into this game.
Great disguise there. He shaped as though he was going to whip that forehand either down the line or cross court, and at the last moment just cut underneath it. He had Zverev on the back foot trying to defend. Beautiful execution, great angle, and that one drew applause from Michael Chang in his coaching pod, understandably.
So another deuce for Zverev to contend with. Serve out wide, catches the outside of the line. Another clutch ace from Alexander Zverev.
185 kilometres an hour, very impressive. It was when you're serving wide, you want to go short and try and find, closer to the net if possible. To find that level of angle was outstanding from Zverev.
The benefit of height, no doubt about it. There is a child in the crowd with a little bit of voice there. Serve out wide, just missed long. Inside the single sideline, but just a tad bit long. So a second serve coming here for Zverev. Still winning a very high percentage, about 70% of his second serve points on the day. With a couple extra bounces of the ball. This second serve, good. Tien forehand to Zverev, forehand up the line. Running slice from Tien. Zverev short ball, forehand good into the deuce corner for all. This is probably, I don't know if they're out there, probably our last game. Do you want to get to?
I will. So this is an email from Joe, a freelance writer, who says, good discussion on the up-and-coming college players in the ATP and WTA. What did Ben Shelton mean, Mike, when he called college players on the tour Dogs. He's a former
Yeah.
college champion, of course, and he thinks, Joe, by the way, thinks that Spizzeri and Stearns are tough but agreeable players as well.
So basically, I'll try to break it down. Dogs
and
means...
he's from Chicago in Illinois, by the way.
Yes, and hometown for me as well. Chicago, Champaign, Illinois. That's home.
Ladies and gentlemen entering the arena, please be mindful play is continuing.
Yes, so dogs means you will compete and fight for every single scrap. It's like a junkyard dog. You are going to defend your territory. You are going to fight for that territory. If you see a piece of meat on the ground and there are two dogs, you're going to fight to the ends for that piece of meat. And that's kind of what he means. Yeah, it's a little bit of violent imagery, I understand, but that is kind of the idea. You will do everything in college. It's for your team. It's for your people, your teammates, your coach, your school. Out here, it's individual, but they bring a lot of that dog mentality to the individual sport that we play.
And we saw that with Shelton last night after dropping that first set against Casper Ruud to be able to finish off so strongly. I was very, very impressed with him. In fact, I've been impressed with him for a long time. But this tournament in particular, he's looked exceptionally good.
Below 15 right now. Tien is able to get it to 15 all after a missed forehand for Alexander Zverev. Tien taking an extra second here to go talk to Michael Chang and his other coach as well, Eric Cortland, who doesn't get mentioned as much, doesn't have that same high profile, but it's somebody who has worked with Learner Tien at times, off and on, since he was a youngster. So a lot of history in that one. Serve into the body. Tien's going to get a backhand, goes up the line, slice back from Zverev. Tien's just going to watch that one sail long. You and I are packing up our stuff at the same time.
Really love the way he moves forward, Mike. I've been very, very impressed with the way he's been tough in this second set because, yes, he's had his chances, but he could have also easily gone away in this second set. He's fighting hard. He is showing a bit of dog-like mentality.
He really is. He did have one semester of college tennis, that being at USC.
So whips that forehand up the line. Too good for Zverev on that occasion. He sees the opportunity. It was a short return and went bang, walloped the forehand. 40-15. He is hanging tough. 2 game points for a 5-4 lead.
Tosses up, serve T, short reply. Tien forehand inside out. Zverev forehand cross. Tien slices the backhand to Zverev forehand up the line. That is perfect. 40-30 now.
Speaking of sweet timing, Mike.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was a beautiful forehand. And again, we've talked about the Zverev forehand. It has been on song today. He is hitting that shot exceptionally well. It's always the one you look for to see how he is in terms of his form. Well, we can tell you that his form is very good because that was struck beautifully again.
He's +7 winners to unforced errors. Serve out wide is wide. 19 winners, 12 unforced errors for him is a very good ratio. Second serve, it's long. It's a double fault for Learner Tien, in real trouble now.
Okay, having started this service game with such positivity, that's his 5th double fault for the match. Just had a couple of troubles there, and again, not necessarily what you would normally see from the American.
Yeah, it's just going bigger on these seconds nowadays. Serve T, a little bit long.
Okay, big moment.
Yeah, it is. Second serve here for Tien. It's good. Zverev backhand inside out to a Tien, backhand up the line, running backhand Zverev. Tien, dropper. Zverev's going to get there. Forehand goes up the line. Tien had committed to the deuce corner, and Zverev just misses wide to the ad corner. This should be a break point, and it's not.
My word. Tien telegraphed that drop shot.
Yep.
Zverev was on top of it.
He decelerated.
That's the first time we've seen him with that forehand that occasionally airs the floor.
Wow.
Whew, what a reprieve there for Tien.
Thomas Massey quieting the crowd as Tien is in his motion and Zverev misses the return. Let's do a quick change. Why don't you go first? Courtney Walsh, it's been fun over the last couple of hours.
Absolute pleasure, Mike.
So Courtney's going to be replaced by Mark Hulawati, and then we'll get Peter Marcato. He's a little bit slow, that Peter Marcato, so he needs a little extra time. So we'll let Mark Hulawati get in here first. There's Mark Hulawati. Those are some shorts, man. It's Stan Wawrinka-esque on the shorts. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Well, it is 700 degrees outside, and it's
nice and cool in here.
Yeah, it's a scorching hot sun. It's a beautiful day in Melbourne. Unfortunately, not that much activity on the outside courts. It's all on the stadium courts. We which has made it very pleasant for the fans to sit and watch with a closed roof. Perfect conditions. Some may disagree with the roof being closed and everyone should be out there slugging it out in the heat, but this is what we have. Makes it for a perfect tennis environment, that's for sure. And we've got the master himself, Mr. Rolex.
Not yet.
Oh, is the Rolex going on?
Hasn't arrived yet.
Not even someone from Bali's on the beach?
No.
Not even one of those ones?
No, they gave me a Folex, but that's it's about as good as it got.
That's all right.
A little bit toasty. How was your walk over today?
Oh,
Mark?
yeah. Well, now I know what a roast chicken feels like.
Into the rotisserie.
Yeah.
Right.
Someone threw some herbs on me as I was walking past, which wasn't nice.
And they said on the way back, we'll flip you over. You'll be cooked
right.
to perfection. All righty. So we're here, and Sasha Zverev at 4-5 in the second set. Packed Rod Laver Arena, as you would expect. No one able to go anywhere else. The serve on the backhand. Tien puts it into the nets. And we are at 15 love. What have you made of it all so far?
It's been impressive from Zverev. He's really just been so disciplined with what he's been doing. Tien has got to try to come up with some variations and some answers to this kind of brute power.
I wonder if we're on our YouTube stream, we can see your man bag. There's a serve here down the tee missing. You sort of just jumped into the booth and we don't really have time to sort of get ourselves organised. We sort of unpack as we go. Missed first serve here for Zverev.
All my preparation is in this little bag. Better than a big backpack suitcase roller thing.
The second serve onto the backhand of Tien, picked up by Zverev. Tien goes with an off forehand in the juice court, clean winner. It's like he just got so much time out there to prepare for that ball. 15 all.
It's like a lot of the left-handers. They just look so loose and so slinky when they hit the ball. Very talented. You can do everything.
Slinky. Love it. So we are at 15 all. 4-5 Zverev second set. Took the first 6-3. Ball bouncing continues. The serve here down the tees. Another ace for Zverev, and he goes to 30-15. That is ace number 10 for Sasha.
And the response from Tien just kind of blew out a mouthful of air like, oh, come on. Don't do that to me. That's the power of Zverev. And he needs to. That serve is a weapon.
1 hour and 22 minutes up on that Rolex clock. Come on, Rolex, help me out. As the serve here. Let's see, blocked back by Tien. Short ball, flying up the line from Zverev, and now he's at the net playing a forehand volley. Tien goes up the line, and it's dug out by Zverev. The drop volley goes wide, though. Maybe a little too cute on that. The ball was dropping, though, and it's 30 all.
And good for Tien, making Zverev volley twice there. Probably the area of the court that he's not as comfortable with. Got to test him out, and under pressure like that, he's, like you said, he played probably not the ideal choice of shot. A little rinky-dinky drop shot angle.
He wanted the drop up. It wasn't happening.
Now there's a little bit of extra pressure on the Zverev serve. 30 all to stay in this set.
Under the lids of Rod Laver Arena. And the serve. Onto the backhand of Tien, goes cross-court, blocked back by Zverev. Tien comes up the line, coming into the net. He's got to play a low forehand volley dropper. He can't do much with that. That was nice from Zverev. A dropping ball backhand cross-court, and it's 40-30.
Well, I thought the serve was good, and then I saw the Tien return. I said, that one's unbelievable. And then the response from Zverev was even better. Wow, fantastic point at 30 all. Zverev, great ball control, keeping it low. Game point.
He has, as he prepares now. Tien, about a metre from the baseline. He'll step in and he'll play a backhand, but doesn't need to. There's the first serve faults. Second serve. As again, takes plenty of time on this second ball. Tien will step inside the baseline for this second serve. Delivered by Zverev now. It's onto his forehand, plays across court. Big backhand up the line from Zverev. Too big, in fact, and we're at juice.
Like that return, took away the time from the server and rushed Zverev. There was actually a construction worker outside as I came in that was missing a pair of socks, and I think I found them on... Tien's got the high-vis orange socks.
You can't miss him out there. He's got the high-vis hat, orange hat as well. Fluoro, you'd have to say, isn't it?
Yep.
Mind you, so's Zverev down the other end with the fluoro headband. As a serve into the net.
It's like a bad video clip from the 80s. All we need is some leotards and a little
We'll get the fluoro yellow as well. Second serve here from Zverev. There's a wait now again, just taking his time. The second serve. Forehand picked up by Tien. It balloons over the baseline. And it's advantage Zverev.
It's smart serving there from Zverev. He got caught out last time on the juice side with a really good backhand return from Tien. Big pressure moment. It's noticeable he's gone to that forehand side. Maybe that's the side he feels is slightly less effective on a scale of awesomeness.
So Zverev prepares. The serve blocked back by Tien. Near the baseline, too far in fact. Well done Zverev. He was under pressure again in that service game. Again, he came through. It's 5 games all, second sets.
And again, he went to the forehand side of Tien when it really, really counted at 30 all, and then at 40-30. But Tien's got to be ready for that. Big occasion.
We've hit 41 degrees in Melbourne on our way to 45.
What is going on?
I didn't say that 20 years ago. As a serve here from Tien. Trying to get it down the tee, goes long. Keep your emails coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au. Ask the booth form on ozopen.com. As we see here, forehand cross court by Tien. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross court backhand by Tien. Zverev is there working the juice court. Now a slice up the line on the backhand wing from Zverev. Hammered forehand by Tien. A block ball back near the corner of the 8 court from Zverev. Good angle from Tien and the slice backhand into the net by Zverev. That was smart play, and that's what Lerner does. It's 15 love.
Wow, this is special tennis right now.
15 love.
Great use of that runaround forehand from Tien. He had no right to hit it that hard off a low slice ball. And then the follow-up shot, just amazing angle. And with the fact that he was creeping in, it forced Zverev to try to hit it low over the net, and he wasn't able to get it up and over.
Serve here. Onto the backhand of Zverev, cross court. Up the line goes Tien, deeper ball. Slice forehand from Zverev. In the juice court, he throws in the drop shot from a mile back in the court, and Tien executes it brilliantly. That's one out of the top draw. It's 30 love.
30 love.
Oh, he's got a tennis brain and a half, hasn't he? He is just so clever out there. Great variation of pace and spins.
Well, look who his coach is.
Can play.
As the serve here, M. Chang in the corner, watching on. 30 love, second serve. Tien onto the backhand as they're up the middle of the court. Forehand up that line by Tien. Cross court forehand from Zverev. Cross court backhand by Tien. And the juice got up the line goes Zverev this time, and a loose forehand again from Tien. Flies the baseline. It's 30-15.
Yeah, he can get a little bit wild with that preparation on that forehand swing, Tien. Just when he's a little bit rushed. It's being very, very picky there. He's made probably one mistake out of almost an hour and a half out on court at the highest level possible.
Yeah, both players. Oh, no, not both players in front. Winners done for Zverev. Tien serves down the middle, and that forehand goes long from Zverev. And it is 40-15, I should say. So the winner count, 20 for Zverev, 13 unforced errors, 18 winners for Tien, 20 unforced errors. Bearing in mind, though, that Zverev in that marker point has 10 aces along the way. As we see, cross-court forehand from Tien. Slice back out the middle of the court from Zverev is short. Tien goes cross-court approach. Up the line, Zverev. Backhand volley is perfect from Tien. Nonchalance is how I would describe that from Lerner. He's in front. It's 6-5. We're on serve in the second set. AO Radio live around the world.
And Zverev is telling his dad that, hey, are you asleep down there? Are you going to cheer and do something for me?
No, you know the answer to that.
He's got those glasses on that look like his eyes are open, so he's obviously awake.
Well, Misha's there, his brother.
Wow.
Jez Green in the back. And wants him up and about.
Way to be told. Well, sometimes, you know, got to give a little razzle-dazzle, Zverev, if you want to keep your dad awake. Well, afternoon, he's probably had a little bit of supper.
Yeah, 3 in the
lunch.
afternoon.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to have a little doze off.
Yes.
If you hear Mr. Mercado snoring,
No.
wake him.
You will wake him. You will wake me. No. We won't have that.
How can he fall asleep when the quality of tennis just is getting better and better?
It is.
Time.
Let's see how we go here. For Zverev to send this to a tiebreaker. As we know, the head-to-head tied at 1 apiece. Met at Roland Garros last year. Zverev in straights. Tien winning in Acapulco on hard court. That in straights. Interesting, Lerner Tien has not played Carlos Alcaraz or Alex de Minaur.
I really like his game, Tien. He's really got some skills, hasn't he?
He certainly does.
He's developed.
Now you got your work cut out for you. You can just log yourself. Come on, Mark. Log yourself in, mate.
All
Come
right.
on. We're going to get the messages fired up here. We want to hear where you're listening right around the world to us on AO Radio today. Of course, Alcaraz and de Minaur, the other men's match to come this evening. And that's Coco Gauff and Alina Svitolina. That will be first up after our evening serve tonight on AO Radio.
Right now, very, very important for Tien to get a good start in this game. He can. Going to be dictated by the serve from Zverev.
90 minutes on the Rolex. The serve onto the backhand of Tien. The short backhand is netted on the return. And it is 15-love.
And in slams gone past, it's these pressure moments that we've seen Zverev just do something that's a little bit out of the box, you know, in a probably not in the best way. I remember last year he had some big occasions and he threw in some really poor choices of shot. He's facing a big moment right here. What can he come up with?
Zverev serves onto the backhand of Tien. Back up the line by Zverev. Cross-court backhand by Tien. Forehand up the line by Zverev. Forehand back up that line. Heavy from Tien for a winner. He's doing it at will at the moment, and it's 15 all.
Just such effortless power. Great timing from Tien.
Even Michael Chang's going to be that sort of coach that's just not going to give much expression. Maybe a little muted, you know, clap, something like that. With Andy Murray and Ivan Lendl. Ivan just sitting there like, oh, I wish I was out there playing golf, to be honest.
That's right, a little bit of poker face.
And there's a serve here down the tees, an ace. And it's 30-15. Well, he did sort of say, Andy, if I'm going to coach you, mate, well, yeah, I'm happy to do that, but I'm not going to be jumping up and down doing it. That's not me.
It's not a cheerleader. He doesn't have the pom-poms and the little skirt.
Nope. Leave it to the rest of the team to handle. 30-15. 2 points away from this second set. Going to be resolved with a tie-break as the serve from Zverev. And he goes down the tee.
It's interesting that some players want their coaching staff to be up and about, like
to provide that energy. That's the vital.
You got
difference.
You got 14,000 fans to do it. One extra or one less is not going to make too much difference, you wouldn't think.
As Zverev, the serve. Onto the backhand of Tien, up the line, dug out by Zverev. It's a floating ball up that line of the ad court, cross court, with incredible angle is Tien, and way out of court, the backhand long from Zverev.
And Zverev just staring at his team, staring at his dad. Wow, that's some...
Exactly the same way Daniel Medvedev was staring at his team a couple of nights ago on Margaret Court Arena.
Not in the most friendliest way.
Well, what can we do here? How can we solve? I should be overpowering this guy, and it's not happening.
Yeah, and it started with that backhand return from Tien. Zverev's got to be careful of that. A forehand angle from nowhere. Great skill.
30 all, 5-6. Zverev serves, blocked back by Tien. Short ball, cross-court backhand from Zverev. Up the line into the nets goes Tien. Actually bounced before it got to the nets. He anticipated the serve nicely, did Tien. He was reading it. It's 40-30.
Would have liked to see Tien to try to hook that forehand around the central chair umpire's chair and then parallel across the baseline and make it land in.
Of course.
Very disappointed he didn't do that.
Yeah.
Just went for the percentage option up the line.
I'm pretty happy he didn't do that because trying to describe that very quickly would be a difficult task. It's a game point for Zverev as the serve. Out wide's an ace. And so it is, 6 games all. And we're off to a second set tiebreak. These two have not played a tiebreaker against one another before.
6 games all, tiebreak.
And looking through the tournament thus far, Zverev only played the one tiebreak. That was against Gabriel Diallo, which was his first set of the tournament, which he lost 7 points to 1. For Tien, he's had a couple along the way. 3, and he's won all 3 of them. All down the middle here from Tien. A slice backhand floating wide from Zverev. It's 1-0 Tien. Second set tiebreak.
With that stat, you're backing Tien to win this tiebreaker?
Wow. Nothing to say he can't.
Yeah. It's off to a good start.
If that's the marker point that you want to go with.
Right. That's the benchmark.
His overall career tiebreak record, Zverev, won 210, lost 144. 22 wins, 11 losses for Tien. Serve out wide, blocked back by Tien. Short ball, put away by Zverev. Yes, corner of the juice court, gets it done. The +1, 1 point all. Bearing in mind that for Tien, that 22 and 11 is what he's done in the ATP Tour and majors, so doesn't count the challenges and ITFs and everything like that. 20-year-old versus the 28-year-old. Sasha Zverev, remember all those years ago. Here's this new talent. Alexander Zverev has arrived on the scene.
With the brother out there on court too.
Now we're talking about Luna Tien being in that bracket. Ball down the middle here. Tien pops it up and Zverev says thanks. Bang, bounce smash. Well, he puts the overhead away to bounce smash. It was an overhead. 2-1. And he leapt into the air to put that away. It was athletic. It's 1-2. Or 2-1 Zverev, if you want to look at it that way.
Smart thinking from Zverev. 2 points on serve, 2 serve volley points. Getting the feel that Luna Tien's just bunting some of those returns back.
Serve here onto the forehand of Zverev. Cross-court backhand Tien right near the baseline. Up the line goes Zverev. Back up that line from Tien, all with forehands. Off forehand in the juice court from Tien. Cross-court forehand by Zverev. Up the line goes Tien with his backhand. Cross-court backhand into the net. He snatched it at Zverev. It's 2 points all in this second set tiebreak.
And that's a one backhand I feel that Zverev struggles a little bit. When he starts running sideways after a forehand, he tends to plant his right leg a long way across his body, which makes it hard to get the ball early. Most two-handers would play that shot from the left leg, the right-handers, off an open stance. Gets a little bit restricted.
Tien's first serve goes into the net, 2 points all. In this second set tiebreak, second serve. Backhand picked up by Zverev. Backhand up the middle of the court from Tien. Backhand by Zverev into the juice court. Cross-court backhand by Tien. Now he's in the A court playing a forehand up the middle of the court. Forehand up the middle of the court from Zverev. Matched by Tien. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross-court from Tien. Clips the tape, the forehand, and falls back on his side. Mini break for Zverev. It's 3-2 second set tie break.
And a little bit of a safer point there from Tien. Hit 3 balls straight up the middle of the court. Where normally he's been using that forehand to spread the court, get angles, and drag Zverev outside the sidelines. So maybe a little bit of tension from within. Had an opportunity to control the point there. It went against him.
So Zverev prepares. And the serve will go onto the backhand of Tien. Short ball, cross-court forehand from Zverev. Way out of court is Tien. His backhand floating into the net, hitting the Kia sign flush. It's 4-2 Zverev in this second set tiebreak. Fair height differential between the two. You sort of noticed that at the coin toss and noticed that as they're walking past each other. We'll get to your emails and messages after this tiebreak. There's only one other match on court. It's a mixed doubles over on Margaret Court Arena. Of course, the heat policy in place. We only have the 2 roof stadium with John Cain finishing yesterday. Going into music mode for the remainder of the event. A whole host of mixed doubles and different things happening. And juniors on the outside courts. No wheelies today. They'll be on tomorrow. Delay to their schedule. 4-2, Zverev from the far end from our commentary position. Puts it onto the backhand of Tien. Up the line goes Zverev. Up the line, well, at the middle of the court, the forehand goes Tien. Now he's going with the cross forehand. Cross-court backhand, good angle from Zverev. Up the line goes Tien. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Tien is there. And now he's playing up the line, Zverev. Cross-court forehand, looping ball from Tien. Big hammered backhand by Zverev in the A-court. Drop shot by Zverev. Coming forward, Tien. He slices up the line approach. He's going to play the backhand volley. It was popped up to him, and he puts it away beautifully. The cat and mouse of Luna Tien. And it's mini break back. It's 4-3 Zverev, second set tie break.
That is caviar right there on a tennis racket. That was beautiful. Just great construction of points. And he read that drop shot from Zverev very early, was up quickly. Great low slice. Has the coolness just to play the little angle volley. It's a good attempted pass. Wow. Way to get the point back.
As the serve comes in. Onto the backhand, Zverev cross court. Up the line goes Tien. Zverev with a cross forehand. Backhand into the net by Tien. Big opportunity now for Zverev. Another mini break. It's 5-3 Zverev.
something we haven't seen for a long time, an unforced error like that. It's just been the highest quality match.
So the serve. Blocked back here by Zverev. We got forehand by Tien in the juice court. He's still in there to play a backhand up the line. Cross court backhand from Zverev. Tien is there with a forehand cross. Up the line goes Zverev with his backhand. Now he's going to slide on a forehand in the juice court. Good angle, no, too much. He goes wide. It's on the Zverev bracket now. 2 points to come on his serve, 5-4.
And in these pressure moments, Zverev has gone to the forehand side of Tien with the serve. So it'll be interesting to see if he'll go to the well again. Tien's got to be ready for this. Just got to program in where you're going to hit the forehand, where you're going to hit the backhand. Take out the guessing game.
Wait now for the serve to come in. A lot of ball bouncing for Zverev. And the serve. Blocked back by Tien up middle of the court. Forehand up that line. Serve. He's gone long. He went long. It was open there for him. No, he just stares down the other end of the court. It is 5 points all now in the second set tie. But this is a huge tiebreak now, Mark.
This is monstrous.
Massive.
And as I mentioned before, in pressured moments, sometimes Zverev does have the habit of just doing some randomly weird things. And that forehand error, very unlike Zverev.
So, Zverev prepares. 5 points all. As the serve comes in. And the serve's onto the Tien forehand. It balloons up. Backhand drive volley. Through. Up the line by Tien! With the forehand. He was ready and waiting. He's got himself set points. My goodness. He can do no wrong.
That's fabulous anticipation. There was a great serve from Zverev. Got the ball that he wanted, went with a drive, backhand volley, cross court, which is the more comfortable option. And Tien was there with so much time and guided up the line for a clean winner. From a mini breakdown, now he's got a set point.
And he's got to finish it off though. Set point Tien down the tee, misses.
Oh, that first serve up the line didn't miss by much.
Second serve. Tien on set point, onto the backhand and Zverev cross court. Tien goes up the line with a forehand. He's there. Zverev a shorter ball. Tien in the juice court off forward. Winner! Says to the crowd, give me some love, and they do. Oh, they are loving what they are seeing from Lerner Tien right now. We are at 1 set all. Tien the second set, 7-6 here on AO Radio.
Wow, listen to that roar from the crowd. That was fantastic.
Michael Chang, he's just sitting there.
That's
right. He has seen this all before.
He's going, boy, I need some lunch. I'm going to be out here a little bit longer, a little bit peckish.
Wow. Okay, we have a match on our hands, folks. Absolutely. Well, let's see what effect it has on both players. It is still warm inside Rod Laver Arena.
Zverev once again going to his dad and going, hey, you're still asleep.
Yeah. Anyway, while we've got this little break in play, let's get into some messages, emails around the world and in the air.
Yeah, hello from 30,000 feet. It's Lavina who's currently flying back to the States after a week in Melbourne at the Australian Open. Thank you so much for great commentary and keeping me company on the long flight.
Happy to help. Hey, we can do that. And people are putting us on because there's Wi-Fi on planes these days. Yep. You can't watch it necessarily, but you can listen to our feed. Love to ask our tech, Matty, who's been doing a fantastic job, Matt's Effects mics. If someone's at 30,000 feet in the air, do they count as a listener in the spot that the plane's flying over? So like if you're flying over India, for example, do you count as an listener in India? If you're flying, do you count as a listener in Singapore? Do you count as a listener over the ocean? Like, he's got a little map where everyone's listening from.
Okay. So you could be listening from
they come
three
from
or four different countries at once.
They come from a place called Null Island.
Null Island?
Which is just basically saying a miscellaneous place that...
All right.
Hopefully we improve. It's an island near the latitude 0 and the longitude 0.
All right. Okay.
Well, we want to boost our listenership there, so
yeah,
that counts. So 30,000 feet, that's what you're doing,
Maybe
folks.
we need a little reconnaissance mission there just to see the demographics of that island and see how we can tap in and improve.
Rightio. Well, this is an interesting. You want to throw that one out before we.
Okay, Peter, Candy suggested as a contest most bad tennis moments. I'm just curious how the entries are coming along.
Oh, really? No, we're not doing that contest.
No,
Sorry, HC, we're not doing that one. Maybe for next year. But it might be Midnight Madness. We could do that if we get to Midnight Madness tonight. But we do have a competition, giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? $50 AO voucher on offer.
Well, so much to choose from.
Any round, any Australian Open or championships. We're going all the way, the whole history of the tournaments. It doesn't have. You don't have to have seen it before either. You might just want to go back. It could have sentimental value for you, spark your interest. Just one you want to see again.
Does one pop off for you?
Not immediately. There's a serve here for Zverev onto the backhand of Tien as we get set number 3 underway. Zverev pops away the forehand into the open court and goes to 15 love. Now, you can't change the outcome of the match either, so it's as played. Voucher can be used online wherever you are around the world, of course. You can do that. Now, you can use the Ask the Booth form. You can use aoradio@tennis.com.au. You've got to give us your name and where you're listening from. 5 p.m. Saturday. So think 2 hours from now and 4 days. And the winner will be announced on ladies' final nights. With Nat Edwards in
My two are just purely sentimental.
Okay,
that's what I've come to.
We'll come back to them in a sec because they're at 15 love. This is the opening game of the third set, an hour and 46 on the Rolex clock. As the serve coming in. Blocked back here by Tien. Short ball. Zverev goes the knock forehand. Tien's there. He just throws up the high lob. It's going to go long, but he's in the right place at the right time again. And it's 30 love. So what's the first one? We have the first one, and then
first one was Martina Hingis' first Aussie Open.
Okay, that was 96.
Yeah, 6 as a 16-year-old, I think. So she just hit 16.
Yep.
I was lucky enough and privileged enough to be helping her out in that situation, just to see a teenager like that who was rollerblading and horse riding and just...
I remember the rollerblading.
Yeah,
videos,
just a little girl. But, wow, just such maturity beyond her years. And, you know, I remember talking to the management company and I said, like, a 16-year-old, you know, working for $5.73 an hour, and she's now just on the cusp of millions upon... And so it had great sentimental value to be at that infancy of that Grand Slam career, very first win.
Off forehand from Tien, blocked back by Zverev, cross court, following up the line by Tien. Cross court backhand from Zverev, lands in the corner, dug out by Tien again. Zverev goes back the other corner. Slice backhand defensive again by Tien into the juice court. Now he's in the 8 court playing cross court forehand, dug out by Zverev. Now he's the one under pressure because Tien goes bang up the line for a forehand winner. That is turning defense into attack, learn a Tien style.
And that's a very, very tough situation for Zverev because Tien has all match had the great ability with that forehand from a similar position to hit a short angled ball out wide to the Zverev forehand, which he's kind of banking on. That's the one he's got to recover a lot of miles for. And then he can change direction and go up the line. So he's in a bit of a guessing game there.
So we wait now for Zverev at 30-15. Opening game third set. The serve. Blocked back here by Tien. Up the line. Forehand up that line from Zverev. Pretty comfortable in the end and goes to 40-15. What's your other one?
My other one was Serena beating Sharapova when Serena came into the tournament ranked like 87.
87 or something.
Yeah,
I remember
and
that.
just held together by tape and glue and blue tack and just copped a whole bunch of press and was just so much adversity behind the scenes. And she kept on coming forward and kept on winning.
As the serve out wide's an ace to hold opening game of the third set.
Yeah, and to me that showed just amazing grit from, you know, she had a horrible year, couldn't get on the court and was definitely underdone with her tennis ability, and the media unfortunately gave it to her in that sense as well. I remember one time we took her after training, we took a little run back to the hotel along the river, and we had a couple of cars with photographers following us on the way back, taking photos, and sure as light of day, the next morning in the paper was the most unflattering photo of her running, and the headlines, you know, how out of shape. And
how were you looking by that stuff?
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, a bit embarrassed. My running style was like an egg beater, but yeah. And then she came out and just destroyed Sharapova like 6-1, 6-2, and just sent out a statement with that win, and yeah, it was very satisfying.
Backing up the line here from Tien. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Drop shot by Tien coming forward. Zverev does pick it up. He goes up the line, but wide.
And to me, it just really proved how human she is. Like, we see, you know, the amazing, you know, discipline and everything that goes into Serena's world, but you know, she gets affected by what people say and do, and her ability to block out that noise and just, you know, focus on inside the doubles lines was amazing.
Backhand up the line from Tien. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Tien goes there with a forehand up the middle of the court now. Zverev picked up by Tien again long. It's gone long.
15.
Well, yes, you would have had a front row seat to it. Were you sitting in the players' area?
Yeah.
So you want another touch greedy?
Oh, been very greedy and very, very privileged here, especially with Serena.
You want to do it again, the same spot.
It's like a little lucky Buddha, I think that's what happened. She kept on rubbing my belly every match. And
that's why I had the egg beater run. As the off forehand here from Tien goes into the corner of the juice court.
13.
And it's 30-15. 14 forehand winners for Tien, 10 for Zverev. As he prepares again. Does Leonard Tien from our commentary position in. Serve onto the backhand of Zverev. Duck out by Tien. He's racing across. The juice court just popped that ball up. Another drop shot by Tien is superb. He is hitting them so well. I mean, this is kind of Alcaraz-like, isn't it? 40-15.
And the thing that Zverev is just unsure what he can do. He can do so much with that forehand. He's been hitting the off from that juice side of the court, the off forehand, the inside in, and then the drop shot as well.
The serve here onto the forehand of Zverev. That forehand goes long and hits our commentary box window.
Especially when Tien has time, and that's when he's got those options. And Zverev just hasn't been able to work it out, what he's doing in the preparation phase to give him a little bit of a heads up.
Didn't finish it. Learner. Is it learner?
There's a lot of L plates out here.
Yep. Which, for those uninitiated, when you get your driver's license in Australia, a couple of years as a learner, so you have to display the prominent yellow L plates with the black L on it. High ball here from Tien. This is floating into the 8 courts. It's in. Zverev has to wait, play the overhead. Oh, wonderful angle from Zverev. He could not have played that any better. It's 15-love.
Was that
15 love?
Something in that with that overhead going straight at Dad to wake him up a little bit on that side?
Well, it's worked.
That's right. Oh, Papa Bear had to get out of the way from that overhead. Great angle.
Wow. Geez, hit that well.
It was not an easy shot.
Nope. As the serve coming in, Zverev down the tee, blocked back by Tien. Sits up. Zverev goes into the corner with his forehands. And it's 30-love.
13 love.
This is what Zverev does so well, is that, you know, the disappointment of that set, and he's come out at a very similar level. He's got a great ability just to let go and then refocus. He knows it's a 5-set battle. It's going to take time. And his opponents sustain this level.
There's the serve from Zverev. Goes long. Second serve. Waiting for the ball bouncing. On the second ball. Onto the backhand of Tien. Tries to guide that up the line. It goes wide and long. And we move to 40-love. Game number 3. Set number 3.
Hello to Sarah, who's in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is the birthplace of a little mum-and-pop store that you may have heard of. Walmart.
Yes, I may have heard
Snowed
of that.
in and loving all the reports of the heat and awesome tennis. And go Lerner. Big Lerner fan.
Probably got a lot of opposites going on in terms of temperature. As a serve from Zverev is ace out wide. He holds for 2-1 on serve in the third set. We're at 1 set all. AO Radio live around the world. And we've got lots of different things coming in all over the place. But I will tell you now, it's gone up to 42. 4-2 Celsius.
It's getting there.
Which is hot.
That's right.
Lid closed here on Rod Laver Arena. Messages.
Yeah, Dinos, who's in Sydney. Thanks, loving the coverage. Gets me through my working day. The year I'd like to go back and watch would be 97. The year would be 1997. Be great to see both Martina and Pete win.
They're not playing each other, of
No.
course. Because that was an AO that I must have missed if they were playing each other. Hey, just on that though, I mean, thank you for your entry into the competition, but also add a bit more. Like if there's a bit more sort of, sentimentality to it or anything like that, whether you sparked your love of tennis. And remember too, the other thing just with the comp, only Australian Open or Championships matches.
Okay.
And it could be anything. It could be, give you another idea, I wish I could have gone back to watch the first junior match that's ex-superstar played here in Australia or whatever. Or, that sort of thing too. Because, I would be in on the ground floor and seeing what they've been done.
Yeah, well, I've got Saif, who's in Tilburg in the Netherlands. The match I would love to go back in time to watch is the 2017 final, a 5-set tussle between the two greatest tennis players to ever play the game. Federer as a 17th seed and with no match play for 6 months, came from behind to win 5 straight games in the 5th and beat Nadal. The quality of the rallies was out of this world. Not bad.
I like it. Good thoughts. Keep them coming. We've got all week to think about it. I love it. Keep them coming.
This could be one of those matches. This could be the...
this could be the one that people select. I mean, probably a bit of a recency bias on that.
Yeah, but this could be the one that Tien marks himself as a contender.
The serve takes the net, flies wide.
I love his game style. He's got a lot of upside.
Second serve. Backhand by Zverev up the line. Cross-court forehand by Tien. Hits the top of the net but goes in. Up the line goes Zverev. Slice backhand from Tien into the juice court corner. Goes long. And it is love 15. So ask the booth form on ausopen.com/listen right at the top, folks, the page. Or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. The serve onto the forehand of Zverev. Cross-court forehand from Tien's a winner. Yeah, the +1. Pretty comfortable for him there. It's 15 all.
15.
Just generates such good racket speed, ball speed on that forehand, Tien. Tends to rally at like 70% of his maximum capacity, and then when he needs to, he can just increase the speed.
Serve takes the net and goes long. Second serve. It's a double fault. How many double faults for Tien today? That's 6 for Tien, 3 aces, and it's 15-30. Didn't miss by much. It's a triple zoomer.
What's the maximum zoomer?
Quadruple zoomer. Serve down the tees, an ace. I asked the previous provider actually of the technology to actually give me, and that it does exist, the zooms and how close it actually is and what it translates to.
As in, okay.
Like 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter.
Okay, all right.
Serve here missing from Tien. So it is an actual thing. Yes, I used it flippantly to start off with, but it is a thing. Serve here, double fault again. He's 7th, and now it is break point for Zverev.
I wonder what the closest the ball can be to being out that they've recorded.
It's a fraction of a millimetre, it would have to be.
What fraction?
I'll ask them. There's a serve here, down the tees, an ace. Great recovery from Tien, his 5th ace, alongside his 7 double faults.
The old 1-2, throw in a double fault, back it up with an ace, throw in another double fault and back it up with an ace.
Serve from Tien, long, straight into our commentary position. I would have been able to catch that if the glass wasn't here. Second serve, on the backhand is Zverev, up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Tien, cross-court forehand by Zverev, and backhanding to the net by Tien. It's a little loosey, this game.
Yeah, this is the loosest game of the match so far. Played so many games. And this is the one that he's just had a little lapse on.
As serve comes in. Down the tee onto the forehand of Zverev. Hoiked up the line for a winner. Oh, he did that well. Trapped it nicely. The tee serve. And it ended up in the juice court corner. It's 3-1 Zverev in the 3rd set with the break.
And a big fist pump from Zverev to his team after that return of serve. That game just kind of came out of the blue. Oh, great preparation on that return and placement. Now, that's a big, big moment for Zverev to get that early break. And the way he's been serving, it's been tough for Tien to get some breaks.
We're about to hit the 2-hour mark on the Rolex for this match. Crowd coming in. Of course, they can come in after every game here at the AO. So now Zverev prepares. Can he consolidate the break, take control of the contest again? Zverev serves. And he looks to serve and volley, but he's missed the first ball.
And Tien, a long way back to return that first serve and also this second serve. So he's just mixing up his return placement, hence why Zverev tried to serve volley that point. He had a lot more time to get in.
Zverev's only done one serve volley point, was successful with it. The serve onto the backhand, cross court by Tien. Cross court forehand from Zverev, slice up the line by Tien on the backhand. Cross court backhand from Zverev, Tien is there. And Zverev goes backwards into the net, back into the net on the backhand. Looking to go cross court, it's love 15.
And that's the one I feel Zverev gets tied up with his stance. Goes with his right leg across the body instead of his left. And Tien being so far back is just trying to nullify the pace of the serve. Just trying to highlight that I've got to get that ball back. A little bit more viewing time on the return of serve. Smart play.
Serve coming in, Zverev. Down the tees, an ace. Ace at number 15 for him. It's 15 all.
Good serving. Even when Tien's back almost against the backboard with the ball kids, still be able to find the ace. Great accuracy. We do have a serve placement map on all of our...
I'll get it for you. There you go. Who would you like, Zverev or Tien?
Zverev.
Serve there onto the forehand of Tien. And now Tien in the ag court. Playing backhand, he doesn't actually because Zverev's gone wide.
It doesn't show us where the ball lands, just the directions.
I can't give you that bit of data, I'm sorry. All I've got here, I've got the win count when it has gone out to the various places. That's all I can give you. I'm terribly sorry.
Who do we talk to? I'd love to see where the ball lands with the serve placement, not only the direction.
The serve here. Zverev down the tee, high ball from Tien. He's at the net, playing a backhand drive volley. High kind of ball that he brought down, Zverev. He did a great job of it. It's 30 all.
30 all.
Smart play once again, serve volleying with Tien being so far back. Just trying to tell Tien that you got to do something more with that return. I'm going to keep on coming in. Like to see Zverev hit a little sliding wide serve out here with a bit of angle when Tien's that far back. Hopefully doesn't break your watch over there in the corner.
Not my watch yet. And the backhand here from Tien going up the line. Cross-court backhand. Zverev didn't quite put it away, but a floating forehand slice from Tien pushed over the baseline will do the trick for Zverev. It's 40-30. Spread the court beautifully on that occasion.
That's the serve I was hoping it would hit. Very great. Great placement. It was a good return from Tien, though, from so far outside the court. How's the foot speed to get across there?
Got to have plenty of time, but ran out of options. Game points for Zverev. Consolidate the break in this third set. The serve. A wide forehand into the bottom of the net by Tien. And he's a little disappointed in himself, but it's 4-1 now for Zverev in this third set. AO Radio live around the world. Messages flying in, Mark, from everywhere.
Everyone's got a match that just tickles their fancy, which is awesome. And we've got Mitchell Harris, who lives in Australia. G'day, chaps. Obviously an Aussie. The match I'd most like to go back and watch is the 2001 semi-final between Agassi and Rafter. If you remember, no, I don't really, but it was a thrilling 5-set win for Agassi before he went on to secure the title 2 days later. The reason I'd like to go back would be to bring my parents, who were unable to attend the match despite having tickets, because they had to look after an infant me who was sick and required them to stay home. Oh, they've not been back to the Open since.
Wow, that's a flattened us off a touch.
That's right. I was super. Yeah, but you're right. That would be great for mum and dad to see that. But more importantly, mum and dad's job is making sure that you're healthy. You can always probably find it online somewhere. Great to see so many people have some awesome feelings.
Just checking the temperature at the moment. Mark, 41.1 still here in Melbourne at the moment. The positive news, it only feels like 37.6.
Oh, right. Oh, that's good.
So it's projected to get warmer about 6 p.m.
Okay.
So we're about an hour away from the peak. We'll see if we get there. There is a cool change.
Yeah, tomorrow's only meant to be in the low 20s.
Yeah, 24 or something. The serve here onto the backhand from Zverev. Backing up the line by Tien. It's wide.
Love 15.
It's love 15.
The last service game with Tien was very, very loose with a couple of double faults and some errors. Hasn't started off on the best way here with another error.
Serve clips a tape and goes long. Second serve. Onto the backhand, Zverev up the line, picked up here by Tien. He's at the net, Zverev. Oh, beautifully done. It's a dropper. He did a good job getting up to that. Snuck in. It was love 30.
Maybe this is a distinctive change in game plan here from Zverev. A lot more time at net, trying to finish the point a little bit sooner. It's a great return, and notice as soon as that Tien hit that slice, he was in.
Serve goes into the nets by Tien. Second serve. Take two on the ball toss. The serve. One of the backhand is Zverev. Tien goes with an off forehand, well off. He's missed that by some margin. He is off at the moment.
Yeah.
And Zverev is cashing in. It's love 40.
Yeah, and the heat has gone out of the learner's game right now. And his fans are feeling it too, unfortunately.
He's the only one that the heat's going out of around this place right now. The serve onto the forehand is Zverev. Oh, almost landed on the baseline. The return, it went slightly long. It went just beyond the baseline. 15-40 now. There's a chance at 5-1, Sasha Zverev. And the serve from Tien. Down the tee, onto the backhand is Zverev. Tien goes forehand up the line. Zverev with the cross-court forehand in the A-court. Juice court, I should say. Now he's in the A-court with this forehand up the line. He's approaching on a slice backhand up that line, and he put it into the nets. So
it's a really smart move from Zverev and a smart change of game plan. Again, coming in on the short ball, forcing Tien to come up with a pass. And unfortunately, not being able to effectively hit a pass, and backhand went net. Wow, it's a great change. I like it.
So again, the people coming in. 5-1 for Sasha Zverev.
And Chrissy has got a great match here. Chrissy Pegg, who, I don't know where she, for Windy Wales. My favourite tennis match at the AO was Ellen Newey versus Roddick in 2003. It was one of the most
few people have selected that.
Exciting matches ever seen, with epic score of 21-19 in the final set. Quite like to be 23 years younger too. Love listening to a commentary on the radio, and I'm gladly I saw that one on TV.
The serve, blocked back here by Tien. High ball, it's going to be an overhead for Zverev. Plays it nicely up the middle of the court for the winner. And it's 15 love. Maybe if I'm picking one, the Pete Sampras, Jim Courier. Is it quarterfinal, semi-final, where Pete's coach unfortunately passed away.
Yes.
But he went on to win the match.
Yeah, and he broke down several times at the back of the court.
Just the emotion of all of that.
Someone yelled out in the stands, like, do it for your coach, and that triggered the emotional.
It's forehand picked up by Tien. It's a forehand volley. Serve and volley. Nice from Zverev. He puts it into the open court. That's beautifully done. 30 love.
13.
Just to be swept up in the emotion of that, and to see him go. Obviously, you don't want to see anyone go through that situation, but the competitor that he is.
And he was serving with tears, stopping between serves because he was breaking down.
There was that moment as the serve here on the back up the line by Tien for a winner. Nicely done. 30-15 was when he was in all trouble, and he was very emotional, and Jim Courier down the other end of the court said, look, Pete, we can come back tomorrow. If you don't feel you can go on, which I think Pete took that the wrong way from what it was actually intended to be. As a serve here from Zverev into the net, because he was thinking maybe that was kind of a, oh, you're going to have a go, you're having a go at me or something like that, which is.
In the VIP box.
There's something distracting in the VIP area, which Tom Sweeney will investigate.
Yeah, I think the lady wanted a Chardonnay, not a red, and that's what he's trying to. He's just trying to help her out there.
Right, get on the phone, Tom. We'll get that sorted.
Well done, Zverev.
So a long time between first and second serves. Onto the backhand here of Tien. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Slice backhand from Tien. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross court forehand is big from Tien. The radar is off at the moment. And it's 40-15, so set points here for Zverev. Yeah, so Jim was meaning it in the kindest possible way to say, look, we can stop. We'll come back tomorrow and you can regroup and everything like that. And I think as soon as that happened, he served an ace. And off they went again, and he took that as kind of the catalyst to get him over the line.
A spur.
An emotional and amazing night here at Melbourne Park. The serve. Down the tee, missing.
Good luck choosing a winner too, Pete. Oof.
Or the team. We've got a team. It's not just me. Just have to point that out. No correspondence will be entered into. Second serve. Blocked back up the line by Tien. Backing up that line from Zverev. Cross-court backhand from Tien. Zverev digs it out with a forehand up the middle of the court. Off forehand by Tien. Big forehand again up the middle of the court from Zverev. Now he's playing to the Tien backhand. That's cross-court. Forehand up the line's a winner. Back in control is the third seed. Showing why he is such a dangerous prospect in 2026. 6 games to 1. He leads by 2 sets to 1 here on AO Radio live around the world.
Wow, great composure from Zverev and a distinct change of game plan, attacking the net a lot more. And Zverev is asking his team that he's got to get a shirt from. Oh yeah, Dad's got a freshly ironed shirt for him. That is a ball.
Oh, that was amazing. He was ironing as the match was going
that's
along.
Right.
That's
that's why he was tired and needed a little nap.
Both players staying out on the court, but we can go to more.
Yeah, I've got.
Let's do a couple.
Yeah, who's this? August, who's in Nimbin, New South Wales.
Yes.
Great part of the town. Great cafes there. What a tournament this is. My pick would be for Victoria Azarenka versus Maria Sharapova in the 2013 women's final. Not necessarily a great match, but I love to see Azarenka's competitive mindset up close and in person. Her demeanour on court is wild to me as someone who wants everyone to win. That would be a fascinating thrill from the front seats. Very true.
Okay, I like the thinking. Now you're getting the idea of the competition, folks. So plenty of time to think of one, plenty of time to look up ones, and just to repeat again, you don't have to have watched the match the first time. You may have heard of it. You think, oh, gee, I wish I was there. That's something that you could go back. I tell you another one I would go back and watch, have front row seats too, if I could go back and watch again, would be Leighton Hewitt and Marcos Baghdatis, the 434. The reason being, and this is quite unique to me, I wasn't actually here doing the match. I was working on AO Radio. I had a wedding that day.
Yeah.
And that was the day because Roger Federer's match went long. They were discussing whether Venus was going to play her match, and she said, no, I want to play. So everything was running late. I think it was raining. I had to shut the roof a couple of times. And I did the morning show and the morning sort of call and everything like that. And I said, look, I've got to go. And off I went. And then the wedding was fantastic. And I've come back and about to go to sleep. I looked at the TV and, oh, they're about to walk on and it's about midnight. And, oh, okay, well, you know, they'll play a couple of hours and be fine. The next day, I was on the morning shift, so doing the first one for radio, and off I go. Zverev just has changed his shirt now after a bathroom break. Actually, did he leave the court?
Yeah, he left the court.
Anyway, and so if I'm walking in, and all these bleary-eyed journos are walking back the other way. Oh, how you going? And it's, oh, we've just finished, and that was 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'd like to actually go back and be in the front row to watch that match because I wasn't here the first time.
I had a few long late night matches. Not so much this year, that's for sure.
I like that question. We'll get to that in a sec because we're about to start set number 4 here on AO Radio. It is day 10 of the 2026 championships. We are flying through, folks. Goff, Svitolina and Diminor Alcaraz. Your menu tonight on AO Radio Live as the forehand picked up by Zverev. Big off forehand. It's found the corner of the juice court. A wonderful angle as well from Tien. It's 15-love.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see how Tien responds after losing that set 6-1. Kind of felt like the gas went out of him at maybe 4-1 and he thought, oh, let me just go through the motions and I'll fight hard once the set's done.
Ball, little dropper from Tien. He made his way in. He got down low and he said, go, 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 dropper. And it lands in. It's 30-love.
And he started the right way too. Clean winners. Be happy with those 2 opening points.
You know he's not going to give in here.
No.
He's going to make Zverev earn at the serve. Down the tee, misses.
Got a great competitive mindset.
The winner will play the winner tonight. Tonight's match. Alex de Minaur, Carlos Alcaraz in the semi. Serve here onto the backhand of Zverev. Long. The return.
So say de Minaur gets through. No, I can't say that. I was going to say who's better for de Minaur to beat. You go to the final. Sorry, I can't say that's
on
way
our
too much.
international coverage.
Sorry, I can't do that.
Serve out wide, misses. Well, the head-to-head record, de Minaur and Zverev. Zverev 8-3. As we see an ace down the tee. That's a statement from Tien. And that is ace number 6. And that is the opening game. But he hasn't played Lerner Tien. Okay. In fact, neither has Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz and Zverev, they sit at 6-6 in terms of the head-to-head there.
Right. And the good question is from Scott, who's in Dublin, California, which is a little bit weird. He's in 2 places at once. Wondering what food options there are at the tournament. Have you had any that's your favourite? Thank you for all the great commentary.
Well, I tend to eat sort of in the media centre and places like that. I've had some wonderful, wonderful dishes. They've done a really great job. They do a great job every year, the team. I haven't been out and about to kind of the Shake Shack or whatever it's called.
All those,
and those sort of places, mainly because it's just been so busy. The crowds have just been lapping it up and loving all of the culinary delights. There are so many of them. I think Fiona Darmody's interviewed a couple of the chefs on the morning show. Serve goes into the net here from Zverev, serving at love one in the 4th set.
It'll take you about 3 or 4 months to, if you had one meal from each outlet and different outlet. I've been loving the salad bowls that they have in the, as you said, in the media centre. Really
you are all over the salad bowls. Better you than me. It's the forehand up the line here from Zverev. Oh, he's hit the corner nicely. If he had caught, well inside actually.
It's usually not that many people lining up for a salad bowl.
15. Well, the diametric opposite if you go in the players area.
Yes.
Everyone's lining up for the salad and no one's going for the sort of...
Go to the hot chips over there.
Yeah, because you guarantee... Although they might be sitting there for 4 hours because no one's
there. And all the players look at you like, oh, how dare you.
Well, your body's a temple, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Blocked back here by Tien into the juice court corner. Now he's in the juice court playing back up the line. Into the net he goes.
A temple that's been overrun with weeds and...
Well, as I always say...
Mother time.
I always say, well, why treat your body like a temple when you can treat it like a bar and bistro? As the serve comes back in. That's right, folks. More radio from me coming up. 2017 on the Rolex.
The doors are closed on this temple for many years.
As the serve comes in, he misses.
The lights are on, but no one's home.
No one's home.
It's an empty void.
Second serve. As we wait now, ball bouncing again from Zverev, taking so much time. He prepares. Onto the forehand of Tien. That's up the middle of the court. Off backhand from Zverev. Slice backhand. Tien is short. Off forehand from Zverev. Tien is there. Slice forehand. He's coming up to the net. Plays a low backhand volley to Zverev. Flicked cross court from Tien. He's got it.
Oh, he made it.
He made it. Just. I'd love to see the replay of that. He flicked it cross court. Zverev, well, he got up. Well, did he think he may be hitting it? No, I don't think so. It's 30-15. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here.
Kind of feel like he came in on the wrong ball from the Tien's forehand. He's got a little bit more feel and control.
Yeah, I don't think he had a play on that.
No, he could have come in and was shot earlier. Hit a big forehand to Tien's backhand, then went with the slice.
Well inside the line too. It's 30-15. As Zverev waits for something distracting him. Not us this time.
That same person up in the super box.
Andy's not here with a light on her phone. As a serve here from Zverev. Down the tee, misses.
That was more of her microphone. She was just lip syncing to Taylor Swift. That's what it was.
There was a bit of a sing. I heard a bit of a sing-song yesterday. Not sure I authorised that.
Authorised.
Beyond the Melbourne sign.
It was not for human consumption, that's for sure.
Is Tien. He's moved his receive position. He's back in the court. He plays a backhand loop ball up the middle of the court. Off backhand from Zverev. Backhand up the line from Tien. Cross court backhand from Zverev. Tien goes big forehand. Nope. It's long. And it's 40-15 now for Zverev. Yeah, the food options here, there are so many of them around the place, and they're all heavily populated too. I don't think I've seen anyone empty. You know, there's no, without lines or anything. The ice cream stands are doing a roaring trade today. I can tell you that much, Mark. As the serve coming in, out wide, blocked back by Tien. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Oh, it's just pushed up the line by Tien. And Zverev holds 1 game all now in set number 4.
1 game all.
I'm determined to try this. A really nice, looks like a drink stand as I walk in from the tram side, and you go up to the steps to the media restaurant. There's a big one on the side there that seems to be very populated. I don't know what kind of drink it is, but it looks very good.
Okay. Well, don't sample. You're here working, in a working capacity.
All right. Maybe on the way out.
Keep it nice. Serve here on the back end.
Performance enhancing, they tell me.
And they're shut on Sunday night. As the ball goes long from Tien, we're finishing up here. We'll have all the finals for you. All the doubles finals as well. The mixed doubles on Friday afternoon gets us started. The men's and women's doubles on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, that's a change.
Yep.
Big change.
Serve blocked back here by Zverev at the middle of the court. Tien throws in the drop shot. He makes it in. He makes it again. My goodness. He is hitting them from everywhere on the court. He can do what he likes. It's 15 all. It'd be lovely to have soft hands like that as opposed to the concrete hands when I play. Hands of granite. It's not a good thing. The serve onto the forehand of Zverev. Or forehand from Tien. Moving forehand from Zverev. Tien. Oh, hammers a forehand up the line.
Wow.
He'd had enough of that rally. Went bang. It's 30-15.
And that's such explosive movement to get yourself into position to do that. That was a well-struck forehand from Zverev cross court. But Tien just moving around.
The serve here out wide. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Up the line goes Tien. Living forehand, Zverev. It's a short ball. It's going to be hammered by Tien. Another blocked forehand, sliced by Zverev. He's in the 8-court playing cross-court backhand. Good angle. Matched by Tien with a forehand.
Wow.
Back that way from Zverev. Up the line goes Tien. Good rally this one. And now Tien with a cross forehand. Sliced backhand from Zverev in the corner of the 8-court. Matched with the forehand by the lefty Tien. He gets a floaty ball this time. He hammers a forehand up the line. Does Tien. It goes wide. And it goes wide and it's 30 all. You just feel that Zverev's winning the battle at the moment.
Wow, that was amazing defensive skills from Zverev. He was in trouble from go to woe in that rally, just covering so much court. Tien just opening up the court. He does that so well. A lot of players kind of tend to keep their opponents inside the single sidelines, not Tien.
Ball blocked back here by Zverev. Tien throws in the drop shot. Zverev can't get there. He cannot get there. He was already off. And he was only at the baseline. He couldn't get to that one. It's 40-30.
40-30.
Rallies 5 to 8 shots. Zverev is winning 60% of those ones. Actually, Leonard Tien's winning 60% of those ones. Rallies 0 to 4. Zverev 62%. Ball clips the net, goes long from Tien. And 9+ shots. Actually, it's Tien leading that 65%. The serve double faults. This is a problem now for Tien. It's 8 for the match.
Yes.
Percentage so important. Zverev not won today, which is rare. We saved that for him.
Very, very rare. It's good. Good stat to have.
As they say that about some of the steaks that they've been serving at some of the more exclusive venues here.
Oh, steak. Better get something to eat after this.
As the serve comes in, you're at the cellar bar. On the backhand, picked up by Zverev. Off forehand by Tien. Zverev is there. Cross forehand style. Back up the line from Tien. Cross court backhand. Zverev has some angle. That's hard up the line from Tien. That's just pushed the forehand into the net by Zverev. I love the applauding that you just keep doing. Our friends on YouTube probably loving it as well.
I just these little moments of movement and just some tactical awareness that I really, really love. And that movement out wide that Tien does to that forehand is just so balanced. Just kind of glides off the court. Just so clean. Like if you look at him walking down the street, you wouldn't think that he's an elite athlete. Like he's just a...
Oh. Now what are we looking for,
Zverev
Sasha?
is that one person up in the stand.
The whole time. Are you sure it wasn't just someone walking past?
Someone's bothering him way up in the stands.
Or is
with
it
a
something
light.
in the corporate areas, the light that comes on and off? The serve out wide, backhand cross court from Zverev. Up the line goes Tien. Zverev is there, cross court forehand. Tien with the cross court backhand. And now he'll slide into an off forehand. Zverev's there with the forehand up the line. Cross court forehand by Tien. Clips the tape. Goes in. Backhand to forehand. Now point up the line by Tien. Slice forehand. That's going to go long from Zverev. It was a real nothing sort of shot in the end. It's 2-1 Tien. It's on serve here in the fourth set. A packed Rod Laver Arena. And why not? What a match we're seeing here on AO Radio tonight.
And well done.
Today, I should say.
Well done. Where are we? Is it day or night?
No, well, the roof's closed.
That's
it's after
right.
4 p.m. We're not quite at evening yet.
We'll have to do our own seagull sounds halfway through this match, I think, just to bring the atmosphere. But well done to Tien. He's just really just lifted his game from that third set where he was struggling to find the court and double faulting. It's a whole new level. And I like the little body language from Tien when he held serve. He looked to the far end where Michael Chang and the team are and just shook his racket like, here I am, I'm ready to go.
Question from the Ask the Booth.
Yeah, Lachlan, who's in Brisbane, is just wondering, is AO heat stress index back under 4? There didn't seem to be a 10-minute break between the third and fourth sets with Sinner.
I think there needs to be a bit of maybe some clarification. I think, this is only a guess mark. It's still a 5, the test, the index. But I think because the roof was shut before the match actually had started, the rule doesn't kick in because effectively they're playing in much cooler conditions. Yep. I'm only guessing that, Lachlan, but Lockie, I can't actually go any further than that because I don't know. I have to re-up on the rule. But I suspect that's why, because we didn't have the sort of, the roof open and then whereas in the Sinner match, it was all open and then they called the heat rule and then closed it again. This has been under cover for the entire match.
So the conditions are totally different. You don't have that option, or you don't have the critical heat. It's still warm out there, no doubt. The players are sweating, but it's much, much cooler to play with the roof closed, the aircon going. It's just a perfect environment to be working in.
As we wait now for Zverev at 1-2. Onto the backhand of Tien as Zverev goes back to the Tien backhand. He blocks it up the line. He was there in the juice court waiting and he just bunted it up the line. He redirected the pace. He got the result. It's love 15.
He guessed right too, Tien. That was very good. A little shake and bake. Fake the movement to the open court. And then just half volley up the line. That backhand's deadly, isn't it? From all kinds of shots, all kinds of areas of the court.
Is it ever? As we wait now for the serve to come in. The serve blocked back again by Tien. Short ball. Zverev goes up the line with the forehand. High ball. Tien at the service line. The overhead from Zverev is good. Has to create a really acute angle. Otherwise, Tien will gobble it up. The speed, it's 15 all.
Externally, Zverev is just so even with his demeanour. There's no real highs and lows yet. It's almost like he doesn't really look that interested out there, but obviously he is heavily invested. Great emotional control.
Serve coming in, Zverev. Just the tape on the way through. Looks around, he adjusts his headband as he waits for another Dunlop to arrive. The delivery complete. He'll go through the ball bouncing routine again.
It's taken over Djokovic's
ball bouncing as well. Out wide, cross-court backhand from Tien. That's a sharp return up the line goes Zverev. Back behind goes Tien with a big forehand winner. Back behind him. And he just shrugs as he goes back to his team. They're down his end of the court. It's 15-30.
And that's where Tien is very, very deadly when that serve goes out wide. He's got great hand control with his right hand to get that angle on the return.
As the serve comes in. Blocked into the bottom of the net by Tien. He knew that wasn't the right shot as soon as it left his racket. 30 all.
I'd much prefer to see Tien hit that one and drive through the ball. Does that well. All right, big moment here, 30 all. 1-2. Where's his serve go? Will he go to that backhand and potentially get burnt again?
Let's see, the serve coming in. It's onto the forehand now, blocked back by Tien. Half-court ball for Zverev, easily dealt with. Forehand up the middle of the court for a winner. And he will move to 40-30.
40-30.
Such a mind game and a guessing game with the return and with the serve. Every player has their little go-to kind of serves, their favourite serves.
So Zverev prepares, the serve coming in. Nope, he sort of started, maybe there's a little noise or something that stopped him, but it also stopped the clock. There's the serve coming in from Zverev, the first serve. Out wide's an ace. 2 games all now in this, the third set. The fourth set, I should say. No third set, no fourth set. Fourth set, it's fourth set. What am I doing? Losing my mind.
Yeah,
that's
these
what
guys
I'm doing.
will end up having to play 6 sets.
6 sets, that's right, because I didn't quite get it right, and I miscounted, and you're going to play another 4.
Right.
2 hours and 29 on the Rolex, that I can get right. And we'll keep your messages rolling today. aoradio@tennis.com.au or the Ask the Booth form, ausopen.com/listen.
Some spectators are streaming out and streaming in.
All change, well, don't all change, please, because that'd be rather inconvenient for everyone. As the serve here from Tien, going out wide, misses. Tuesday afternoon, the second Tuesday of the Australian Open for 2026. Backhand, middle of the court from Zverev, and they go backhand to forehand. That's a wonderful winner from Zverev. Great angle on his backhand cross, and it's love 15.
Tien's got to be a little bit careful here. Don't like it when Zverev swings freely like that and is able to hit winners from that area of the court.
Serve out wide, picked up here by Zverev up the line. Cross court backhand by Tien. He's racing to the other side. Zverev, a slice forehand. Now he's in the ad court. He throws up the lob. Tien's at the net, gets to the service line, waits for this ball, and it's a beautiful overhead into the juice court. And that was nice. Both players really good overhead today. I suppose the roof's shut. 15 all.
15 all.
Great moving from Zverev to cover the court with a sliding, lunging forehand.
There's the serve coming in. Tien goes down the tee, but it bounces off the net back on his side. This takes the net and flies long. Another double fault for Tien. This is his 9th of the match.
Oh, he's almost at Tien. Tien, double faults.
Really?
I was trying.
It's the second Tuesday. Come on, Mark.
Can't be delirious at this early stage.
You better sharpen up for finals, my friend, as the serve here down the tees. An ace. He didn't want to have anything to do with that last comment from Mark Elawati. It's 30 all.
All right, I'd like to see how you handle it when he does one more double fault then. If he does one. No more.
The serve goes long. Second serve. Onto the back out the line by Zverev. Cross-court forehand from Tien. Slice backhand Zverev. Tien is there with an off forehand. Forehand up that line from Zverev is deep, but Tien can't handle that. He gets there with a squash shot forehand into the bottom of the net. And he might just be pulling up a little sore after that one. It's breakpoint Zverev, 30-40.
Gee, that was a good forehand from Zverev. He kind of let the ball drop low, delayed the contact. And that was right in front of our commentary booth. We saw how the ball hooked up around and up and over the net.
Serve out wide onto the backhand cross court from Zverev up the line. Tien's a clean winner. He owed the open court. He went line. He got the results. We're a juice.
And that's so hard for right-handers when they're facing that left-handed serve. When that server hits that sliding one out to our backhand and we go across, it's just got so much court to hit into.
Serve from Tien comes in quickly. The serve out wide's an ace. An ace. He's up to 8. He goes to avantage. As Tien very quickly to the line. The serve clock is only at 19. The serve out wide missing. Second serve. And the serve. Down the tee onto the forehand of Zverev. He put a little extra heft into that.
Yeah.
He got the result he wanted. 3-2. Leonard Tien on serve in the fourth. Here on AO Radio.
And a big fist pump after that serve, straight to Michael Chang. Stared him in the face, stared him in the eye, and just gave him the big fist pump.
I don't think he got one back.
No. It was just a little golf clap, I think. That's all he got. Both players are tearing into the little carbohydrate gels that they have at the change of ends, keep the energy stores up.
How do you think Alex is going to go?
Against Alcaraz?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he'll get blown away. He won't get blown away. I think he's a shot. Whoa. It's going to be tight.
5-0.
Yep, that's all right. It's all right, got to start somewhere. Can't beat him 20 times in a row. But the way Alex is playing and his game style is very much of a counter-puncher. So he's going to be using the pace from Alcaraz. Alex's returns are, world-class. He could be able to nullify the serve from Alcaraz. And he's got some feel, and he'll have the crowd behind him as well. So if he gets an early set, things can go his way. And the matches that I've been watching with Alcaraz, he's been very much up and down. Although he hasn't been really tested, he's kind of gone in and out of intensity, and his levels fluctuated. He won't have that opportunity against Alex. He'll have to be on the entire time.
Well, the other one actually is Alcaraz hasn't been to the semi-finals here in Australia.
Yeah.
At the Australian Open, so...
But he's won a few Grand Slams. He knows what it's all about.
He does, but hasn't done it here yet. But will he tick that box tonight? Find out on AO Radio later on this evening, or this morning, or this afternoon, depending on your time zone. Zverev at 2-3 fourth set. Just adjusting his clothing. Now he'll get himself ready. The ball bouncing as the serve clock winds its way down to 10. And the serve down the tee is an ace. Worth the wait. He's 17th. It's 15 love.
It's just on automatic pilot for Zverev, that serve up the tee. I reckon if you can put a small lolly down there, he'll be able to hit it.
Yep. As we wait now for the serve. Zverev and the ball bouncing. He's down to 6. Serve out wide misses. Second serve. Tien is actually just working himself past the Melbourne side at the back of the court. Standing a long way back, almost Medvedev areas. As the serve here, he waits. He's going to play a backhand. It's going too big. He hasn't quite got the timing when he's out that far back. Just yet. It's 30 love, but it's a different look for Zverev.
Yeah, it just changes the tempo of the rally. And what Tien's trying to do from being that far back is to try to hit it very deep with some height. So Zverev has to move backwards after the serve behind the baseline to hit his first shot. And then hopefully that gives Tien time to move into the court and control the baseline area.
The serve here gets wrong, Tien. He was leaning tee, ball went wide. It's another ace. It's 40 love.
How many aces now for
18?
18.
No double faults. 75% first serves into play, winning 74 first ball, 64 second ball. Get me a pen. I'm signing for that.
Good stats.
Thank you. As the serve here from Zverev. Down the tee's another one. Bang. Up to 19 now. And it is 3 games all.
3 games all.
Radio live around the world. As I said, the second Tuesday of the tournament. And this time next week, well, you have to amuse yourselves. Because there won't be a tournament here.
Might still come in and just watch them dismantle the centre.
Well, I don't think by Tuesday, I don't think you'll even notice anything's there. The serve here from Tien down the tee on the backhand of Zverev. It sits in the juice corner, find up the line by Tien. He's coming in behind and plays a high sort of almost volley, almost overhead. And he put it into the open court. What it was a winner. It's 15 love. Yes, they dismantled this site very quickly. Yeah. Sunday, as soon as the ceremonies are done and everyone leaves the stadium, serve down the tee misses.
Like one of those dinner parties where you haven't finished your meal and they'll already take your plate. They've just shook hands.
Serve onto the backhand here. Zverev point up the line by Tien. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Tien goes to the backhand up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Drop shot from Tien into the net this time.
It's the first one he's missed for a long time.
Shrugs that one away. It's 15 all.
15 all.
So Sasha getting some love now. As we wait for Tien. Tien serve into the net. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Zverev. Sits up. Off forehand from Tien. Slice forehand from Zverev. A floating ball. He's gone too long. Just a floating sort of one that just kept travelling on him. It's 30-15. It's usually, Rod Laver, because it turns back into a concert venue or sporting venue or something like that, and taking all of these things out, it's a hive of activity. Once the sort of men's final is done, it's a serve here from Tien out wide, blocked back by Zverev. That's going to go long too. Good serve from Tien out wide. It's 40-15. Once they, the champion is sort of, they start packing up kind of around, but once the men's champion and all the players and the entourage have left, then it sort of goes into high gear here.
So much to dismantle as well.
As we see it off forehand by Tien, blocked forehand by Zverev into the juice court, off forehand by Tien, clips the tape, goes wide, it's 40-30.
Oh, that was landing in before it hit the top of the net. A little bit of a break here for Zverev.
And I reckon for Rod Laver Arena, I reckon 2 days, you wouldn't have even known there was a tennis tournament. Serve here from Tien out wide, blocked back again by Zverev. It's up the line and cross-court forehand by Tien. It's a clean winner, keeps himself in front in the set. It's 4-3 now here on AO Radio, live around the world.
Very effective with that sliding serve out wide. Tien on that ad side of the court, just dragging Zverev so far off court. Hard to do anything effective.
We have some on Margaret Court Arena score update, mixed doubles quarterfinal action. Gadecki and Piers. They're set points now. The opening set against Krunic and Pavic, the 5th seeds. There's been a whole host of doubles happening out there. Plenty of mixed doubles, one women's doubles, one men's doubles. One men's doubles to come. Kubler and Polmans.
The Aussie combo.
And Dumbia and Rebul. And then mixed doubles to finish out there. So a whole host of matches being played there. They are the only other matches on court at the moment. Some girls doubles and boys doubles to be played as well to finish off the day on the outside courts. Just one match on 1573, ANZ 5, 6, 7 and 8. Once the weather starts to cool down and we can get out there. Hopefully that does happen today, just to keep things on track.
And you've got to feel for the players as well. There's a lot of hanging around.
Yeah, well, they're not before 6:30, so they already knew that heading in. So they'll probably be arriving about now, I'd say, those junior players, if they didn't have a singles in the morning. Yep. They played them at 9 o'clock. I reckon that's the earliest start we've ever had to a day's play here in Melbourne. So away we go. Zverev at 4-3 in the fourth. He leads by 2 sets to 1. AO Radio live around the world. Mark and Pete with you. The serve, blocked back here by Tien. Forehand up the line, I should say, from Zverev. Clean winner, 15-love.
15.
Just been so workmanlike, Zverev, on the service games. It's nothing fancy. Just keeps repeating the very similar game plan. Very similar targets. It's Tien who's coming up with some artistry.
The serve. Takes the net, falls back on his side.
Tien's moving backwards once again. Oh no, he's coming closer onto the baseline. It's where he's at his best.
So the second serve for Zverev at 15-love, 4-3. The serve onto the backhand of Tien. Forehand up that line from Zverev. Cross-court forehand by Tien is deep. Dug out by Zverev, the cross backhand. That was nice. Now he's playing a forehand into the net, is Zverev. And it's 15 all.
Zverev did a good job to get out of trouble with that backhand, as you mentioned. With that last forehand, just a little bit lazy. Good return from Tien. It's just stepped it up a little bit now. Senses how important this service game is.
As we wait now for Zverev, the serve. Out wide, misses.
Right, here we go, Tien looking to attack.
Second serve. Tien is on the baseline for this one. The serve. Onto the forehand, block back up the middle of the court from Tien. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Tien is there with the cross forehand. Up the line goes Zverev. He's coming in behind it. Tien with a slice backhand. It had loop on it, shape, but it went wide. And it's 30-15.
30-15.
And a great move to follow that.
Ding, ace number 20 for Zverev this afternoon.
He gets such good angle, such height.
And ding, 43 in Melbourne, weather-wise. We've hit 43,
Wow.
2 more degrees to go to hit our top of 45. It'll be one of the hottest Australian Open days we've had. May even just be the record today. The serve from Zverev. Down the tees, another ace. He is on song.
Yeah.
His serving performance exceptional. It's 4-all in the fourth.
4 games up.
Just looks at his team and says, come on, this one. Right now we'll see, really test the mettle of Tien right here on this service game. 2 sets to 1 to Zverev, 4-all.
Thank you.
Zverev a little frustrated with the fans who are leaving.
Well, those who are coming in, more importantly, because they take a little while to get down from the top. The entrances are. Drop shot here by Tien is another beauty. It is wonderful. He's doing it on a regular basis. It's 15 love.
15 love.
And he's been doing that from when he's inside the court. So, oh, here we go. Oh, Zverev not happy with mum and not happy with dad once again. Not much that they can do.
Serve out wide, goes into the net.
He's just got to be ready for that when Tien's inside the court on that forehand wing.
Second serve. Back up the line from Zverev. Cross court back into the net by Tien. He's still glaring at his team.
15.
Once and twice as he waits down where we are. You're here on Rod Laver Arena. We're right in that window.
It's very intimidating when he just does that little stare over to the parents and his team.
The serve down on the tee from Tien misses.
This is that end where Tien had that horror service game with a couple double faults.
The second serve. Backhand picked up by Zverev. Forehand cross court from Tien. Up the line goes Zverev. He's gone long. The backhand up the line misses. It's 30-15.
30-15.
And again, just a tirade of invective heading the way of his team. Zverev, that is. There's the serve. Under the forehand, and Zverev just gets over. Cross court backhand by Tien's a winner. Yeah, coming forward for the +1, getting it done. And he goes to 40-15, points for 5-4.
It's a really good response to a pressured moment thus far from Tien. Big first serve. Follow up with a great deep backhand.
The serve here onto the forehand, and Zverev dug out by Tien. Zverev goes to the back up the line for a winner. Just clean hitting from both players at the moment. It's 40-30. There's a chat with the team. As we wait for this serve to come in. Out wide onto the backhand as Zverev. Tien goes up the line. He can't handle the pace of the return. And the forehand is netted. Now things get interesting, Mark.
Yeah, right.
It's 4-all juice, 4 sets.
Oh, and a great depth on that backhand return. Probably didn't get enough angle on that serve.
Tien under pressure. The serve from Lerner. Out wide, an ace. Well done. He can absorb the pressure. No worries about that. It's 9 aces for him. Goes to advantage.
The American fans standing and applauding that serve. Big moment.
The serve. Out wide, blocked back here by Zverev. It sits up. Tien goes to the point up the line. Winner. That's the way to hold serve. And just a muted fist bump to his team. He's 5-4 on serve, 4th set. AO Radio today.
And to me, to be able to serve so big at these important moments, that's just great mentality. It's easy to do, well, easy. It's easy to do at 1-all, 2-all, but to be able to just allow your body to perform the action that you want to and just go out and crush it like that, that's amazing mentality to block out all the external pressures and the situation that's there. A lot of players, if they have a bad serving day, they'll walk off and go to a practice court straight away to hit some serves, and you'll generally find you'll serve better in those moments because there is none of that pressure and there is none of that heart rate going up and down and anxiety. To be able to perform like that, to calm the nerves, lower the heart rate, and then just throw the ball up and just go boom, hit your targets. Fantastic stuff.
We'll keep your messages coming through. What have we got, Mark?
Yeah, Chrissy Pegg, once again, she's got another match she would love to see. This is one from the past. Guillermo Vilas versus John Sardri, played on January the 3rd, 1980 on the grass courts of Kooyong. Vilas beat a bad-tempered Sardri in straight sets to win his 4th and final Grand Slam title. It was Vilas' 2nd consecutive title of the AO, and remarkable as Vilas was renowned as a clay court specialist. Vilas' speed around the court and his volleys around the net reminded me of the great Pat Rafter.
Okay,
great call.
Kooyong Oval wasn't too hot a day. I can't remember what the temperature was back then.
Yeah, it's very unusual for an Argentinian clay court specialist to be volleying so well. Especially back in the day when the grass courts were lightning fast.
Yep.
Unlike now where they mow it against the grain and slows it down a tad. Change the kind of grass.
So Zverev here at 4-5. Now serving to stay in the 4th set. As we wait now for this serve to come in. And it's an ace out wide. And he goes to 15 love. We've gone 2 hours and 51 minutes on the Rolex clock. Svitolina and Goff, our first match for broadcast this evening, 7:30 or 7 p.m. local time here on AO Radio, about 2.5 hours from now. As the serve onto the backhand of Tien, that's gone straight up in the air and into the crowd, and I think it's been taken.
30 love.
Hard to tell, it was above our commentary position, and it is 30 love.
It's a great catch by the lady in the 4th row. Pushed her husband, it looked like, to the side to make space.
As we wait now for this ball, 30 love for Zverev. And he will deliver it to the Tien forehand. It's blocked up the line. Oh, almost landed in. Zverev to play the backhand drive volley. Let it go. Smart move. In the end, it's 40 love.
Wouldn't have been an easy decision to make in that split second to let that one go. The 30 love, good option. 40 love, and the pressure potentially back on Tien, serving at 5 apiece.
As the serve comes in, Zverev missing out wide. It was fault and fault. A couple of lines maybe there.
The linesman had a stutter.
Even electronically.
That's right.
Second serve.
Glitch.
Backhand picked up by Tien. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Tien goes up the line with his backhand. He was full stretch. Off balance. He put it wide. Holding to love. 5 games all. The pressure continues to mount as we get through set number 4.
Yeah, I thought 4-all was a pressure moment, but now 5-all it's even more so. How does Tien hold this moment? How does he handle it? He's just got to stay in the present. Don't start thinking too far ahead.
Serve here from Tien. Onto the forehand of Zverev. Tien is there with it back up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Point up the line for Tien. Forehand up that line. Zverev goes long. He's gone long. And it is 15 love.
Very quick between points, Tien, isn't he? There's no time wasted. Shot clock's never gone to the single digits.
Serve out wide, blocked back by Zverev. Just gets over in the middle of the court. Tien goes back to the Zverev backhand. He's going to hit a backhand volley dropper. Zverev's going to get there though. Puts it cross court. Tien goes back behind him, but Zverev's waiting with the forehand up the line. Back in this point. Beautiful cross court winner from Tien. He added that little bit extra where Zverev was just pushing it around the court. He gets the result. It's 30 love.
And Tien took a volley that I think was going to go wide. Sitting right on that line.
He absolutely did, Mark. We're seeing the replay.
And almost got himself into trouble.
He got himself into trouble and got himself out of it.
Yeah, great forehand. Great bit of pace.
Serve here. Out wide is an ace.
Great serving. What a response. And he's doing to Zverev what Zverev is doing to him on the service games.
So Tien prepares. The serve. Out wide, onto the backhand of Zverev. Back into the net goes Tien. And it's a great return from Zverev.
Yeah.
It's 40-15.
And I like what Zverev is doing on that side of the court, on the ad side. He's almost straddling the single sideline, so he's positioning himself slightly wider towards the double sideline, just covering the angle of that sliding lefty serve.
Serve down the tee, missing. Second serve. Backhand picked up by Zverev at the middle court. Off forehand from Tien. It's a winner. That's how you do it. Pretty efficient from Lerner Tien in that game. It's 6-5. We continue on serve, set number 4 on AO Radio this afternoon. More messages coming in.
And that's not easy to do from the middle of the court to hit that off forehand. Wow, great play. All right, I've got a little message from Mark, who's on the Palm Coast in Florida. Hey, Pete, Mark, love the addition of YouTube coverages.
Hello, hello. I'm just checking that we're on.
Yeah, and Peter, is there any British ball kids today, or are they all holding their catches?
Yes.
What was the story behind that?
Well, I figure that if the catches are being caught, taken,
yes,
then it must be Aussies. If they're being dropped, they must be British.
Okay. In relation to the game of cricket, for
yes.
international cricket,
yes, that's right.
Australia have a very steeped history playing against the English.
Oh yes, there we are. We're on.
Oh, beautiful.
There you go.
And we do like that. Mark, great shorts. We've had some cool ones this week. Where do you get them? Oh,
good question, actually.
Yeah, one series.
Like that. Now that people can see us,
that's right.
You can't get away with it as much.
Well, I normally come down into the booth without shorts on, and I have to put them on. It's kind of a bit of a lucky dip with what's in the little bag of tricks. Might bring out the Borat swimsuit one time.
No,
okay,
please don't.
But there is a serious question. He's saying, do you think the lower lip of the umpire's chair is a safety hazard for the players, where the feet is? There's a bit where it's at head height for the players. You could see a player running into it. Why not make the chair that little bit taller?
Possibly, or you don't want to go too high for the umpire.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened yet. I think the player, if they're in that position, it'd be hard to see them get themselves in a position where they would be running directly towards it. So it's deceptive how sort of spaced it is from the actual, the sideline here, the doubles alley. So it hasn't happened yet, but it's an interesting point. Speaking of an interesting point of this match as Zverev prepares, and the serve takes the net, flies wide, his side. Second serve, 5-6. Zverev wanting to force this fourth set to a tie-break. The ball bouncing continues. And the serve. Blocked back by Tien up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Back forehand up the line by Tien. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Backhand up that line into the net goes Tien.
We wanted that backhand up the line.
15 left.
Oh, that was a big little opening point. Did well with the first forehand up the line. Great movement from Zverev to cover the angles.
The order of play for tomorrow has come out for Rod Laver Arena. 3 matches during the day, 1 at night, to allow the women's singles semi-finalists a little bit of extra time to prepare for their match. The serve, the tee blocked back here by Tien, floating ball. Forehand by Zverev up the line. Cross-court forehand from Tien, backing up that middle of the court from Zverev. As Tien tries to pick it up, he can't. He cannot. He doesn't need to. It's 15 all.
And the way the crowd's responding, I think they want a 5th set here. He may get behind Tien right now. 15 all. They're getting a little bit more vocal.
So we wait now for the serve coming in.
Tien well outside the single sideline, just trying to coax.
The serve from Zverev down the tee, blocked back by Tien. Serve and volley, backhand volley into the net from Zverev. It was a low dipper, and he couldn't get it back. And it's 15-30. Tien 2 points away from sending this to a final set.
And an unusual choice of shot to go with the serve volley. We hadn't done that for such a long time, and it didn't work out the right one. Tien was able to get the ball down low. You'd like to think that it'd just go back with his really solid play that he's been repeating so well.
The serve from Zverev, out wide, blocked back by Tien to the ad court. Up the line goes Zverev, it takes the net, falls in. Cross-court backhand from Tien. Forehand looped by Zverev. He's going to play another forehand. This is up the line. Tien is there with a cross-court forehand. Zverev playing a cop-pin backhand. Matched by Tien on the forehand. Up the line goes Zverev, guiding that ball. He's in the juice court, playing a big forehand. Big point this, and into the net goes Tien. Forehand cross is netted, and it's 30-all.
Well, Tien had a little moment with one of those forehands to change the tempo of the rally and control it. He went a little bit central, and then we're back to square one. Big moment.
They're all big moments at the 3-hour mark on the Rolex. 30-all, 5-6 Zverev. He's up 2-1. But he's fighting here. The serve from Zverev. Down the tee, misses.
When he went to a serve volley again on that point.
I like the fact that he's throwing this in. Talk about what are those 1 or 2, what's that 1 or 2% that could win him a major title?
Yep.
He's evolving. 135 points this match as Zverev. Onto the backhand of Tien, goes cross-court. Cross-court forehand from Zverev, up the line from Tien, more up the middle of the court, I should say. And the backhand's netted from Zverev. Tien has a set point to level this up at 2-all.
Wow. And just like that, the crowd are getting behind Tien. Now Zverev, he's got to hit his target on this serve. He's been very effective hitting the one out wide to the Tien forehand. He's just been bunting it back with a slice.
Well, he prepares here to Zverev. The serve clock's actually running. 10 seconds. It drops down to 8. He needs to get this ball bouncing through. 4, 3, 2. He's going to do it in time. Set point Tien. Zverev serves out wide. Blocked back by Tien. It ain't coming back. It's in the bottom of the net. And we are at deuce.
Wow, that is so mentally strong from Zverev. That's the serve. I like that target for him in that situation. Tien's just been blocking it back with the slice. Way less effective than when Tien gets 2 hands on it. He can take the ball early. Back to deuce. 5-6.
So Tien not too far away from the baseline for this one. Zverev serves down the tee, misses again. Now, what's Tien going to do this second serve? He's going to retain his position. He's getting up in the court.
I feel like this one has to go to his forehand.
Let's see. As Zverev, the ball bouncing continues. There's the second serve. Tien will receive that on his point. It's blocked up the middle of the court. Backing up the line from Zverev. Coming in up that line from Tien. Backhand volley. Lovely from Zverev. He was on the stretch and he just dropped it over. That's all he had to do. And he's got game point to send this to a tiebreak.
Yeah, smart serve there. Went to the forehand. Tien's a little bunt return. Block return wasn't deep enough. And courageous from Zverev to get in. Make that lunging backhand volley. So from set point down to game point to give it to a tiebreaker.
He'd love an ace right now. He's had 22 of them. There's the serve from Zverev. Down the tee, misses
Missed
yet
a few first
again.
serves in this game. He's been good on the second serve.
Tien on the baseline pretty much here. With this second serve coming in. Game points, 5-6 fourth sets. Zverev's second serve. On the corner, it's blocked cross court by Tien. Good cross court backhand from Zverev. Now he's throwing in the drop shot, coming in behind it. Zverev, Tien got there, but Zverev hits a beautiful backhand volley. Tien got up to the ball. Zverev with the backhand volley. He was coming in behind at the right play and he put it into the open court, and we have a fourth set tiebreaker on our hands.
Wow. Element of surprise there from Zverev throwing in the drop shot. I think the last time he did that, his dad didn't have silver hair.
Well, it's the right idea. How you taking it on? He's got the variety there. Let's see how this plays out.
Wow.
Tien took the second set tiebreaker, 7 points to 5. He was a mini breakdown.
Yeah.
So here we go. Big moment in the match. The tiebreaker, the serve onto the backhand of Zverev. Tien is there with the backhand up the line. Zverev goes cross court with his backhand. Big looping forehand from Tien. Big backhand Zverev dug out by Tien. Zverev goes the other direction to the juice court with his forehand. And another one into Tien's backhand, which is up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Big forehand from Tien wide. He's gone wide. Mini break already for Zverev. Opening point, 1-0.
He stepped up the intensity right there, Zverev. And I think Tien's got a sense that when Zverev is serving to that forehand side, I'm getting the ball back, which is great, but I'm in trouble from the first shot. I feel like he's got to go with his drive forehand return. It's no good getting the ball back and losing every single point.
1-0, mini break for Zverev. As the serve comes in. Out wide's an ace. What he wanted in the previous service game. It matters not, it's his 23rd, it's 2-0.
Zverev.
Great composure from Zverev. Tien's got to be careful that don't worry about the score. And look a little ugly if it's 3-love.
Well, it was a mini breakdown. So we wait now for the ball bouncing. And the serve from Zverev. Down the tees. Another ace. Stepping up at the right time is Sasha. It's 3-0 now in this 4-set tiebreak.
And even on that return of serve, Tien was a half a metre inside the single sideline, so he was favouring that serve and trying to cover a bit of ground, but that's just too quick. 214 kilometres per hour.
There's the serve. Out wide is missing. Second serve. One of the backhand cross court from Zverev. Up the line goes Tien. He's there. Zverev with a cross forehand. Middle of the court with his backhand is Tien. He's in the middle of the court again playing an off forehand. Zverev's forehand is cross court. Off forehand. No, he's missed that, Tien. By some margin as well. It is 4-0 now for Sasha Zverev in this 4-set tiebreak. He's 2 sets to 1 up.
4-0.
Tien just looking at his racket after he wailed that forehand a good couple metres long and wide.
Michael Chang is just there, just a handful of words, that's all he needs. Can he get out of this jam at the moment? Tien serving at love 4 onto the forehand as Zverev. It's a deep ball. Now in the out court is Zverev. Big backhand up the line for a winner. That was huge from Zverev. It is 5-0 now in this 4-set tiebreak.
Zverev.
Wow, what a way to turn up the heats from Zverev. He has just been so clinical in these first 5 points. Tien really hasn't done a lot wrong. A couple of big serves, big off the backhand.
Wow, he is very close now. 5-0. Got a 2-set to 1 lead. As we wait for this serve to come in. And again, there's something going on in the crowd that he's not liking. As he prepares again. Takes his time. And now at 5-0, he'll deliver this ball. Out wide's missing the ace. Just not by much. Second serve. Tien up in the court for this one. And the ball bouncing continues. The serve. Onto the forehand of Tien, goes cross court. Cross court backhand from Zverev. Onto the forehand of Tien, he goes long Tien. And he swats that ball away in an act of frustration. 6 match points for Sasha Zverev. He's going to have to wait though, because the players have got to change in.
Yeah, that's a long, slow walk from Tien. Rightly so, very frustrated with what's happened in this 4-set tiebreaker. It just crushes that ball into the net with a bit of venom. Wow, what does he do here? He just is going to hang on, at least try to get this 1 point. Well, what a performance from Zverev in this tiebreak.
Right from the very off in this tiebreak, he has dominated. And now he has a whole host of match points. Zverev prepares. 6 match points. And the serve comes in. Down the tee, it misses.
Will he go with a big one? Surely it's 6-love.
Nope.
No.
Don't throw yourself off your rhythm.
Just, yeah.
All business for Zverev. He doesn't want to give Tien anything here. Match point, Zverev, second serve. The serve, double fault.
Oh.
It's a double. He's just thrown that in. That is his first double fault for the match. 5 match points remaining. 6-1 Zverev in this 4-set tiebreak. And the oohs and the ahs and the crowd. Oh,
the what ifs. Well, at least Tien's got that one. He's got 2 serves to come potentially.
So here he goes, Lerner Tien. It's match point Zverev again. The serve, ace down the tee. And that is his 11th for the match, and he needs a couple more of those.
Surely he can't save 28 match points to get back into it.
2 down, 4 to go.
The countdown begins.
Match point Zverev. Tien serves out wide, forehand into the net by Zverev. 3 match points remaining. Next 2 on the Zverev serve, though.
Well, he's taking care of business on his racket there, Tien. Now we've just got to try to put some pressure on the Zverev serve. Just coming off a double fault.
Well, he's got the cushion of 6 match points. It's now been reduced to 3. Match point again for Zverev.
Straight up the centre line, Zverev. Percentage serve.
Match point Zverev. The serve coming in. Out wide, blocked back by Tien. He's at the net, Zverev, and he puts the ball, onto Tien's forehand. It's a lob. It's wide, long. It's long. He's missed it. And Sasha Zverev, for the 4th time, moves through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open. 6-3, 6-7, 6-1, 7-6, 3 hours and 10 minutes on court. And a warm embrace at the nets. They're having a nice chat, these two. I can't hear what they're saying, but they're all laughing at the end. Great to see the sportsmanship there. But Sasha Zverev, he got through, and yet again, he's into the Final 4 in Melbourne. And he is particularly happy with that, and well-deserved too.
Yeah, he really had to be on game. He had to weather the storm from Tien. He played some amazing tennis, great shot making. Just burnt Zverev so many times with that drop shot. And the volley and the serving out wide created so many issues. And a great match for Zverev to get out of, because he really had to produce a high quality level to take over. And boy, oh boy, that last tiebreaker, he really just put the foot down. And I'm sure the words from Zverev at the end of the match was just like, man, you just played some tennis. You've got a long, long way to go. You're going to have a good career if he keeps that kind of performance up.
It's so awkward to play. And obviously Tien leaving the court. It takes a while longer just to soak it all in. His team's still there as well, clapping him off. It's a great effort. Another great tournament for Lerner Tien. Yeah. It's going to be magnificent.
He's got the hallmarks of being a top 10 player for me. Like he's got so much artillery at his disposal. That effective serve, although it's not the most powerful, he's very effective, great variation. Can come in, hit the drop shot. So he's kind of got a good game style for the hard courts. The grass courts could be dangerous. The clay, he made like a little bit of firepower. Boy. And for me, his mentality is really, really good.
Yep, he's ranked 29. It'll continue to go higher, but we focus on our winner. It is Sasha Zverev, and he's standing by on court with Chris Eubanks.
Sasha, 3 hours and 10 minutes of dazzling tennis from both you and Lerner. I think this crowd was really happy with the performance that you put on. First question is a little two-part. How impressed with you with Lerner today? And also, what proved really important for you to get the win?
Well, Lerner from the baseline was playing unbelievable. I don't think I've played anyone who plays that well from the baseline for a very, very long time, you know. So it's, I don't know what Michael Chang has done with him in the off season, but the way he's playing, it's incredible. Without my 20 aces or something like that, I probably would have not won today. So obviously very happy with my serve. But yeah, just generally happy to be back in the semis.
The serve was firing. You faced 3 break points. You didn't see a first ball back on any of those break points, such clutch serving. But it also looked like you were trying to be a bit more aggressive. I know that's been a talking point for you. Was that a big focal point in your game plan today?
No, not only today, but generally, there was the work I've done in the off-season, get a little bit more in my game. You know, I think what makes the big difference between the best 2 players with Jannik and Carlos and the rest of everyone is the first shot after the serve. I mean, they're so aggressive. They don't let you kind of get into the rally, and you know that's something that I worked on a lot. I mean, I feel very short next to you. That's the first time in my life, by the way. I have to look up on an interview. No, where was I? Oh yeah, first ball. Yeah, basically play like you, just hit the ball as hard as I can.
Yeah, yours actually go in. Next question. You had some really good volleys today. I was really impressed with your feel around the net. I want to know how you would grade your volleys today, but more importantly, how would Misha grade your volleys today? Because they seem to be really good.
Every single on-court interview is about him. I'm playing. I'm here. He used to play. He used to play 10 years ago. He was very good. We get it. He beat Andy Murray here. Well, yay.
Just because you said that, I'm going to ask you another question about your team. You're one of the few players who has your dad and your brother as part of your team. We know what it's like on tour. Your family travels with you, your team travels with you. Do you guys ever get sick of each other? Like, you never get a break.
Yeah, I get sick of them, but they don't get sick of me because I pay for everything.
What are they going to do? Last question. I do want to talk a little bit about your foundation. I don't think, a lot of people know, but maybe not everyone here knows. You started a foundation for young athletes with type 1 diabetes. You yourself have type 1 diabetes. Why was that important to you?
Yeah. A little bit of a switch to a very serious subject. But yeah, I mean, I've been a diabetic since I'm 4 years old, for those who don't know. And I started my foundation, but not only for athletes with diabetes, but for kids with diabetes in general, because unfortunately we live in a world where not every single country is as fortunate as Australia, as the United States, as Germany, where I'm from, where, everybody who is a diabetic has all the medicine, who has all the sensors, who has all the technology. And, we started the foundation to help kids. And I say kids because most of the time, in not so well-developed countries, if somebody gets the sickness of diabetes, they don't survive past a certain age. And we want to give the opportunity to provide medicine, provide hospitals, provide a normal life with diabetes all over the world. So not only in well-developed countries, and it's something that is very close to my heart, of course. And if ever there will be, a diabetic Grand Slam champion, even if it's not me, I'll be the happiest person in the world. And if, I made a difference for a parent or a kid, I'm the happiest person in the world. So that's the reason why I started it. And yeah, it's going great.
Thank you so much for all you're doing for the kids. We look forward to seeing you back here, out here in the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Zverev.
And a bit of an embrace too in the middle of the courts. A few left-hand, right-hand turns that were going on through there. He's a little bit of work to do on his interviewing Chris. He's just sort of firing out questions. I mean, I would have liked to have known, preferences. I mean, I wouldn't have given us an answer, but thinking about tonight with Alcaraz and Dimonor to give us sort of a thought process on that one. But he's through to his 4th semi-final. He now has the Open era record of most semi-final appearances at the Australian Open by a German man. So,
right, with that plays right-handed with the two-handed backhand. We're trying to narrow it down.
Listen, I'm giving you a sample size. Tommy Haas made 3 semis here. Bryce Becker only the 2.
2, yeah, okay. It's a great little title.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I've given you a decent stat there. I'm pleased you're happy with that. That's good. What do you make of that in terms of title chances?
Well, if he plays at that level and he can serve at that level, he's definitely giving himself the opportunity. And I like what he's talked about, that Sinner and Alcaraz, after their serve, they're so aggressive with their first strike that it puts the opponent under so much pressure, and that's something that he's been working on. Is yes, he hits a big serve, but when the returners get that first ball back, he wants to still keep them under pressure, in trouble, so he can really increase the percentage of points won in that situation. So they've highlighted that as an area that they've got to do some work on. So that's great to see. It's just so easy to be a little bit passive after that first big serve.
It will be Zverev versus the winner of tonight. That will be, as I look at Simon Camber's the font of all information, that will be the Friday afternoon semi-final, won't it? It should be in that order. Yeah, it's not locked in, but you figure because of the extra time that they would play first. I'm just guessing on that because it's Tuesday.
Yep.
And then we're spread out. So Wednesday, tomorrow will be the other two.
Yep.
Quarterfinals.
Yes, Thursday.
And that would probably notionally, but they've got options because it is Friday. There is a day off in between the Thursday. So, yes, we'll see how that all plays out. The order of play is out for tomorrow, by the way. I'll just quickly give that to you before we do a bit of a switcheroo of commentary. Rybakina and Świątek. We've got the women's singles quarterfinals, two of them. It's 11:30 start. Rybakina and Świątek first, and then Pegula and Anisimova, two quarterfinals there. And then we have Musetti and Djokovic. Now that is an afternoon match.
Ooh.
Not before 2:30 local time.
Well, it won't be super hot tomorrow, so
no, it'll be 24 or thereabouts.
So that's fine.
Actually, the new forecast has come through.
Oh, well, hang on.
Have a quick look at that. And then the night match is Shelton and Sinner. So we're playing 3 during the day and 1 at night, as is kind of tradition here. 42.1, by the way, in Melbourne. Simon Campers, that's, he said bring on the heat. I could take 50. 24 tomorrow, 26 Thursday, 31 Friday, all with no rain. Maybe the odd shower on Saturday, medium chance of showers, and 29 and 20 on Sunday, medium chance of showers most likely during the morning. And then 29 on next Tuesday when we're not here. Anyway.
And Svitolina just walking out on court to do a little warm-up for her performance tonight.
We should do a commentary switch.
Let's do it.
Because Simon's been waiting and waiting and waiting, and he said, no.
What are the crew?
No, I insist. No, I insist you come in.
What match are they going to do?
Is Jill here? Jill's here?
Yeah.
They are doing probably the conclusion of the mixed doubles quarterfinal, Gadecki and Piers against Krunic and Pavic. And they'll be doing the match Kubler and Polmans, taking on Dumbia and Rebul.
Good.
Look at how excited he is for that.
Go.
The Wildcards take on the 12th seeds
to
take us through
both Aussie teams over the line.
To take us through to the evening serve tonight, and then Svitolina Goff, and it will be de Minaur and Alcaraz. A big night coming up on AO Radio as he walks past Sasha Zverev walking past our door to get down to the commentary position. I think some of the commentators are desperate to get out, and you've sort of seen a couple of them along the way. It's very hard to get through that walk of champions these days because they've got the things on the side that stick out, so it makes it a bit hard. But anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll bring you all the action from Margaret Court Arena and more reflection on what we've seen today as well. With Simon and with Jill, this is AO Radio, live around the world.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Thank you very much, Peter Mercato and Mark Halawati, for that excellent commentary on the Zverev Tien match. And Jill Krabas is with me, Simon Canvas. Jill, what did you make of that match? I mean, Tien put up a pretty good fight.
Surreal. He absolutely did. And I kind of wanted it to go to fifth set, to be honest.
It would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Just because it was that high quality. But I think, you know, I just feel like Sasha overall has a little bit more firepower. I love the fact that he was taking control a lot of the points when he had the opportunity, and he was doing that a lot more consistently than, you know, some of his previous matches that we've covered. So that was great to see, and he's coming into the net, and that was the game plan that he had when he got to the finals of the U.S. Open, when he played Dominic Thiem, and it was being so successful, and then he stopped doing it, and so that I'm really happy he's doing that again.
Yeah, it is interesting to see what he's doing with a lot more aggression and a lot more intent.
Yeah.
And here we are on Margaret Court Arena. We'll come back to talking about Zverev and about the other men's match, the big one tonight, Alex de Minaur against Carlos Alcaraz, but we're in the middle of a tiebreak in the mixed doubles here on Margaret Court Arena between the defending champions Gadecki and Piers against Krunic and Pavic. Gadecki and Piers took the first set 6-1. It is 4-3 to the holders in the second set tiebreak. Krunic and Pavic serving. This was they raced through the first set. Piers and Gadecki had an amazing run to the title last year, and great to see them back playing again. Often you get with mixed doubles teams, they just disappear next year. They don't necessarily defend their title, they're doing other stuff. But here it is, Pavic serving out wide to the Piers backhand. Good early move at the net from Gadecki, but somehow Piers almost gets the ball back into play, though. He's got to bust through that.
She moved so early on that. Piers did a good job of being able to covered a lot of ground, but being able to get over there on time, just getting his racket on the ball.
Oh, give her a due. She's laughing. I think she realises she may have left a little too soon. Pretty easy for Pavic to spot that. So it's 4-all. Pavic serving. Out wide to the Gadecki forehand, who chips a lob, and it's just long.
5-4.
Couldn't control it, and it's 5-4 on serve in this second set tiebreak.
That was great kick serve from Pavic going to the forehand side of Gadecki. A lot of times for lefty, you cover the opposite side, and just caught Gadecki leaning a little bit the wrong way.
Yeah, that horrible kick serve to the forehand can really catch right-handers by surprise. So it's John Piers serving at 4-5. Looking for a big first serve as Gadecki crouches down low at the net. A return in the net from Krunic, who's very annoyed with herself. Right in the bottom of the net, to be absolutely accurate. It's 5-all. Good serve. Piers. Took him a long time, John Piers, to win Grand Slam titles, but once he got over the line, that took a lot of pressure off him. And one of Australia's best doubles players. 5-all. Piers serving. High formation with Gadecki leaning down low at the net. Serve down the tee. That catches the tape. We'll play it again. Where does he go this time? Having another discussion at the back. Little tap of the wrist. Pavic just waiting. Looks pretty nonplussed by everything. Piers standing close to the centre line, high formation. Serves out wide to Pavic. Just good return, good low volley from Piers. Back volley in the net from Gadecki, and it's given set point to Krunic and Pavic.
That was a very good low volley from Piers. He was leaning so far forward. How he got it over, it was pretty impressive. And Gadecki just rushed that last one. She just panicked a little bit at the net.
It was hit pretty hard. I think she, exactly, flinched a little too early. Put it in the net. It'll be Alexandra Krunic to serve for this second set. Set point in the tiebreak, 6-5. Serves into the net. Piers takes a couple of steps towards his backhand side, standing in the tram lines to return this. Looking for that big forehand return, perhaps. Serve from Krunic down the tee. Forehand return is to the backhand of Krunic. Crosses from Gadecki, but this time Piers has time to get across to get the ball. Lob from Krunic. Piers' backhand is just inside the sideline. Forehand up the line from Piers as Pavic moves too soon. 6-all.
That was very early from Pavic. That was surprising. He knows, I mean, such an experienced player. I was surprised he went that early. I think just basically trying to do the distraction tactic there. But Piers held his backswing long enough to be able to change direction.
Yeah, you never know. If you make a move, that can catch the eye of the other player, but Piers concentrating well enough. Arm raised above his head. 6-all, the players have switched ends. Chance for both of them to get to set point here. Whoever wins this point will have one. Could be a match point. Gadecki bouncing up and down on the return of serve from the Krunic serve, which is swung into the backhand. Pavic thinks about crossing. It's a great return. Backhand off backhand from Gadecki. Dragged Krunic out of court. Couldn't control it.
I mean, if you have that shot from that deuce court, that inside-out backhand, it's probably one of the toughest returns to hit. You're in good shape, and that was an incredible angle from Gadecki.
So it's match point to Gadecki and Piers. It'll be on the Gadecki serve. This quarterfinal. Defending champions looking to take another step closer to winning the title once more. Gadecki serves. Out wide to the Krunic backhand. Return is to Piers. He swats it away at the net. And the champions are alive and well through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open once again.
Well, excellent finish. I mean, that was a tight second set. Really had to work hard. Krunic and Pavic played so well. They really lifted their level in that second set. So it took a lot of extra effort and focus and determination from the Australians to be able to get through. But that's a good challenge to have, I think, going into the next round.
Yeah, it's good to come through a tight set. Got very close there, saving that set point in the second set. They are through, and they're going to play Taylor Townsend and Nikola Mektic of Croatia, so that'll be a challenge as well. Townsend, such a great doubles player these days.
One of the most talented, yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone was surprised from a very young age that she was going to be a slam winner, especially in the doubles. She's just got such great hands.
Yeah. Helps being a lefty, but yeah, superb hands at the net. Nice round of applause for Krunic and Pavic. They don't look that bothered.
No, they're smiling.
They
have fun together. No,
Yeah.
They do have fun together. But mixed is a fun event. Yeah, I think the women and the men really like coming together in a team event. It doesn't happen as often. It's definitely becoming more popular as we're seeing more team events come up on the calendar. So I think they really love if they have the opportunity to get into the mixed draw, because you're just so much more relaxed. You don't, points aren't involved. There's not as much pressure on your shoulders. Of course, there's still money and you want it, and a trophy, and you want to do well. But it's really fun.
Yeah, it is fun, and Gadecki and Piers definitely had fun getting over the line. 6-1, 7-6, and the defending champions still going strong this year again. And what a story that would be if they could win the title for a second year in a row. We're talking about mixed doubles. You don't often team up with the same person all the time.
No.
There's a lot of switching goes on.
Well, a lot of it is determined by your ranking.
Yeah.
Whatever's higher, your singles or doubles, is to get in. And sometimes, if your ranking has fluctuated at all, or if you had maybe a couple months at the end of the year where you just didn't have as much success, then you have to try and pair with a different partner. So it can happen, but anything can happen in mixed.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very entertaining format of the game, as you said, Jill. The players love it. I think we're going to hear from Gadecki and Piers now. Almost now. Any minute now. Lots of fans cheering on. Here we go.
Liv, congratulations, and of course, John, I got to say, coming in as defending champions, a fair bit to play for, a really great start, but gee, it got close in the end there, a really good win. You had to play well in the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we played really good first set, and a little unfortunate we just couldn't get a break early in that second to continue the momentum, but no, we fought hard. Liv carried me at the end there in the second, and thanks for everyone coming out today. I know it's hot, so it's been tough getting here, but no, thank you. Really appreciate the support.
Liv, you came up big, particularly at the back end of that second set. Unbelievable serving. Really well played.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I thought I'd start to pull my weight around here. So, yeah, I chose a good time. But, yeah, thank you again to everyone coming out. It's such a pleasure to play in front of you. So, thank you.
And Liv, just talk us through, we know he's a big-time player, he's an Olympic gold medalist. What is it like playing with the Olympic gold medalist?
I don't wash my hands every time we play. No, I'm joking. No, it's pretty cool to play, you know, with John, and I'm so thankful that he chose me again this year. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying the moment.
And Pizzy, you got a big group of family support here. It must be really special to be able to play here where you've got so much family here supporting you.
Yeah, it's amazing. Every time I get to come home and play in Australia, especially in front of friends and family, I cherish every moment because I don't know how many more years we can get to keep doing it. But the kids growing up, the family's a lot of fun, but no, I really appreciate all the support everyone over the years. It's been so much fun. So let's keep continuing for a couple more.
Congratulations, guys. You're through to the semi-finals once again. The Australian Open defending mixed doubles champions. Keep it rolling.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Joshi. Thanks, guys.
There's John Fitzgerald with the questions. Was it was Joshi, wasn't it? I was paying attention. That's not very good. I should be looking at who that was. But they are through to the semi-finals, and they're playing Townsend and Mektic, the number 4 seeds in the semis, which will be a bit of a cracker, no doubt. And there's a lot to look forward to in that mixed doubles. Some matches coming up as well later on. But we are next one on this court. Just looking at the schedule, we've got a men's doubles between another Australian pairing, Jason Kubler and Mark Polmans, up against the French pairing of Doumbia and Raboul. That's going to be happening. They'll be on court in 10 minutes or so. As we were saying, it's nice. They were thanking the crowd for coming out, but it's so good that we have the roofs here because it is
very lucky,
roasting hot outside. It is 43 degrees right now. It's going to dip down a little bit over the next few hours, but it's been a brutally hot day, and had the players had to play with the roof off and the sun on their heads, it would have been pretty ugly, I think. So very good that the roofs here. Remember the first time that when they built this Melbourne Park facility, 1988 was the first roofs they had, the retractable
Was it 1988?
roof.
Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that far back.
And then the next 2 roofs came in a little bit later. But fantastic to have 3 roofs.
Yeah.
What a privilege.
It makes such a big difference, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise it would have been tough. We're just looking out our commentary position at Rod Laver Arena, watching Elina Svitolina practice with her coach and hitting partner, Andrew Bettles, who was once hitting partner, now coach again, having split up and got back together. And a really intriguing match to come on Rod Laver Arena later on between Svitolina and Coco.
Yeah, Svitolina played so well against Andreeva the other night. I was lucky enough to be courtside for that match because it's such a good view to sit courtside. To go there I just go there to watch whenever
great.
I can in between work. Well, it is partly work too, right? So I'm researching.
It's all going in.
And it was just, her movement was so good. And I know Andreeva, she didn't start as well as she would have liked.
Yep.
And I think she was a little flat in the beginning, but Svitolina started so strong. She knew she had to be on top of her right from the beginning, and it's tough sometimes playing those youngsters, right? When Svitolina's been so experienced.
What, last year?
Yeah, and because they come out like fearless, and I almost felt like it was Svitolina that came out that way, fearless. Thank you, Matt.
Yes, exactly.
Just got the computer
so sharp,
working because I can't do
magic.
it. So Matt, help me.
Yeah, we need permanent help in here.
Anyway, she was great. Yeah, so I think it's going to be an interesting.
Yeah, I mean, how do you see the
Coco.
matchup?
I think so. Svitolina, they've played 3 other times. Svitolina won once, but it was a while ago. It was back in 2021, and Coco won the last 2. So when obviously Coco's ranking rose a bit from 2021, of course. But Svitolina, I love the way in the last year and a half or 2 years after giving birth to her daughter, I love the way that she's come out a lot more aggressive than what I remember. I mean, she's really going after the ball, especially the forehand. Her backhand was always world class, but especially the forehand, she's getting a lot more aggressive, and she's going to need to. But the thing she did well against Andreeva was the aggressive forehand cross court, and I think that's going to be a good pattern against Coco tonight. The players have been saying that Rod Laver's been playing a little slower, And so I almost feel like that helps Coco a little bit, obviously with her speed and
gives her the time to get across, but she is one of the best athletes, one of the fastest players around. Yeah, it'll be a really interesting match. That's a 7 o'clock start on Rod Laver Arena. And then it'll be the big one for Australian fans. It was Alex de Minaur takes on Carlos Alcaraz. And how do you see that? I mean, what chances would you give Alex in that? He's played him 5 times and lost 5.
Right. I know.
Never played in a slam.
Never played in a slam, right. Okay, that's a factor.
that's a bonus.
That's a factor. Well, you know, Alex is going to have nothing to lose. For some reason, he seems, when you hear him speak, I don't know if you feel like this way, he seems so almost more ready. I think, I mean, I always, you know, he always looked good. I felt like he always played well here in front of his home slam, and that's not the easiest thing necessarily for a lot of players to do in front of their home crowd, but he embraces it. He loves it. He almost feeds off that energy. And I feel like this is the best I've ever seen him play at this.
And he seems a little bit.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he seems a bit lighter, you know, a little bit.
Yeah,
he's not taking the world on his shoulders.
Maybe it's because he finally got that engagement happening.
Exactly. Exactly. It could be that, couldn't it? Could be. He also keeps talking about giving himself a pat on the back, not being so hard on himself.
Okay.
Realising that the result is not the only important thing.
Right.
I know it's all words and it's all.
Yeah,
but it's all true.
It is true.
All true.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what everyone would hope to get to that place eventually, because it's you hear the word process all the time, but it's true. It makes a big difference in being able to allow yourself, I would say, the freedom even on the practice court to experiment, because that's what's going to make you better. Like, be willing to be uncomfortable on the practice court in order to push yourself to get better.
Yeah, he's been working on coming forward more, a little bit more power, a bit more pop on his serve.
He is coming to the net more.
He is, yeah, definitely. He did a bit of work with Pat Rafter at the Laver Cup, where he was working on that. He's a good person to help you with your volleys and your net coverage. But we'll see. I mean, the problem he has had certainly with Jannik Sinner and sometimes with Alcaraz too, is he tends to push too much on his serve, press too much, because he knows he wants to get 3 points. And then his percentage is dropped, and then he just gets punished by them.
Yeah.
So he needs a high percentage of serves definitely tonight.
Which is interesting when you think about, I mean, because they return so well too, right? Carlos and Jannik. But it's interesting that he tries to go for more, because he trusts his movement so much, and you know, he trusts his fitness so much that it's okay if he has to play long points. He's fine with that.
True.
But I think it's because those two can be so damaging on the return.
Yeah, exactly. It was interesting yesterday. We were talking to some of the Australian legends at Legends Access Hour, and Pat Rafter. We were talking about the crowd, because I was saying that Carlos is incredibly popular. They won't necessarily be all for Alex tonight. There'll be definitely some Carlos fans, and I asked him what that's like. Have you experienced that? He said, yeah, every time I played Agassi. And he said some words that I can't say on air, because he said it's horrible. You know, he found it really tough sometimes.
Yeah.
Why are they not cheering for me all the time?
Yeah,
that's weird,
it. Well,
isn't it?
it's a very international city, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but you still, even in that regard, you would still think they'll be. But I think they'll be behind him.
They will.
I think he's very endearing to the crowd. Alex is, you know, he sets such a great example, I think, for an Australian sportsman.
Yeah.
You know, the work ethic, the appreciation, the respect. So I think there'll be a lot of fans behind him.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they will, and I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere. It's going to be packed, and we're very much looking forward to that. Before that, though, we're going to bring you the doubles match with Kubler and Polmans, the Australian wildcards this year, up against the all-French combination of Sadio Doumbia and who's he playing with? Raboul, who is Fabien Raboul.
Who's he playing with?
Exactly, there they are, Fabien Raboul. But yeah, Polmans and Kubler took out Kyrgios and Kokkinakis early on in the tournament. That was a good effort from them, because it was more of a show than a match, that one. And they kept their nerve very well to come through in a very tight 3-set match. And they're looking pretty good so far, so that's another all-Australian combination that we will be focusing on shortly. A reminder, please do get in touch with us. We love having all your messages come in. You can do so via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or on email via aoradio@tennis.com.au. Please give us your name, let us know where you're listening from, give us your thoughts on the big matches to come tonight. The matches between Coco Gauff and Elina Svitolina, and between Alex de Minaur and Carlos Alcaraz. Interesting seeing what Diego Schwartzman's doing on the court here at Rod Laver Arena. There he is. He's been wandering. He's been around all 2 weeks.
He's been around, yeah.
He's always happy to help. He's got a racket in hand.
He does. It looks like he's ready to practice.
Join in. Yeah, exactly.
When I've gone to watch matches too, he's been out there courtside watching matches religiously. Yeah, he's been enjoying it.
He must be missing it.
I think so. I think he always loved it.
What a player he was.
What an
Another
unbelievable
good mover.
player. Yeah.
Incredible for somebody of his short stature.
You know what? I remember when he first got to top 10, how he was able to find that extra aggression. I mean, it was like he upped everything 10 miles per hour. It was unreal. Especially, I think he's just 5'7". Is that right?
That's right. He's one of the shortest players around, and he packed a punch.
What do they call it? Little Peque, right? Is that what it is?
Peque, yeah. Paquito.
Yeah.
Just watching Svitolina again, just nailing returns. Very sharp out there. That will be fascinating. As we said, that's a 7 o'clock start. But the players are getting ready to come out for this doubles. Kubler and Pullmans, the wildcards, and both very good doubles players. I'm just going to take you through the draw, actually. See where they've, apart from the match with Kokkinakis and Kyrgios, which was their first one, they also took out McCabe and Tu, another Australian combination. And they had knocked out the top seeds, Cash and Glasspool, in the previous round. Pat Cash was working with Lee Tu, and he had a hilarious story about McCabe. Because McCabe, he said, rocked up for practice and said, Pat, I don't know where to stand on return, and I don't know where to hit it. How can that possibly be true? Can it?
It might have been a moment where he was really frustrated and he was maybe having a bad day, and he was just like, I don't know what to do.
No, Pat said, he said, they were practicing a lot against a lot of teams using I formation. And he said, what do I do with this ball? He said, they keep leaving a massive gap down the line. Do I hit it there? And Pat said, yeah, if you can do that, hit it there.
That's a good idea.
Why not? So that was an unusual experience for Pat Cash.
That's funny.
But they did pretty well. They beat the top seeds. That was amazing. He said they didn't play that well yesterday against Pullmans and Kubler. But I said Pullmans and Kubler are a good combination. Here they come. Into Margaret Court Arena with the roof on and the temperature nice and air conditioned. What is it? It's about 25 degrees.
25, yeah.
That's very pleasant, isn't it? It's not
extremely pleasant. I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly. I came in this morning and it was about 25 degrees at 9 o'clock, 9:30, and I couldn't believe that it was going to be another 20 degrees hotter.
Because it felt so nice this morning.
Yeah.
I went for a walk this morning. It was actually cool.
It was nice, yeah.
I was like, this is great.
Now it feels like you've just opened the oven door and it hits you in the head. The breeze, the warm wind is what does it, of course, but thankfully all the matches are indoors. They haven't played anything outdoors since about, 1 o'clock-ish?
I think 1 o'clock-ish, but on some of the other stadiums, like ANZ Stadium, they had 2 matches and then they just stopped. And then it was not before 6, and that finished maybe around like 1:30. So they kind of planned accordingly with the schedule.
They started early, which is very sensible, as they did the other day when the heat was really up there. And the outside courts at the moment, they're not playing until not before 6:30. So, and the heat will have dipped a bit. The sun goes down about 7 or starts to go down, and the courts will be in shade, so the temperatures will come down. But
I have an email if we want to address it.
Yes.
Sam from Hobe Sound, Florida. Which American do you think will win their first Grand Slam? Thanks.
Wow, well, that's for you.
I'm assuming.
Are we talking women?
I know, that's what I was going to ask.
Let's do both.
Okay. I'm assuming one that hasn't won a Grand Slam.
And we're going to face this way. And then eventually we'll have
I think Anisimova on the women.
Yeah.
She's my pick here.
Could it be here? Well, yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, she's my pick here, Anisimova. I mean, although Pegula is looking amazing.
Yep. This is Ada going to help us.
And for the men, Shelton maybe?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, Shelton would be the one for me.
I mean, Fritz.
I think Shelton's moved ahead of the others.
I would have said Fritz. And I still might say Fritz eventually. He needs to get healthy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm concerned about.
Shelton's serve is unbelievable. If he can get in more, I just get frustrated with him hanging around the baseline. He obviously thinks he can win from there, which is fine.
Well, he is winning sometimes from
there. I would love him to be forward.
Yeah.
Look at the shots he hits. Just come in, put an easy volley at it.
Yeah, he's got such raw power.
Yeah, his serve is incredible. He
even thinks he looks stronger. I just saw him upstairs in the dining, and I even thinks he looks stronger.
Okay, so the mystery is solved.
Oh.
Diego Schwartzman is having a knock-up with Carlos Alcaraz.
Oh my God, how awesome is that?
That's quite fun, isn't it?
That's great.
You want to relax before matches. That's the way to do it. And as we can see through our position, Schwartzman still
He wants to hit with someone that doesn't miss. That's really fast.
Exactly.
It's good preparation.
Get his boots on, get his wheels going. Diego Schwartzman with Carlos Alcaraz. Fantastic stuff. But we are, I think, what about the women? The American women.
I said Anisimova.
Oh, Anisimova.
Yeah.
Impressed by Jovic here. Amazing.
Very impressed by Jovic, yeah. I think
she's got
she
a
just,
bit to go,
yeah, she's just got a little overpowered today, I would say. And I in her press conference the other day, or an article I maybe read, they were talking about her and the top players. Obviously, Djokovic, a huge idol of hers. Yeah. But she also said walking around and just being around the top players now, like the aura she felt from Sabalenka in particular.
Yeah.
I know, she was like kind of, so I think when it's your first time playing someone like that and you feel like they have that aura, it can be a little intimidating.
Yeah, it must be.
So I already think the second time around will be better. You almost have to get past that first initial, like, whoa.
Well, she doesn't have, Sabalenka is an imposing figure.
Yeah.
She's Amazonian-like.
Well, the way she walks around, she's just got such a confident demeanor.
Structure.
And
Yeah, and for Jovic, who's quite slight, she probably does feel a little bit intimidated, but you're right. Next time, we'll see how she does. And she's not the only person to be intimidated by Sabalenka, let's face it. That's for sure. But yeah, that was a good performance from Sabalenka, looking
It's a
very
great tournament from Jovic, I mean, it's the first time. Last year, she was like, oh, I just want to, by the end of 2025, I want to make the top 100. And then all of a sudden, she's seeded at the Slam. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And look at how she held it together to be able to back up that seeding. That's pretty good.
Yeah, amazing performance. And she's very calm in press as well, very assured.
She speaks well.
Yeah, she does. I think she's she's well set to be a top player very quickly.
What would your picks be, by the way?
I think Shelton, definitely. And I was thinking the other day with Anisimova, she's got to the point where now I don't expect her to lose. It's not a surprise to see her in these stages. Interesting. I mean, obviously Wimbledon was a tough experience for her in the final against Iga Świątek, but the way she bounced back in New York was amazing.
I mean, that you have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Mentally, the strength that, to prove that she could do it again after an 0-0 final. I mean, that is pretty amazing.
I actually thought she was already on the road to overcoming it in her speech. She somehow just let it go, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Could have been horrendous that day for her, love against Iga Świątek. But yeah, coming back, beat Świątek in New York, got to the final again, played well against Sabalenka. She loves hard courts. 2 finals in a row, could be another one here.
Yeah.
But you're right, Pegula also playing well.
Yes.
Maybe it'll be Pegula.
And she looks a lot more relaxed to me. I mean, again, I think this is the best I've seen her at this event, I would say, this year.
Yeah, she's been very strong. She was rock solid against Madison Keys, who is a bit up and down, as she can be. But yeah, did everything she needed to do.
Sabalenka plays the winner of tonight, of course, and now Pegula plays Anisimova, and Rybakina plays Świątek.
Yeah, that's the first match tomorrow morning, 11:30.
I'm going to go with Rybakina on that one.
Well, she almost beat her in Paris last year, didn't she? And that was the match when Świątek started to pick herself up again after a difficult clay court season. But yeah, it's very interesting. With Iga Świątek, what is going on with her losing sets, 6-love, 6-1? When she loses a set, it seems to just go, unravel.
That didn't used to happen
often bounce
before.
back. No, she never did.
I know.
So it's a weird. She's still winning, but
that's a good point. I didn't even actually kind of assess that in my head yet. Yeah.
Like at the United Cup, she played really well first 2 matches, then lost to Coco Gauff with a love set. She lost another love set. She lost a 6-1 set here.
I mean, I think everyone is getting better. Everyone's maybe
that's what she said.
Figuring things out maybe a little bit better, but still she does. And also the one thing that she still continues to do very well, which I mean a lot of the top players do, but is she starts so intense.
Yeah.
I mean, she's intense all the time, but I think when you start that way consistently, even if you're getting used to playing her, it's still kind of like it's like massively high intensity.
Yeah. If it doesn't work, then suddenly what do you do? She's got a very good coach in Wim Fissette who can manoeuvre, sort of calm her down to be able to recover. Chooses words wisely. They've done very well together. It's been a good combination.
He said something interesting to me at Wimbledon last year. I'm saying this year.
Feels like this year.
where we were asking him like what's changed. Obviously, we were talking about the grass before she won, and he said that in particular for that tournament, and now we know she won it, is he had her stand a little bit further back because you know how she's so on top of the baseline. So he changed it up just to allow herself to get it extra time. Obviously, it worked. But watching her here, I feel like she's back.
Yeah, she changed. Have you messed up the computer again?
Yeah, it went dark, and now it...
Disaster. Yeah, he actually said those words in the match with Rebecca at Roland Garros. He told her, because she lost the first set 6-2
Oh, he did? Okay.
or something, and she was 2-love down in the second, and he said to her, just come, step back,
it's
step
a little
back.
bit
And she
further back,
finally, she finally took it in and went with it, and came back and won that match in 3 sets. And then at Wimbledon, they really worked on it. So yeah, absolutely, good advice. Right, we're underway here in the men's doubles. And with Doumbia and Reboul serving. Doumbia serving. They're not wearing the same kit, which is, I don't like that. I think they should be wearing the same kit.
Oh, you
it's
do?
just nice,
Okay.
yeah. As long as they're not wearing the same kit as the opposition. And then that becomes very awkward for commentators and everybody else. But Polmans and Kubler are, but it's Kubler serving at 15-love. He started the set. He starts with I thought it was an ace, just wide. You've forgotten your password.
My login is not working.
Oh.
So that's why Isaac and Matt...
Use mine in a minute.
Okay.
Kubler serving second serve to the forehand and draws the error. In fact, the return just flies long. 30-love in this opening game of the match. Kubler wearing it, so he's got a black strapping over his left knee. Nice ace down the tee. That's how to not get involved in any rallies. Always good. The Australians looking to maintain their very impressive run here so far. Took out the... Well, it was a really entertaining match, actually, has to be said, of against Kyrgios and Kokkinakis in the first round. And then they took out the other Australians of McCabe and two in the second. And it's love hold of serve for Kubler and Polmans on the Kubler serve. Nice bit of music background. Did a good job with the DJ.
The music has been good.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty happy.
That's good. And now your computer works again. That's even better.
I mean, have you been on John Cain Arena?
Yes.
I mean, they are blasting it out there on changeovers.
It's so loud.
It's pretty loud.
Very noisy.
But it's a good atmosphere.
Definitely. So the French combination of Doumbia and Reboul. Sadio Doumbia. I think it's going to be him to serve, is it? Let's see. Who's got the balls? Yeah, it is. No, it's not. It's Reboul to serve. He switched it. Reboul wearing...
Did that
they're both
surprise
wearing...
you?
Yeah, it did for a minute. They were both wearing a sort of purplish pink shirt. But Doumbia has a cap and has it round back to front as they get involved in a rally where Kubler smashes up a lob and then in comes Reboul with a chip approach. Backhand volley is deep. As casual as you like lob from Kubler. Maybe a bit too casual because Reboul puts away the smash.
So you're liking their outfits, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Because they're wearing the exact same thing. You like when teams match.
Yeah, I think, in doubles especially, you need to know a little bit of an identity about the pairing, and it helps when they're either wearing the same kit or they've got their names on their back or something.
Oh, I like that. I do like the names on the back.
Yeah. Some of the teams used to do that. Reboul serves 15-love to the backhand of Kubler, who fires it hard across court. Doumbia attempted to get the poach, but missed the volley long.
That was a great return. Just kept dipping low, and Doumbia he moved right away. Was able to cover that, but it just was so low, and he tried to make it maybe cut it a little too fine.
Yeah. Reboul serving. Doumbia crouching down low at the net. Yeah, sort of. What would you call it? Pink, purple, pinky purple. What's the
fuchsia.
Fuchsia. That's the one. That's the word I was thinking for. Is there somewhere in between those two?
Yeah.
and some sort of green shorts. Both wearing white shoes, and as I said, Dumbia wearing a cap with the wrong way
When you
around.
said fuchsia and green, it sounds like it wouldn't go together, but it looks really nice actually. It almost looks like a grayish
Yeah.
green, so
Yeah,
it
sort
does
of
it does
darker.
match.
It does match, yeah.
I think it looks
I
really
think they
nice.
thought about it.
Yeah.
30-15. Just a net player, Dumbia, signalling which way he wants to move after the serve goes in. When you started playing, Jill, did you do signalling or talking or
I talk.
nothing?
I mainly talking. Yeah, I didn't really do the signaling thing, but I also didn't talk for a long time.
What, at
Like
all?
sometimes, no, I just mean like we were quick to say
Yeah.
what we were. Like sometimes some of these
see.
doubles players will have like use the full 25 seconds to have a little discussion. But if it was a really important point, we'd probably figure out strategy. But I think not just to not waste time. You know,
Yeah.
the signaling works really well.
But did you? It's 30 all on the Rabul serve. Did you? Was it when you were training as a junior and stuff? Was it all part of the discussion? You've got to communicate with each other by, you know, when you get aced and you're tapping hands and stuff. It's all a bit ridiculous, isn't it? But what's the?
As a junior, did I do that?
Yeah.
or-
Did you? When did you learn that you had to really sort of, you know, tap
Communicate.
hands or communicate properly with your partner?
I think it just happened naturally. I think it's just from watching so much. Like you just kind of
I watched.
happen naturally.
I watched. I went back and watched a bit of McEnroe and Fleming the other day.
You did, and
They don't talk to each other.
they didn't talk to each
No.
other. No, but
And-
they played what, like 20
Exactly.
years together.
Millions of
they
matches.
knew each other's movements
Yeah, but
every single time.
Most of it was that they basically just had. It's going to be a serve to the backhand. It's going to be whatever body serve on second serve, and that's it. But it's just interesting to me what about that whole dynamic. As the ball holds serve with a fine serve down the tee, it's one game apiece. Polmans is wearing the sort of Legionnaires hat, the one that stretches down the back of the neck.
Yeah, actually, we were actually talking to him about that the other day. He's like, because he played the night match, I think, and he was like, "Should I wear it at night?" And we're like,
Yeah,
"You
what for?"
should. It's your signature look."
True. But
And
it's not
also,
actually
you get
doing the job, is it?
But also, you get comfortable wearing it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So all of a sudden, if you don't, it might feel like something's
Feel
off.
weird. You feel like undressed as Kubler gets up for a smash, and he's got a little, almost a short ball. It wasn't a drop shot, just a bunt lob from. That was nicely done by Dumbia. Faint little backhand lob over the moving forward Kubler.
That was really good feel, actually, because you could kind of tell he was going to go for the lob, and Kubler sort of saw it a little bit early, but couldn't react. It was just the right height. It wasn't too slow. It actually had some speed on it and just got past Kubler.
Yeah, because otherwise you might have thought that they were going to get back and get that ball back into play, but they had no chance. So Polman serves. The body just long. Just back pedals back into position to hit a second serve. Gets ready. Just very deliberate bounces of the ball. 5. Serves off the top of the net and long. Double fault. Love 30. Bit of trouble early on for Mark Polmans.
I like Pullman's shoes, too.
Yeah, how would you describe them?
They're mainly white, but with a little bit of flash of blue and highlighter yellow, we would say.
Highlighter yellow.
Yeah,
That's a
we
good
said that the
description.
other day about Casper Ruud's shorts, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Highlighter yellow.
Like neon.
Neon, yes.
Neon yellow, yeah. Lob return to the Polman's high backhand volley. The ball backhand cross court. Backhand on the stretch on the volley from Kubler. Then he goes back. They're closing off the space down the middle. Kubler backhand volley, rock solid. Forehand cross court. Here comes Here comes Rabul. He's come on the court now. Lob from the Frenchman. High lob. Polman's underneath it. Plays it down the middle. It's not going to go away. This one should, though. Smashed on the angle. Easily done in the end.
It's felt like overhead practice there. And volley practice for Kubler. I actually thought they were in trouble in that point. There was early on in the rally, I was like, Dumbia had so many on his forehand that I thought he was just going to get it through them in the middle. So good, solid play, good hands from the Australians.
Yeah, good in there. They were very solid at the net. Polman serving. 15-30, still work to be done in this game. One game apiece, misses the first serve. Frenchman looking to get ahead early in this first set, in this quarter-final of the men's doubles here at the Australian Open. On AO Radio, and it's a double fault from Polmans under pressure and a couple of break points.
And against Rabul, back-to-back double faults.
Intimidated by that first return that was flashed cross court. A chat between Kubler and Polmans about where they're going to go. Who's going to do what? Needs a first serve. That's what's been missing in this game so far. 15-40, Polmans serving. Standing a bit wider on the juice court. Moving to Doumbia, who chips the ball long.
That's good serve, good recovery from the double fault in the previous point. Just taking a little extra time here.
Yeah. Always good not to rush, for sure. Still break point though. Some 2 double faults this side in the last 2 points, so he needs to sort that out. Gets the first serve into play, and Kubler smacks the volley just about out of the reach of Doumbia, and it's back to Juice.
He did well to make that volley because it was a huge swing at the net. Just wanted to slap it away, but it did well. It had good margin, actually, well inside the sideline.
Exactly what you're told not to do. Take a massive swing. It's too tempting sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
1-1 Juice, Polmans serving. Doumbia chips the backhand return. He's trying a lob over Polmans' head. It's good. Kubler gets there though, and then the off backhand is good. Oh, down the line. Oh, it looked great from Doumbia, but he just missed it. Just long.
I thought that first backhand was impressive because he took it on the rise and somehow created an angle past Polmans at the net. That was pretty impressive, and took a huge swipe that last backhand, but missed by quite a bit.
Yeah, the intention was good. He made the pass, but it was long. And it's game point on the Polmans serve. Throw up just a little bit in front, and the serve goes off the tape and long. Second serve, just conferring again. Polmans serves into the body, or attempted into the body of Rabul. Hits a good backhand return, goes cross court again. Down the line goes Polmans. Kubler on the stretch on the volley, back into play. Now the Frenchmen are at the net, and the backhand is in the net from Kubler.
This is such a good contest because the way that these 4 guys play, they actually play kind of similarly. Neither one of them have like a huge bomb of a serve or huge bomb of a forehand, and so that's why we're seeing a lot of exchanges right now, back and forth, and both cover their partner extremely well, really quick around the court.
Polmans serving again to Doumbia's lob is just over the baseline. Got to be so accurate in lob returns. The play
I like the play though.
It's a good play. Yeah,
I like it because it brings you forward into the net if you can hit it that accurately to get it over the net player on the other side.
Polmans, a former junior Australian Open boys doubles title holder. With Jake Delaney, they beat Hubert Hurkacz and Alex Molchan in the final.
That's a good win.
Yeah,
it's nice to see Hubie back.
It is.
Yeah, he's been out for a while now.
Still doesn't look quite fully fit, but
no, he was played so good at the United Cup though. Did you see?
Yeah,
so
good. That was amazing.
Yeah,
it is good to see him back. He had a long time out with injury, nasty injury. Game point on the Polmans serve. Backhand return from Rabul leaves the court open in the end to the lovely backhand from Doumbia. Flicked it past Kubler at the net.
It's really fast through that one-handed backhand, Doumbia. He just holds it and then has such good racket head acceleration.
Yeah,
it's on his back foot too.
He was moving backwards, waited for it, and then just flicked it down the line. Back to Juice. Long service game into its 8th minute. Good serve down the tee, and Polmans coming forward on the volley. Puts it straight at Doumbia, but he then nets the ground stroke, and Polmans getting a bit of energy into his system. Bouncing up and down, a couple of fist pumps. Plenty of home support, of course, for these two.
There's really good depth on that volley to the feet of Doumbia.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to necessarily put the volley away first time. Depth will do a lot for you. Game point on the Pullman serve again. That's a better serve. Huge serve down the tee, and the outstretched racket of Rabul just sends the ball way long. And the Australians move ahead 2-1 in this first set.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
This is indeed AO Radio on day 10 of the Australian Open. I think it's day 10. Yes, it is day 10. And we are getting closer and closer to both the evening serve, which is the biggest part of the evening, of course, but to the big matches between Coco Gauff and Alina Svitolina, and the match between Alex de Minaur and against Carlos Alcaraz, who is busy practicing on Rod Laver Arena at the moment with Diego Schwartzman. Just knocking in a few serves, hitting a few big forehands here and there. Very much looking forward to those. It's going to be packed house for both matches.
Are you covering both matches? I'm assuming.
Well,
you just don't stop working, do you?
I just don't stop being here. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Whether you're working or not, you just have to be here.
I'm not sure. I don't have to write off the de Minaur match tonight, so that's fine. But it'll be interesting because I actually do quite a lot of writing for Guardian Australia and obviously cover de Minaur a lot. So interesting to see his improvement and see whether he can take it to Alcaraz a little bit, or whether he just gets found out again by, one of the two best players in the world.
The bad news is that Alcaraz can always go to some other resource that he has in his toolbox to change things up whenever he wants. The constant surprise that he can bring is it's just amazing.
Yeah,
I watched. I went courtside, of course, to watch him against Tommy Paul because Tommy, for some reason, always gives him trouble.
Yeah, he plays well.
He's beaten him a couple times, and it's always pretty tight contests. But he won straights against Tommy this time around.
But they're sort of Tommy Paul and de Minaur are sort of similar, aren't they? I mean, Paul is incredibly quick around the court, gets a lot of balls back. It is going to be fascinating to see what happens. De Minaur, I think, goes without saying, really needs to start well. He just doesn't want to lose the first set badly and go down and then start questioning himself.
I mean, he's tested him. I was looking at because you said it was 5-0.
He's got a better record against Alcaraz than he has against Sinner.
Oh gosh, what's Sinner?
I mean, he's barely close to Sinner, except on the last time.
Are you talking about head-to-head or scoreline?
Head-to-head and scorelines. He hasn't beaten Sinner either.
Yeah.
But you're right. Some of the matches have been close.
A lot of the sets 7-6, 7-5.
I think there's an opportunity for him tonight. That's for sure. Meanwhile, it is the French pairing of Rabul and Doumbia who are serving. Lovely return from Polmans to get back to 40-30.
I didn't hear it. 40-20.
Just questioning whether it was a let. I love players always claim lets, don't they, when they lose a point. Is that a let?
There's been
There have been quite a few.
They hit a winner against me. That must have been a let.
Yeah. No, you're right. There have been a lot.
Here, like this year,
some mysterious-looking ones.
I know.
Which is, I mean, they're not. There was one in the Kyrgios, in the Polmans Kubler Kyrgios Kokkinakis match in the first point of the deciding tiebreak, when Kyrgios and Kokkinakis thought it was a let. Oh no, thought it was a let, but they couldn't challenge it. And they had a few where they said it was like a foot over the net. And,
oh, really?
It's called a let.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw them just doing the hype thing with their hands.
It's 2 games apiece. French levelling. On serve. And it'll be Kubler to go again. So we're just looking at a replay there. The return was attempted to be volleyed by Raboul. And he put his racket out very close to the net. The ball hit the net, didn't it? And his racket hit the net.
And his racket hit the net, but it didn't go over, so it didn't matter that he hit the net.
All good. Good from Kubler at the net off a fine serve from Mark Polman. Opening point of this 5th game. Reminder to email us. All our commentators are ready to listen to your suggestions and thoughts on the tournament. Tonight's matches, Goff and Svitolina, who's going to win that one, and Alcaraz and de Minaur, of course. It is Ask the Booth. Use that Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Lob from Raboul is not good enough because Polman puts it away quite easily. And it's 30-love. One thing I was thinking about the lob return in doubles, and especially in men's doubles, the men are so quick to get back to smashes.
Yeah, really
it's
fast.
It's got to be perfect.
I think I was just thinking, it's funny you said that, because I was just thinking this dynamic, because these 2 doubles teams, none of them serve and volley.
Yeah.
Right, so there's always one up and one back. So you almost don't get that threatened by the lob, I would say.
There is a backhand return lob. And this time Kubler goes cross-court, backhand volley from Polman's nice on the angle, down the middle. Punched it away.
But do you know what I mean? Because there's always going to be someone back to cover you.
It's not going to win the point.
Yeah, but I like that Polman's took that lob. You always want to take it if you can, if you feel like you can get back for it. And Polman's got back for that one quickly.
Yeah, I'm always impressed by their speed.
Yeah.
It's incredible to get back. There's a big difference between professional level and sort of top amateur level, how fast they get back to pick off smashes. Often lobs don't get anywhere near them. 40-love. Kubler serving to Raboul. He gets a good 2-handed backhand back into play, but so does Kubler. Backhand from Kubler again, but good movement at the net from Doumbia just to put him off.
Yep, that caused the error for sure. But you have to make sure you don't go too early. You got to hold your position, and Doumbia did well to wait until Kubler had started his backswing, and that's when it's hard to change your mind, to change direction on the ball. So he did well to hold his position.
Picking your moment to move is absolutely key in terms of timing. Another lob return. Chopped back again, eventually from Raboul. Straight down the middle goes Kubler. The lob is up from Doumbia, but it's wide, and it's an easy hold of serve in the end for Kubler and Polman. They're ahead 3-2 in this first set. I'm going to read you out the AO Radio competition for week 2.
Okay.
Because we've had our week 1 one, which was excellent, and the winner was brilliant.
I didn't hear who the winner was.
I don't know. I think it was David from London, but the winner was all about Star Wars. So he picked a few characters, one of which was Rod Laver as Yoda.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Which I feel a bit sorry for Rod, because obviously he's in his 80s now, but it's now wise and short, I think he said.
That's funny.
But,
do you remember the other?
I think Ivo Karlovic might have been Chewbacca. I can't remember who Han Solo was. Someone who didn't care about anything. He gave good descriptions as well.
That's great.
But it was it was very good entry, and I'm sure we're going to get just as good entries for the competition in week 2. We have a $50 voucher again to give away to the Australian Open shop, and we're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. This is the question. Which match would you choose and why? What a question. Could be from any round, any Australian Open or Championship, to go far enough back. And you don't have to have seen it before. The match could have sentimental value for you, or be something that just sparks your interest in tennis, or just one you want to see again. You also can't change the outcome of the match. It has to be the match.
Okay.
You're just watching it. The voucher can be used online, so you can enter from anywhere in the world. Do enter, please, and do it via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries will close at 5 p.m. Saturday afternoon, Melbourne time, and the winner again will be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening. And while you're at it, check out all the fantastic merchandise available online at the Australian Open shop, which is australianopenshop.com. So look forward to hearing and reading some of your entries. They were very inventive last time. I'm sure it'll be the same in week 2. As Rabul serves at 2-3, 15 love. What's going on from our commentary position, looking out on Rod Laver Arena.
A lot of people on the court.
Yeah, and they're waiting.
All of a sudden.
I think Duminor's come on, hasn't he, to practice. Leighton Hewitt, I can see. So they're going to take their turn. And there's a picture being taken with Carlos Alcaraz and team and friends
By Diego
Schwartzman,
Yeah,
which is good.
It's funny.
Jill's just snapped a picture.
I snapped a picture of the picture being taken.
Exactly. I should have taken one of you taking the picture. That would have been impressive.
That's a great photo
It is,
of
yeah.
the team, Alcaraz's team.
Alcaraz typically looks very relaxed.
He always looks
I mean, it's a few hours. It could easily be 3 hours before they get on.
Yeah.
It's 7 o'clock start for Svitolina and Coco Gauff. As Leighton Hewitt is monitoring practice with Alex Diminor. Diminor was practicing with Cruz Hewitt last time. Handy, isn't it, to have your son out there?
Who was? With Sinner, right? With Diminor, yeah. Didn't he practice with Sinner last year?
Yeah. And last year he did, yes, that's right. And he comes out and hits a few serves, hits a few shots. And
I mean, if that doesn't prepare you for the tour.
well, exactly.
Goodness.
He's not going to make it. Let's hope he does. So Rabul serves to Kubler on the backhand side. It's 30-15, 2-3, first set in this quarterfinal. Watching Leighton Hewitt hit the ball. He was so competitive in that exhibition at the opening ceremony, wasn't he?
He was, yes. That was such a good opening ceremony. I really enjoyed that.
Well, anytime you get Federer back on court, it's going to be good, isn't it? Great return from Kubler, meanwhile. Up the line, 30-all.
He redirects well on that backhand. Yeah.
Definitely his best side.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not easy when a serve's coming that hard at you to just be able to control it with such ease, it looked like, down the line.
Again, I think partner moved very soon. Doumbia at the net. Obviously a pre-planned move between the two. Up the line goes Pullman's on the return of the Rabul serve at 30-all. Lob up from Rabul just over the head of Pullman's. Kubler thinks about going inside out. Instead he goes inside in, and it's a clean winner, and they've got a break point.
Well, Doumbia tried to completely fake him out. There was so much movement at the net. He went back and forth 3 or 4 times, but Kubler got such pace on that forehand. He was still able to get it by Doumbia.
Kubler's got an interesting sweat patch on his shirt. It's just straight down the middle of his shirt, like sausage shaped. Very odd looking. Break point though. Kubler returns to that tries to go inside out, but Doumbia was on top of the net, and the pre-planned move worked very nicely. Easy volley. When you're on top of the net, volleys are quite simple.
Yeah, very simple, but you have to be fast.
Yeah.
I mean, with how fast the game is now, I mean, you got to get your racket up there right away.
It's interesting how volleying has changed over the years in doubles as Rabul served into the net. Used to be that you stood in your position and moved sideways, and then suddenly everyone realizes that if you move on an angle, you have a much easier job.
And it doesn't have to be like a massive angle. It just could be like one step forward.
Yeah, all about forward movement again. Very quick movement from Doumbia at the net. Simple volley. Yeah, as long as you're moving forward, volleys
It's amazing. It can just be like one little inch.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference. I mean, Doumbia is... I mean, he could literally just... His racket could over the net. Like, I mean, he's so close.
Yep.
But he can get that close because his partner stays back at the baseline. So it gives him the luxury to just be on top of the net.
And off a good serve, which is another good serve from Rabul. Draws the backhand return, goes over the line. And it's 3-all.
These are pretty tight games, though, actually, right? I mean, neither team's really holding that easily. Everyone's getting kind of pressured.
The save to break points did Rabul there.
I like Margaret Court Arena.
The crowd starting to get, it's a great,
nice.
It's a great
court.
court.
It's nice and intimate, yeah.
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? That I always used to think that the third courts, or the third biggest courts at all the slams, were the best ones.
Yeah.
So they used to have the old bull ring at Roland Garros Court 1.
Court.
Yeah, it was amazing. Did you ever play on that?
Yes, I did play on that.
That must have been good.
It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately.
Smashed
and I
to
liked
bits.
the old Louis Armstrong.
Exactly.
Loved that court.
Yeah. Well, even Grandstand, the old Grandstand was
Yeah.
good. That became the third one for a while. That was a good court. Yeah, the old Louis Armstrong, that was fantastic.
That was fantastic. I mean, the new one's great.
Yeah. But it was, even for its size, was quite intimate. You felt like the crowd were close.
I think that old one, though, the shadows were a bit difficult. Do you remember?
That's true. Yeah.
Certain time of the day.
Yeah, they fixed that. good. They're doing more development at the US Open next couple of years, changing the seats around, and Ash looking at even better, no doubt. So it's 3-all. Polman serving, 15 love. Tries to find the body serve, and good volley from Kubler has Doumbia in a bit of trouble at the baseline. He gets his footwork wrong in the end. Polman finds a forehand up the line.
I mean, that was in. I thought he missed it, actually. Yeah, I thought it was out at first. Oh, that was good. I thought he overhit it, actually. But Rabul was all over the place. I mean, he ran all across the court. He had to scramble all the way back, but he just couldn't get there on time. That looked like it was flying out. Oh, he was well inside the baseline. Yeah.
Dirty love. Polman serving. Tries the slider out wide. Just misses. Little hand signals at the net again from Kubler. Who was it who was telling me? Mark Halawati the other day, our colleague, was saying that people are so attuned to what's happening with hand signals these days that often you'll have like a scout at the other end watching the hand signal, and they can signal quickly.
No way! Oh, I don't like that.
No, exactly. So that's, you've got to be careful. Maybe you need to develop your own signals, which mean absolutely nothing, and you've already decided where you're going to serve. Odd, isn't it? I've never seen that, but I'm sure
I've never seen
it sounds very possible. Sounds like the sort of thing that would happen in college tennis somewhere. Some college coach would come up with the idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
30-15, 3-all. Polman serving wide. It's a good serve. A great return from Rabul. In he comes on the forehand. Doesn't do that much with it. Kubler gets his racket on the volley, and that's an easy smash in the end. Oh, no, it's not. He doesn't put it away. But Doumbia should, and he just hits a nice bounce smash in the end.
I like that effort from Polman because you know he wouldn't have been happy with that lob. It was so short, but he stayed in the point. Actually, forced Doumbia and Rabul to hit one more shot. That's a good effort.
Yeah, it was best because you put the lob up and you could just give it up.
Yeah,
it was so easy, but he didn't actually put the ball away anyway. It was a great get in the end from Polman. As it is, it's 3-all, 30-all.
That's a big point.
Rabul standing a little bit further back as the non-receiver, just inside the baseline, in fact. Polman's was serve and volley. Missed the first serve. Takes another one from the ball boy. I always like the discussion. No, don't like that, no. Just let me decide. Second serve, big point. This first set, the quarterfinal, the men's doubles. Polman serving. Doumbia returns off backhand on the backhand into the net.
It's interesting for the server to say to agree or not agree, because a lot of times it's the partner at the net that can see a shift in if the opponent is changing their court position or what they might be thinking about the return. So sometimes you want to pay attention to those things with your partner at the net too, because they're picking up on little cues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, even if you're doing it through conversation, your net player would say, hang on a minute, let's try this. But it's often quite funny when they say no. Laura, nice backhand pass from Rabul, but brilliant backhand volley. Read the angled pass, got the angle with his own backhand volley and wins the point as Polman's, and they're ahead again 4-3.
How good are these points? Amazing exchange. I know. Amazing exchanges. That was a very impressive stretch volley from Polman's. And to be able from that position, I mean, his arm was pretty much straight from that position. To get the touch that he got on that drop volley is great. Yeah, because
Rabul rolled the backhand slowly across the net, right on the angle.
So good. We're just seeing a replay. So good.
Yeah, that was fantastic play. He did well from 30-all on second serve. Tough holder serve for Polman, and he and Kubler looking to continue their fine run here. It was a good junior, was Mark Polman. As we said, he was tipped to be a bit of a star, and he's had some success. He's had wins at majors and things like that, but now finding a sort of second wind in doubles, which is good to see.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Don't always see. Sometimes players just disappear and fade. But he seems,
after the singles.
Yeah, exactly. After their singles doesn't work out, or it doesn't seem to go the way they wanted it.
I mean, they have so many more opportunities now. I think the doubles players, obviously, the prize money has gone up, which has been a significant increase for them. So I think it's allowing a lot of players to either play longer into their careers in both singles and doubles. I mean, now you're seeing a lot of players play to mid-30s to upper 30s, and a lot more staying longer and longer on the doubles court too.
That's very true. He was given quite a few wild cards into Grand Slams with Polmans. Eventually qualified, eventually got through in the first round of Wimbledon in 2021. He beat Lu Yensun, or Yensun Lu. Ended up losing to Christian Garin, but he's had some success here and there in singles, but most of his success recently has been in doubles. It's good to see. Made back-to-back semis at the Australian Open here, 2023 and 24 in the mixed doubles with Olivia Gadecki, who's clearly a mixed doubles star. She's the defending champion. And had a wild card in 2024 here as well. Lost to Alexei Popyrin, one of Australia's top singles players. Double fault from Dumbia. And here goes Rabul again with some weird signalling this time. I don't even know what that was.
Well, the first one's usually where to serve, and the second signal is usually where they're going to move at the net.
You seem to have like 3 or 4 there.
I know.
Not sure what's going on. That was very confusing. That was good serve though. The ball gets the error from Kubler.
Maybe the other one. Maybe they're doing both first and second serve.
Maybe. Or maybe they just.
We'll have to ask.
Maybe I'm just very confused. Quite possible. It's 30 love in the Dumbia serve.
Oh no, they're signaling again for the second.
It's all right. They know.
They're going to go out wide, and then he's
moving.
going to go to the right a little bit, or stay in the center.
Well, he's just moved his serving position to right by the tee. Ends up. Look, they confused themselves. That's what happens. Stop having these silly discussions with your signals, and then you miss it. Double faults. And it's 30-15. I don't know. They'll work it out. They seem fine. So it's Dumbia serving, 30-15, 3-4, first set of this quarterfinal here on AO Radio. We are counting down towards the quarterfinals of the singles first of all, between Coco Gauff and Elina Svitolina. We've seen Svitolina practicing on Rod Laver Arena already. Haven't seen Coco Gauff yet.
No, I haven't either, no.
Maybe practicing elsewhere, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, she's already played on Rod Laver. Also is Svitolina. I don't know.
Yeah, normally they like to have a little knock around, don't
yeah.
they? At the moment, it's Alex de Minaur hitting with Leighton Hewitt. He's practicing his serve on Rod Laver.
I spoke to Brian Shelton earlier today, and he was saying it's amazing how different the conditions got last night when it was colder.
Yeah.
He said it really, it took Ben a while to get used to it.
Yeah, because
it gets colder, so everything gets slower.
That's true.
Which would help Casper, I think.
Yeah, and you'd think it would help de Minaur tonight as well.
Yeah. But it's not that cold tonight.
It's not cold, but it's like 20. It's indoor under the roof, 25 degrees. That's not cold, but the ball's not going to be as lively, is it?
Under the roof, though? At that time, they won't open the roof?
I don't think
that's
so.
what I'm wondering.
It's still, at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, we've been talking about this, wondering if they were going to open the roof or not. Because I think it would be better for I think it would be better for Alex. I don't know, actually.
I mean, I sort of thought that it would be better. Alcaraz would want, like Rafa always used to, he wanted to play in the
indoor,
day.
I think.
He wanted to play in the daytime for a start, in the sun, let the ball bounce up, kick up high. But who knows? It's break point, Kubler and Polmans here. Kubler, nicely done by Rabul at the net. Just took all the speed off the backhand volley. Dropped it stone dead.
Well, when you're that close to the net, too, you can just hit it right in front of you, really short. And then you're such a presence at the net, and if you can get it low enough, your opponent has to hit up.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's supposed to be about 30, 32, 33 by about that time. So maybe not.
Yeah, we were wondering.
Maybe
we were
it'll be
having this
open.
discussion.
I don't know. That is a good question. Serve from Dumbia, and the lob return lands just over the baseline. So it looks like he might get out of trouble. Only just, though. It's like about 4 or 5 millimetres long. Good attempt on the lob from Polmans, but good serve. Wow. So Jill has just shown me a note that, what does it say, Jill? You can say.
Well, after this point.
Yeah, volley from Dumbia, and the smash put away, easy put away in the end. That poorish lob from Kubler is smashed away by Rabul, and we're a level at 4-all.
No, it's just a group text that we got as we get updated on everything, that Victoria breaks all-time temperature record of 48.9 degrees Celsius in the state's northwest.
Wow. That's not what we want to see. Victoria.
48.9.
Victoria's had a lot of...
What is that?
Well, about 120. guessing. Find that out. But I think, yeah, I mean, the Warriors obviously bushfires in Victoria. They've had a lot. And you'd be fearful of that. I know the wind is changing. There's not any rain in the forecast. Great hands from Rabul, and almost gets a smash back into play off his toes on the half volley.
120 degrees Fahrenheit. That is unreal.
That is incredible. I was reading today, I think it was 1993, and Jim Courier played a match, and they were threatening to shut the roof, and he threatened to walk off if they shut the roof.
Really?
Yeah.
We should ask him about it.
Yeah, exactly. Ask him later.
I wonder. He didn't.
He loved
the heat. Yeah.
He thought it was an advantage for him. Yeah. So he didn't want the roof shutting.
Yeah. I would be curious to ask him. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they shut it? They left it open.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they probably left it open. Jim famously jumped in the Yarra River.
Yes, that's right.
after winning here. Flashing return from Rabul. Absolute bullet of inside-out forehand. No chance at the net for the Australian combination. It's back to 15-all.
Well, I'm assuming that serve was supposed to be a little bit more into the body. Rabul barely had to get out of the way of that one. That was right in his strike zone. Had time to set up and just get low with the legs. Got so much pace behind that return.
Played it brilliantly. Took it early. Slapped it inside out. It's 15-all on the Kubler serve. Just drops the ball toss first, and then just as well he did, because he comes up with an ace. Down the tee. 30-15. They must be twins. A couple of kids in the crowd.
They look like twins,
that the camera just picked up. If they're not twins, then they're very strangely looking, oddly similar looking friends. Or maybe they just got the same haircut.
They were both even making the same motions in their demeanor, so I'm pretty sure they're twins.
I think they might have been identical twins. All right, again, Rabul tries to flash a return, this time on the backhand, but just long.
We just saw a stat that was interesting. I mean, really good for both teams. The first serve points won off there. It was both. I think one was 78%, I can't remember which team now, and the other one was 83%. I mean, that is very high for both.
Is that not with my serve? Yeah. Interesting discussion between Kubler and Pullmans. Kubler just saying, no, that's not going to work with my serve. Maybe he suggested hitting it like 140 miles an hour. Second serve. First one was in the net. Second serve for Jason Kubler. Goes out wide. It's a good serve, but the lob is going to land in. Kubler on the backhand side. His strength fires it down the middle, and Doumbia can't control the backhand volley. Lands over the baseline, and the Australians move ahead again. They're 5-4 up in this first set of this men's quarterfinal here at the Australian Open on AO Radio.
Well, since we've said it, the games have been so close. Actually, both teams have risen on their serves. Right, they're getting through their service games a little bit better. It'll be interesting to see who can hold their nerve, because there's so little difference between the teams.
Yeah, was that one break point that the Australians had? Couldn't take. Was a nice volley from Rabul, cutting it off at the net.
We got that question about who would be the next American to win their first Grand Slam, right? Who do you think would be the next Australian to win their first Grand Slam?
Could be 50 years away, couldn't it? Could be a long time,
I don't know.
I mean, Dominor is obviously the number one,
right?
And he's been improving every year. I mean, that's what you think. Like, so if it's obviously incredibly difficult to beat both Sinner and Alcaraz, or one of, or especially both.
I mean, I think that's the biggest question, right? If you can get through both of them.
Yeah, but if you beat one in the quarters and then don't have to play one in the semis, that's probably better.
That would make a difference? Yeah, maybe. If you think about it back-to-back, I'd have to do this again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right
back-to-back might be a nightmare. But he would, if Dominor somehow beats Alcaraz tonight, he plays Zverev. And, that's maybe a 50-50 shout.
Yeah.
Especially here at the Australian Open.
I mean, at this stage, I feel like it's...
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I think things need to fall his way. Something needs to happen for him.
To fall Dominor's way.
Yeah. But because Sinner and Alcaraz are just so consistent. And they've split the last 8 slams between them.
I mean, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, especially coming after the big three of Federer, Nadal, Djokovic.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, amazing. So it's Rabul serving. Good return on the backhand side from Pullman. Oh, lovely volley off his toes from the Australian, and he wins the point because Rabul tries a little dink backhand to keep it low, puts it in the net.
It's amazing now at 5-4 how the first point, you're like, that applies
Suddenly.
pressure. I mean, it was just 1 point, but it applies so much pressure to Doumbia and Rabul now.
That's the beauty of the scoring system, isn't it? Towards the end of the set, everything matters so much. First point of every game is important. Just makes you feel so much more relaxed. Rabul serves down the middle, volley, drop volley or stop volley in the end from Doumbia is good again. He's, as he's been saying, he's so tight to that net.
Yeah. So you don't have to do a ton, like you said. I mean, you mentioned that earlier when you're that close to the net.
Yeah.
It'd be easier to actually like smash it down, but because Kubler and Pullmans are both playing back, it's a great play just to dip it right in front of you.
Yeah, and he keeps doing it. He's done it several times. It's 15-all on the Rabul serve, serving to Mark Pullmans off the top of the net and long. Pullmans and Kubler discussing where to go after their return. It's going to be Pullmans for return on the backhand side. Goes down the line with a beauty of a return. Clean winner, and it's 15-30.
He took that so early, and he purposely made his court position known. So just to give him a little bit extra pressure, make Rabul think about the serve a little bit, and it was pretty short in the box, and Pullmans just got on top of that.
Look where he was when he hit it. He was inside the baseline. Two-hander fired inside in down the line. And he's got a second serve to face to see as Kubler, as Rabul goes long. Well, they're in agreement. Second serve. Rabul into the backhand of Kubler, goes up the line, smash away, doesn't go away. Backhand lob from Rabul is decent. Pullmans gets to it on the smash. Here comes Kubler on the forehand, straight down the middle. He doesn't come in, and that's just as well because there's a lob up, but he doesn't have to play it because it's wide, and it's 2 set points to the Australians.
Rabul knew it as soon as he hit it. He just dropped his shoulders. He knew it was going to drift long, but good court coverage from the Australians to stay in that point.
Yeah, maybe Doumbia should have put the volley away at the net, but didn't. And that gave Pullmans a chance to get the ball going. And they have 2 set points here. Pullmans returning the Rabul serve. Here it comes. Into the body. Chip return over the head of Doumbia. Now it's the backhand of Kubler across court's good. Down the middle goes Kubler. Little short volley from Doumbia's not good enough. Pullmans picks it off, and there's the set to the Australian pair. They get the break they needed, and they take it 6-4.
6 games to 4. It's just an excellent game to break because they didn't wait for things to happen. They really got aggressive. They took the initiative right from the first point, and they went after the return. This excellent game from the Australians. I like the energy they brought to. They had a little bit more pep in the team in that game, and I think that also made the difference just to keep their energy and their positivity up.
Yeah, they really stepped it up at the end there. As Jill Grabas was saying, first points won by both pairs, right up there. 83% for Kubler and Pullmans, 75% for the French pair of Doumbia and Rabul. Not much between them elsewhere.
Yeah, first serve percentage was definitely better for the Australians, 72%, and the Frenchman just 61%. And you can just pick out one number that can make a difference in a tight first set like that.
Yeah, they took their breakpoint chance. When they had it, and they saved a couple themselves. So that means that Kubler and Pullmans in control of this quarterfinal of the men's doubles, leading 6 games to 4. A reminder that the 2 quarterfinals of the singles are still to come this evening on Rod Laver Arena. It'll be Elina Svitolina and Coco Gauff up first at 7 o'clock. And then after that match, it'll be Alex de Minaur against Carlos Alcaraz, and the crowd is starting to fill up already on Rod Laver Arena.
And the lights have gone down. All the lighting has come out in the court. I like the music for the start of the night match. It really kind of pumps you up and gets you going. It's great. They've done a great job.
A lot of the players use music themselves, don't they, to get themselves going beforehand.
Yep. I'm always curious if they're listening to, I know some of them are listening to music, or if some of them are listening to to get into more of like a calm podcast.
Or AO Radio,
podcast.
maybe. AO Radio.
I was thinking AO Radio. I was thinking more of like a meditative sort of thing. I mean, you don't want to get too relaxed, I guess, but
I'm sure some of them do that.
Everyone has their own little routines that they do, for sure.
Right, well, that is all to come, still to come here on AO Radio this evening at 7 o'clock. It'll be Coco Gauff and Alina Svitolina, followed by Alex de Minaur and Carlos Alcaraz. It's been Simon Chambers and Jill Crabas with you. Coming up very shortly, it is the evening serve.
This is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, temperatures soar in Melbourne as Sabalinka powers into a fourth straight Australian Open semi-final. Alexander Zverev serves his way into the Final Four, plus all the build-up as we count down to Aussie Alex de Minaur's showdown with world number one, Carlos Alcaraz. This is the Evening Serve.
The look, now ready. The toss is up. The serve out wide is an ace. What a way to finish with a bagel for Arena Sabalenka. Cruise control through that second and back into the semifinals. 6-3, 6-love over Iva Jovic. It's a fourth straight semifinal here at the Australian Open.
It's long. He's missed it. And Sasha Zverev, for the fourth time, moves through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open. 6-3, 6-7, 6-1, 7-6, 3 hours and 10 minutes on court.
It has been a huge day 10 here at the 2026 Australian Open. My name is Nat Edwards. It's great to have your company on the Evening Serve. A very, very at Melbourne Park as I welcome in our special guest for tonight. He's been on before, but it is tennis journalist and co-host of the Sit Down podcast, Matt Trollope. Matt, welcome to you.
I love a plug for the Sit Down. That's very nice of you. And I'm very pleased to be inside today. We're actually in quite nice air-conditioned comfort in the radio studio and the media centre. It's pretty good.
We've closed off the doors to the outside world so we can be nice and cool in here.
Yeah.
It is stifling. If you are just tuning in for the first time and perhaps you live internationally or overseas, not in Australia, we reached temperatures in some parts of Victoria today of 48 degrees, which is just unfathomable. We've got bushfires going, and our thoughts, of course, go out to all of those who are impacted and are having to evacuate, but it has been brutal today, the weather, and it seems like there is no cool change in sight. And right now it's 6:30, but the hottest part of the day tends to be 5, 6, 7 o'clock here.
It does, but we were literally just before we came on air looking at that great weather app where it gives you the hour by hour.
Yes,
and
tell me.
We start to get relief at 9 p.m. where it really starts to drop. And by 11 p.m. we're at a balmy 29 or something like that, which we can deal with.
A balmy 29.
A balmy 29 at 11 p.m. But that's you know, I'll take that over 40.
I will take that too. And of course, the roof is closed at Rod Laver Arena. We'll get to those matches coming up tonight in just a moment. But before we unpack the big stories in a little more detail, here is what's making news today. And two-time Australian Open champion Arena Sabalenka is edging closer to a third title at Melbourne Park after winning her way into yet another semi-final. In the brutal heat, Sabalenka took just under 90 minutes to book her place in the Final Four with a 6-3, 6-love win over 29th seed Iva Jovic.
Don't look at the score, it wasn't easy at all. She played incredible tennis, pushed me to like one step better level, and I'm super happy with the win. It was a tough battle.
Meantime, Alexander Zverev has reached his 10th Grand Slam semi-final after defeating 20-year-old American learner Tien in 4 sets, the German securing his 12th straight win over a left-handed opponent at a major 6-3, 6-7, 6-1, 7-6.
Without my 20 aces or something like that, I probably would have not won today, so obviously very happy with my serve. But yeah, just generally happy to be back in the semis.
Back in the semis again, Alexander Zverev and Arena Sabalenka. We'll dig into those stories a little bit more in just a moment. But while we have you here, second week of the tournament, I wanted to know, what is your story of the tournament so far?
There's been a few. I've loved the chalk of all of the top players getting through, and we've got these, top 6 in both men's and women's, and so it sets the stage for really incredible blockbusters in the quarters, which we're getting tonight and we've had today. But I actually think it's been de Minaur's progression, because when we were previewing the tournament, it was like he's our national hope, but he had a brutal draw. There was Tiafoe in the third round, Bublik in the fourth, and the way and those matchups happened, and the way he rose to the occasion and beat Tiafoe very impressively in straight sets, but was next level good against Bublik, only surrendered 6 games.
It was clinical.
Yeah, it was clinical. And one of our writers dug into it and was like, that seemed really fast. And it turned out it was the second fastest men's match of the tournament. So if you're beating another top 10 player that fast and stepping up when the draw is toughest and requires you to find your level, I thought that was incredibly impressive. And then, so he gets back to the quarterfinals, and it just continues his consistency here. He always does better or as well or better than he did the previous year. He's got this streak of 7 years where he never falls earlier, and he's met that bar again. And now, it's set the stage for this incredible quarterfinal against Alcaraz, and he's had a history of playing him tough. So I'm just really enjoying Alex kind of playing to his seed. There's so much expectation on him. He deals with it incredibly well. He's raised his level when he's needed to. And it puts us in this really exciting position where we've got the world number 1 against the Australian number 1, and we can't wait to see it. So I thought he's been really, really good.
Oh, I love that. And I saw them both warming up before on Rod Laver Arena, and both look so relaxed.
Yes.
Carlos in particular always looks relaxed.
Wouldn't you love
happy.
his life?
Oh my goodness.
He looks
nothing phases him ever. But Alex also looking quite calm and relaxed as he was hitting with Leighton Hewitt. So we'll unpack that match a little bit more in just a moment. I do want to mention though, we have a competition going on AO Radio. So we have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away to the listener who has the most creative response to this question. So basically, if we gave you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history, which match would you choose and why? So it can be from any round, any Australian Open. You don't have to have seen it before. The match could have sentimental value for you. It could be something that sparked your interest in tennis, or just something that you want to relive and see again. You can't change the outcome of the match. You're just watching it. So make sure you enter via Ask the Booth, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Don't forget to give us your name and where you're listening from. And the entries do close 5 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, Melbourne time. And I will announce the winner later on that evening in the evening serve. So Matt, if you could be given front row seats to any match in Australian Open history, what would you want to rewatch?
Could I pick 2?
Yes, of course.
I remember really vividly the Agassi-Sampras, I think it was semi-final in 2000. That was when Agassi had his renaissance, and it was such a big match. And I think it went 5, and Agassi won, and that's when he kind of had taken over number 1 again. I remember that being amazing, and they had that great contrast of styles. Incredible. It was really cool. And I was a big Agassi fan. I loved the baseliner. So that was a really amazing match. And the other one I remember was when Kim Clijsters led Serena 5-1 in the third, had match points when Serena was going for 4 majors in a row, and she staged that comeback. I remember watching that on TV. That would have been really cool to be at, because there was history being made there.
Love that.
And and it was a really engaged crowd because Kim was Aussie Kim, and it was the atmosphere was amazing.
Of Aussie Kim.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased Kim eventually got her AO title later. So everyone won.
Exactly. Well, for me, and I mentioned this yesterday, but for those who are just tuning in for the first time and missed it yesterday, it would be going back to 1977.
Oh, wow.
Before I was born. Thanks, everyone. I'm not that old. Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley. I never got the chance to see her play tennis live. And I just think that Open that she won was so special, the final there, because she became the first mother in the Open era to win a Grand Slam singles title. It was 7 months after giving birth to her daughter.
I didn't know the time span was that short.
7 months.
Yeah, 7 months.
I gave birth to a little baby boy 7 months ago, and there's no way.
You haven't won your Grand Slam.
I haven't won my Grand Slam title. I'm actually starting to play tennis again next week, and that's probably going to go very, very poorly. But I definitely am waiting for that Grand Slam title. So an incredible achievement.
Yes.
So that's where I'd go back to 1977 for a moment in history, and also just to see Yvonne play. I mean, just you hear the stories and you've seen bits and pieces, just graceful, and I'd love to see that live. So
I love that.
That's me. Make sure you email us aoradio@tennis.com.au or ask the booth form. You can fill that out. A $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop coming your way if you win that. So let's dive in and chat about about today's results in a little bit more depth. And Aryna Sabalenka, I mean, into a fourth consecutive AO semi-final. She's also reached the last four at a Grand Slam for the 14th time, which is just incredible. And I know on paper, 6-3, 6-love, it looks, very dominant. But the teenager in Jovic took it to her, in particular in that first set. And then I think Sabalenka really had to step up her game and rise to the occasion in that second set, which is what a true champion does.
Yeah, all of that is correct. Like, I think the scoreline was closer than it looked on the scoreboard. There were games that were going to, 4 deuces, 5 deuces. Sabalenka was really forced to fight. This is Jovic's, there's never been anywhere near this stage of a Grand Slam. So her poise on that stage I thought was amazing. She's incredibly impressive for someone that's just 18. So yeah, definitely forced Sabalenka to fight really hard in the first set, and then I really loved the way she responded. I mean, yeah, I actually love it when a top player steps up and does something like drops the hammer like that, 6-love, and she sent a message like, Jovic is incredibly promising, but this is the level you need to get to. So that will actually be very instructive, I think, for Jovic. She'll go away and she'll be like, okay, well, that's, whoa. Like, I got taught a bit of a lesson in the second set there. An amazing tournament for me. Would be incredibly proud of herself, but has some work to do, and she's got plenty of time, but she's seen what the bar is, and Sabalenka still hasn't lost a set this year, like playing like a true number one. She's so dominant at this tournament. She's made 6 consecutive Grand Slam semi-finals now, so she just doesn't lose early. She steps up on the bigger stages and is just always there in contention.
And
it's great.
She's just hungry for that title.
So hungry.
She wants a third title, doesn't she?
And I think last year would have increased that hunger because she was so close to winning 3 in a row and got pipped. And she's shown that when she suffers disappointment like that, she almost always comes back and gets what she wants next time, whether it's a rematch with a player or, a title she lost in the final. If she wins it the next year, there's a real record of that. So I think that's, that kind of bodes well for her this year.
Well, this was Aryna Sabalenka on her second set performance.
The second set, I felt like I have to step in and put even more pressure on her because I can see that she's young, she's hungry, and I could tell during the match that no matter what's the score, she's still going to be there trying to figure her way. And I knew that I have to step in and show the level and the class. And I think it really helped me kind of like just go for my shots and helped me to trust my game. And there was definitely amazing performance in the second set.
So Sabalenka the one to beat for you in your mind right now?
She is. We did tournament predictions. I think my colleague Viv Christie came on, and you might have asked her about her pre-tournament predictions. So us as a team, we all gave our predictions, and the majority of the team picked Sabalenka as women's champion. I did as well.
Yep.
And there's no reason to doubt that pick yet because she's just looked in brilliant form.
Who's the one that you think could challenge? Is it Coco, given that they've been in a couple of Grand Slam finals together already?
I think at this stage now, anyone could challenge her. Coco Gauff is the projected semi-final opponent, but she's got to play Svitolina tonight, and that's incredibly tough. But yes, as you said, Coco's had an incredible record against Sabalenka, beating her in 2 Slam finals. Elena Rybakina is another one that plays her really, really tough and has gotten a lot of wins against her. Other side of the draw.
Yep.
Amanda Anisimova has beaten her a couple of times in big matches. Iga Swiatek is still in and has a winning record against Sabalenka. Still waiting for that Sabalenka-Swiatek 1 versus 2 final. I want that.
Come on.
We've been so close.
I know.
That would be cool. But there's lots of people that could do it, but Sabalenka is number 1 for a reason. She's the best player at the majors. She's there the most. She's won the most recently. So she is the front runner.
And you talked about your story of the tournament so far. I think for me, my story of the tournament was Evie Jovic.
Yeah.
I just absolutely fell in love with her as a tennis player, and the fact that she's so young. I mean, the youngest player in the WTA's top 100. This time last year is ranked 191 and then rocks up. She's seeded at a Grand Slam for the first time, making quarterfinals for the first time. I just think her trajectory is quite incredible, and she could be a top 10 player potentially by the end of the year. Let's take a listen to what Evie Jovic had to say after her loss.
Every match is really cool, I think, at this level, and it's really just a dream to even be here. So it's the quarterfinals, but ultimately I hope to be in many quarterfinals, right? So I don't think that this win or loss today is going to make or break my career, really. So, yeah, it was a tough one, and I think Arena played very well. I could have done some things differently, but that's tennis.
Like you said, though, I mean, she said it's not going to make or break me. I think it actually could make her in terms of the lessons that she learned
100%.
from it. But she's got such a great attitude already at 18. It's just she's speaking like she's in her 30s with that wisdom.
It is remarkable how mature she sounds for an 18-year-old. She sounds like she's been out there for 10 years and plays with that kind of poise as well on the court. Kind of got out there, didn't look overwhelmed at all. Yeah, and she's and that, listening to comments like that, she's got a very kind of long-term, broad perspective. One loss or one tournament is not make or break, and she's kind of in it for the long game, and I think that's a really healthy perspective.
Oh, definitely. All right, let's move on to the other match today that we saw in Rod Laver Arena between Alexander Zverev, the third seed, and Tien, who I also love, a 20-year-old from America who's just making strides and continues to do so. He's the 25th seed, but it was tight in the fourth set, and I mean, look, Zverev, again, in that tiebreak, just like Arena did, he just turned the heat up in that tiebreak. I think he reeled off the first 5 or 6 points. He had six. Yes, it was 6, wasn't it? And he was just incredible. The level that he served at today, I thought, was astounding. And it probably got him over the line in the end because I thought Tien was really good from the baseline.
Yes, I think they were quite equally matched from the baseline, but Zverev does have that distinct advantage. He's so much taller than Tien, and his serve when it's firing is one of the best in the game. This was really great. I mean, I know we've been calling out, we'd love a really close match in the tournament. Yes. We got it today, even though it was 4 sets. It was really compelling. It could have gone either way. That fourth set was like on a knife edge until Zverev stepped up in the tiebreak, and the atmosphere was really good in there. I'll give a shout out to my parents. They were in there today, and they were texting me, and they were like, "It's so much fun in here." And you're kind of like, "That's great," because it was a match that was dangerous for Zverev. We saw what Tien did to Medvedev in the previous round.
That was a brilliant performance.
Brilliant performance. And I think the last time these two played, Zverev and Tien won. So, yeah, and he's feeling it. Like he's on this great upward trajectory, a bit like Jovic. And, so Zverev had to really, really bring it. But, like, he's just building this incredible resume at the Australian Open, at Grand Slams. I mean, he knows... Unlike Tien, he knows what it's like at this business end of the tournament, and he's now one match away from returning to the final.
And he's still chasing that elusive Grand Slam title. Could this be the year? I mean, he's playing some great tennis, and it was interesting. He was full of praise too for Tien after the match. In his on-court interview, he was sort of saying, I don't know what Michael Chang has done with him in the off-season, but he's really got him, some very, very good things indeed. So we looked forward to seeing what he can produce for the rest of the year. But let's take a listen now to what Alexander Zverev talked about in his post-match, and I guess the things that he's been trying to work on in his game.
What makes the big difference between the best two players with Jannik and Carlos and the rest of everyone is the first shot after the serve. I mean, they're so aggressive. They don't let you kind of get into the rally, and that's something that I worked on a lot.
So there you go. He's just always trying to improve, and you have to keep improving to try and keep within an arm's reach of, Sinner and Alcaraz.
Yeah, I love how he was very specific about that. A lot of players keep the analysis pretty vague because you don't want to let them let your opponents and everything. Yeah, you don't want to give away too much. But yeah, you have to be specific. It's that pressure and that intensity on that next shot after the serve. I think it's one thing knowing that, but I think it's a different thing executing it. And if players could step up and be as good on that second shot, they would. But Sinner and Alcaraz have separated themselves. I think Zverev playing at his very best with the serve firing and being aggressive and taking advantage of his physical weapons, I think he can really challenge him. He's beaten Alcaraz before. He's beaten Sinner before. Sinner's gotten on top in the matchup. I think it's still closer with Alcaraz potentially when they're both playing well. But it would require a big step up in level because Sinner and Alcaraz are going for 4 straight major finals in a row. They are the bar. But Zverev has played the kind of tennis he needs, I think, to challenge them to get to this point. He's looked very impressive.
He has. Just needs to get that temperament. There were a few moments today when he was just yelling at his dad. Yeah. They have such a strange relationship. I mean, I wonder sometimes when they come off court, do they just
do they debrief?
Yeah, do they debrief or do they still bicker about what happened on the court, or do you just have to forget it completely
I reckon it's we did it, all right, on to the next.
White line fever.
Yeah.
What happens on court stays on court, and then, we all just forget about it. It is very, very intriguing. I do enjoy watching the two of them and their antics on court. Now, Rod Laver Arena tonight. It's going to be absolutely pumping. First up, we have the third seed in Coco Gauff up against Alina Svitolina, and I'm still obsessed with Alina and Gael Monfils, power couple. It's just one of my favourite things, just stalking them on Instagram. But Coco Gauff leads this head-to-head 2-1, and of course she is the reigning French Open champion. Interesting stat that I saw was that she's won her last 41 Grand Slam matches after taking the opening set. So you'd think for Svitolina, really important to try and put pressure on early and try and actually clinch that first set, because otherwise the confidence from Coco would be really sky high.
Really sky high. A stat like that just shows that a player's a great front runner. When they get their teeth into the match, they feel good, they accelerate. A bit like what we saw with Sabalenka today. Swiatek's famous for that too. So I didn't actually know that stat, that she was that dominant, but I did see another great stat. I can't remember who shared this or posted it, but apparently every time Coco Gauff beats Karolina Mukova, who she beat in the previous round, she wins the tournament.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so
That's
she's
a great stat.
it's a great stat, and I didn't know that. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you go back and looking like, yeah, she won all those events. So is that the omen? I'm not sure. But then does Svitolina break the trend by winning the first set? I don't know. All important first set by the sounds of things, but some things definitely looking good for Coco. And she's looked, there's so much attention on the serve and the forehand and the biomechanics. Looking pretty good. Like, she's been playing great this tournament. Looks really steady. Looks really composed and calm on the court. There's a lot to like about how Coco's progressing.
She did drop a set against Mukova, which she'd never done before. So I don't know if that changes anything.
Does that buck the trend? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That is a great stat, though. I really
Whoever
enjoyed
dug that
it.
out, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's take a listen to Coco Gauff in preparation for this match.
So now I just honestly treat every match like I'm the furthest away from the trophy. Even if I am in the final, I find in the final, I treat it now like as if I'm the furthest possible way, like I'm not even close. And for me, in my head, that just helps me play better.
All right, so that is the first match up on Rod Laver Arena tonight. But we're switching our focus to the second match. It is Carlos Alcaraz up against Alex de Minaur, and Tennis Australia's head of game analysis, Simon Ray, caught up with our very own Jordan Zock to chat about tonight's match between Alcaraz and de Minaur.
Carlos Alcaraz up against Alex de Minaur. Now, this is going to be a great match. So far, head-to-head, it's been one-way traffic. Alcaraz 5-0. Why does he have such a hold over de Minaur?
Well, he's one of the all-time great players, we think, and he's still in the stages of building that career. But all the indications are that, when all is said and done, he's got every chance to go on and be one of the great players that we've seen play the sport. And certainly his record to this point is incredibly imposing if he were to stop tomorrow. So that's why, because this guy's so good. But I think the signs have been really promising from the de Minaur camp through the event so far. It's been the most impressive Australian Open campaign that I personally have seen him put together through to the quarterfinals. And now the test goes up again, doesn't it? And the demands of the number one player on the planet and all that encompasses. It's the one that we're all waiting for. We're holding our breath here in Australia. And the hopes of a nation rest on his shoulders, Alex de Minaur. So we're really looking forward to it.
What are some of Alcaraz's strengths that Alex is going to have to try and blunt, get the match on his terms?
Well, I think there's strengths everywhere you look. We know about the retooled or slightly reimagined serve technique from Alcaraz. We also know he's someone that does like to use the drop shot and will come forward himself more than nearly any other player in the top 10 and a lot of other players in the top 100. Those are a couple of unique skills that he possesses that we don't see from a lot of other players. Alex, of course, we know about his court coverage and his ability to potentially blunt some of those strengths with his speed. And he's been as electric as ever in terms of his court coverage and his movement so far over the opening 8 days in Australian Open 2026. I think Alex's ability to generate free points on his first serve and to do some damage on his second serve, those are going to be big factors. Both of these men, interestingly enough, serve well above average in terms of second serve speed. So we'd perhaps predict that at Alcaraz. I think Alcaraz is at 168 kilometres an hour average on second serve. The average for the top hundreds around about high 150s or 160, so significantly above average. But Alex is also above average. He's delivering his second serve at 163 k's an hour, and his numbers behind the second serve so far in 2026 have been outstanding. outstanding. He's won 57% of his second serve points on his serve. But that's going to face the litmus test in Carlos Alcaraz. So let's see whether those numbers hold up.
Alcaraz is yet to drop a set in the tournament so far. What are some ways that Alex can put pressure back onto the Carlos serve?
Well, I mentioned the importance of serve, generating some free points on his first serve, Alex de Minaur, and then being able to continue some of the great progress that we've seen on his second serve so far across the Australian summer. And then he'll be quite happy to turn it into a physical battle. You know, when the point goes beyond 9 shots, so 9 shots or more, Alex is winning 61% of those points in his 2026 campaign. Alcaraz is winning 53% of those points when he plays the long extended rallies. So Alex will like his chances there, but he can't afford to rest on his laurels or to be at all passive in trying to get the point to that stage. He'll know that he needs to bring quality early in the rallies. But if it does turn into a marathon, turn it into a battle of physicality, and we know about the elements that are expected in this match as well, then I think he'll be liking his chances.
Alcaraz is obviously through to his third quarterfinal here at the Australian Open, yet to make the semis. How have you seen his tournament so far, and how do you think he's going to approach this match?
Oh, I think his tournament so far has been superb, been outstanding. He'll feel like he's really well prepared for this matchup. Particularly, the matchup against Tommy Paul in the 4th round is almost the ideal preparation for taking on Alex de Minaur in terms of those two game styles. Perhaps there's some subtle differences between Paul and de Minaur, but they both move incredibly well. They both return serve at an absolutely elite level. They both counterpunch so well. So there's some similarities between those two game styles that Alcaraz would have appreciated. Having a look at one before the other lies in wait, if you like. So I think his campaign's been superb. But again, this is his toughest test to date as well. This is not just a tough test for Demon. I'm sure that Demon, given the form we've seen so far, will be posing a tough test for Carlos Alcaraz also.
Simon Ray there, the way that he sees the game and unpacks it is just quite incredible. I wonder if you have a few little nuggets during the game for Demon's team as well.
That would be brilliant. I mean, we're sitting there listening to this and just all that. The interesting stuff about the serve percentage and speed on second serve, I didn't realise that. Yes. And obviously you can't tell that with the eyes, unless you've got an incredible memory. how do you remember what the average is and what other players are doing? So yeah, Alcaraz significantly bigger on the second serve, but Demon, that's part of that piece of him building up, getting stronger, more free points on serve. It's extending to the second serve as well, which is really amazing. I think something else Simon said that I'd forgotten. Carlos Alcaraz has never passed this point of the tournament. So he's going for the career slam. He's won every slam twice. He's never gotten past. He's never been in an Australian Open semi-final. So whether that's just a little quirk of his record or is there a block here? I'm not sure.
Is it going to weigh on him a little bit?
I don't know.
If Alex manages to take a set off him, could the thought start to creep in? You want this career slam to be the youngest one, but you've never got past the quarterfinals. I feel like maybe it could play on him a little bit, but I mean, nothing phases him, so maybe it won't.
Yeah, it probably it won't. And there's also plenty of confidence though for Demon to go into this matchup because, unlike Sinner, which Sinner has dominated, I think Demon's played Sinner the last couple of times at the Australian Open, exited to him. He's played, even though he's 9-5 against Alcaraz, the matches are much closer. He had match points against him in their first match. There's lots of tie breaks and 7-5 sets. There's been 3-setters. And in the 5-set format, he's really fit and strong. You just don't know how it's going to go, but I don't think he'll be going to that court feeling beaten tonight at all. I think he'll have a lot of hope.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, let's get to our commentators and check in with them. It's Chris Bowers and Mark Ilawati tonight. They're standing by on RLA waiting that match between Alcaraz and de Minaur. But of course, there is a women's match on first. Chris and Mark, welcome to you.
Thank you very much. How's it going?
It's going very well. We're nice and cool here in the AC.
Well, we're nice and dark here on Rod Laver Arena because they haven't opened the roof yet.
They haven't. I know, indoors.
They're not going to for the first match. They might for the second match.
Interesting. Mark, what are your thoughts on the Demon? Can he do it?
Potentially he could. He's got a bit of work to do, obviously. The thing I like about Demon is that he's not going to get blown away by